We will now call to order the Trinity County Board of Supervisors meeting held today on June 16th, 2026, and we will start our meeting with a Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Rick Letweiler.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The first item on agenda is presentations. The Board of Supervisors, we will receive a presentation from the Hoopa Valley Tribal Fisheries regarding the integration of habitat, hatchery, and harvest management domains. They will be doing the presentation via Zoom.
Mike, we're ready whenever you are.
Okay, this is Mike Orchid. I apologize for not being there in person. I meant to be there, but this week is a bunch of stuff that I wasn't fully aware of, and so I'd hoped to be there. Apologize for that. I will start by sort of setting the setting here. For a long time, the tribe has been involved in restoration, and from pretty much the onset of our involvement, we've always said whatever affects the fish populations, and we frequently refer to it as gravel-to-gravel management, which is eggs, habitat, all the things that affect the survival of the fish as they migrate out of the system. And also, as it's managed under the Magnuson Act regarding ESA requirements and the Magnuson Act harvest conservation standards that are set by the Pacific Council. And so we have a long record of that. And I don't want to regurgitate some old information, but in probably the early 2007 to 10 period of time, we wrote a letter and to Reclamation and advocated and saying, so the the run size estimation, the coded wire tagging are all critical to the management and well-being of evaluating the status of the resource. And so the commitment and from Reclamation has been sort of not always on the same page there. And a lot of times I would observe that in hindsight at this point that a lot of what was done was to save money and funding and those type of things. But where we sit today, we have a fairly robust budget. We've kind of by attrition, knock down the doors of the management requirements, run size estimation, coded wire tagging at the hatchery. And so what I'll focus on though is that one little linkage there with the mitigation function of Trinity River hatchery. By laws over certain periods of time, going to review all the laws relative to the Trinity Basin. There's a modernization of the hatchery. There's a modernization of the Trinity River hatchery and sort of a standard or criteria that the hatchery mitigation production numbers and obligations shouldn't override the natural production in the basin. And so limit the impacts to naturally produced fish. And so the last part of that story I'll tell is, so at one period of time, Reclamation said, hey, what we're supposed to be doing, what's the Trinity Restoration Program's obligation? And that was the record of decision and the preferred alternative, which was flows, habitat. But the read of it at that time, in the form of a legal opinion from the regional office in Sacramento, was that didn't include some of the other things like hatchery management. And so we've continued to make presentations, educate people in different forums. We've, for the last 2 or 3 years now, have made several presentations to the Trinity Management Council. And I think a lot of the last one we had back in March, I think we finally, the light went on for a number of key people, the state of California, National Marine Fishery Service among those. There's regulatory and other obligations there. And so we will be making another presentation at the quarterly meeting this week. And so at the invite from Trinity County Supervisor Gogan, we're here to present that information, answer questions, and kind of give you overarching how this fits into the picture and how it could be if we do some key strategic actions in the future, noting that there's supplemental EIS that's the tribe, Hoopa Tribe and Yurok Tribe are co-leads with reclamation, that there might be more willing people listening to it. And so we're hoping that we can further advance this idea of you need to actively be managing that facility, limiting the impacts to natural produced fish, and hopefully in the long run, we're going to result in restoring the pre-dam levels of fish populations. So with that, I'll yield the floor to George, unless there's any immediate questions that I could answer before he begins his presentation.
Seeing none, please move forward.
Okay, are you folks able to see the presentation? I have it on share.
Yes,
But-
sir, we are.
Okay, great. Let me just turn video on for a moment. Can you see me now, or is it? Anyway, I just want to say hello.
Can.
And okay,
We can see
George
you. Thank you.
all right, fine. I'll mute that then. Thanks a lot for the invitation. You know, we've been working with Supervisor Gogan for some time through the Trinity Management Council and really appreciate his efforts in that work. And in addition to his invitation for us to address the board today. And again, my name is George Kautsky. I've been a long time employee at Hoopa Fisheries. I'm a Trinity County resident for going on 40 years. And I now serve as a capacity as a fishery advisor to the Hoopa Valley Tribal Fisheries Department. And as Mike mentioned, through my career, the Hoopa Valley Tribe has long sought this emphasis on a more holistic management of the Trinity River fishery. And really what we're talking about is we tend to understand the fishery through various lenses or management domains, depending on where we sit. And the tribe has the opportunity to actually sit at all those three, we'll say, management domains of habitat, hatchery, and harvest management. We cycle through those processes annually and oftentimes find that those management domains operate somewhat in cross purpose because we don't have a good coordinated sound science program that is based on communication and hopefully an adaptive management framework that would integrate our efforts to manage these stocks of fish, because we have, as you know, a major hatchery mitigation for the Upper Trinity, and we also have the natural program of fishery recovery we're trying to do with the restoration program. So overall, we're arguing that the holistic management approach would contrast interactions among these three management domains of hatchery, harvest, and habitat, so that key relationships could be anticipated and better coordinated. See if I can get to the next slide here. Yeah, and so in this presentation, we'll begin by providing a little more about the motivation for integration, and then examine each of these three domains, its purpose, breadth of actions, and objectives. We'll also consider perhaps a unifying goal statement that we've been working on and circulating among the Trinity River Restoration Program folks. We'll look at some potential levels of integration across the three management domains and how they could be achieved. We'll also close with some recommendations and next steps forward. So I scratched my head about this for years, and I think what it comes down to really is in contemporary Western thinking, we tend to have a more of a reductionist approach to our business. We want to. It's a good approach. It breaks down complex systems into smaller and more isolated parts in order maybe to study or to exploit them. And on the other hand, in contrast to that, we have Native American cultures embracing more holistic worldviews, philosophies, and ways of life. And so I've learned, through my tenure at Hoopaw, a little bit more about this, getting to know the people and how the tribe manages its affairs, recognizing that humans are not dissociated. We're just connected to a larger whole involving animals, plants, and inanimate land and water. And all these interconnections result in this more holistic, sacred whole, we'll say, that the tribe recognizes. And it's I would say it's complementary to perhaps that reductionist approach, but it definitely, we're trying to bring it forward a little bit more to get a little more thought about how that might help in some of the nuanced management decisions that are being made in these management domains. So in this presentation, we'll offer some examples of where status quo reductionist management across domains may result in unintended consequences. We'll also suggest a unifying goal statement and an architecture for a holistic integration strategy. Integration should ideally be, and this isn't a novel thought coming from me or Hoopaw even. It comes in the Northwest. This is being practiced, and for example, in Puget Sound fisheries, they're already exercising this, where an attempt to synchronize management actions in time and space, so that across these management domains, so that we don't adversely affect objectives of another domain. And instead, we're synchronizing in time and space to realize more synergy in the outcomes and advance a shared goal. And that's why I emphasize the need to kind of agree on a shared goal initially at the front end of this conversation that we're having with the restoration program. So I like to turn to the habitat domain first. It's really one that is most familiar to us, given that we're in the Trinity River. We work with the Trinity River Management Council. Liam, again, is your representative to that advisory group. And this comprises what we understand of the habitat domain within Trinity, although you're probably also aware that it's a little broader than that. We have pieces that are related to the central, we're part of the Central Valley Project. And so there's a biological opinion overseeing that massive water project. And nested within that will be this Trinity Division long-term operations plan, which is nearing completion. I think Mike might elaborate later, but I believe it's scheduled originally for adoption sometime later in 2026. So that plan will set forward multi-year release, storage, and diversion schedules that balance fishery restoration, water supply, and power generation, and envisioning drought resilience and storage targets and operational flexibility. So within these limits, anyway, the management levers manipulated by Trinity Restoration Program, they're fairly broad and include flows and main stem and limited watershed restoration, as well as coarse sediment augmentation. I want to just right in the middle of this slide, I might have missed it, but I hope you can read this. It's kind of fine on my screen, but it's about why we have a restoration program in the Trinity. And it's really important to understand that Congress set money aside and an intent aside for the United States to restore this river to realize full participation by dependent tribal, commercial, and recreational fisheries through enhanced harvest opportunities. And we know that the way that we get there is through restoring habitat. Although, again, we're speaking to a more broader view now, inclusive of that, but including also how we integrate then hatchery and balance harvest management in an integrated approach to overall management. And please stop me if you have a question. And I don't know how far in the weeds you want to get with some of the technical material, because we get into that here a little bit, but I'll try to keep it light for you. The habitat domain, a little more expansion on what's going on there is that, and maybe some of you are aware of this, we've seen an increase in juvenile. We'll focus presently, folks, with fall Chinook, because this is where the data are most keenly developed, particularly with reference to this whole conversation. And we've seen an uptick, general trend in juvenile outmigration in the natural environment, thanks, we believe, to post-Rod era efforts, record of decision efforts in the Trinity. I spoke with Eric Peterson, their science coordinator, a few months back, and folks are kind of at awe here to see that response in the juvenile production. And yet we're not seeing, as you are aware, a rebound in the adult numbers. And that's, for example, we've seen closures in the last, 3 or 5 years for salmon fishing in the river as well as in the ocean for recreational fishers and commercial trollers. So we're wondering what's up with that. So the restoration program is taking a deeper dive into this question, and we're launching a what's called a limiting factors analysis. And it's actually, I shouldn't say launching, it's been launched for about 3 years now, and it should be wrapping up with some outcomes. But essentially, it's looking at the life histories of Chinook salmon, and it's looking outward. It's inclusive of hatchery as well as harvest management effects on the fishery, and it's looking for bottlenecks. Where are these juvenile fish going if they're not coming back as adults? They're vanishing somewhere. And so we're going to use what's available in our data to piece together this big puzzle, this wheel that's on the screen here, showing the fish coming from eggs out to adults, returning from the ocean and contributing to harvest in the ocean as well as in the river. And a lot of this has to do with how diverse those life histories are for Chinook, but there may be other bottlenecks affecting future outcomes, what we're trying to do. So they're using this life cycle model to evaluate the bottlenecks in fish recruitment throughout the life cycle. And I make an appeal to this effort, and it may not be prime time once it's done here. It may need some more modifications, but it could, when we get to wrapping this conversation up, we speak to adaptive management. I mentioned that already once, but what I'm saying is we want to be able, once we put into place a method of integrated management across 3 management domains, not only do we want to have better communication, but we want to be able to predict outcomes of integrated management and test those against our predictions through adaptive management. Something like a life cycle model and a limiting factors analysis may be useful in the future for that. So I applaud the restoration program for investing in this right now. A little bit about our Chinook. And again, I don't know, I know Liam's definitely keen on the fishery. I don't know how many folks follow some of this information. For example, I mentioned, we've shut the fishery had to be shut down for 3 years running. This is the first year that we're reopening fall Chinook access. I know the board wrote a letter to the Fish and Game Commission regarding this matter. So great. That was a wonderful step forward, in my opinion. And we believe that sharing this fishery across the tribe and non-tribal sectors is really important, because that's what the whole restoration mandate is that we speak about from Congress, is to restore a fishery as well as the abundance of spawners. So simply, this is a chart that shows returns of fish. And I don't know if you can see my pointer, but I'll just kind of follow the years where we had actually separated naturally produced Chinook from hatchery produced Chinook in these estimates. So it kind of began somewhere in 2002. And I'll remind us that the objective is to realize 62,000 naturally produced fall Chinook to the river each year after fishing. And that implies a harvest target of like 132,000 naturally produced fish contributing to fisheries, both ocean and river, prior to 62,000 fish arriving to spawning grounds and to the hatchery, but they have to be naturally produced. So where are we at on this? Some may remember that back in 2012 was one of the larger, it is the largest return of Chinook salmon, fall Chinook, to the Klamath Basin that we have in contemporary record. It was just about 300,000 fall Chinook returned to the Klamath. And of those, there were considerable returns to the Trinity. But again, we fell short of the mark. So there were, of the naturally produced Chinook that returned, there was 36,000 compared to the 62,000 that our objective is. And contributions to harvest were not at this 132,000 level, but appreciably less. I think it was somewhere on the order of probably half or a third of that number. So we're not hitting our stride even in the best of years. And as you see in more recent years, we're down here in much lower levels of abundance of naturally produced fall Chinook. And if you recall that trend line that I showed you, since throughout this, we just imagine it, its decline was up for juvenile production. So there's a table that's produced in the State Fish and Wildlife's annual report of run size estimates, and it's Appendix 7. It highlights this a little better for you. I just plucked the numbers out of the 2012 naturally produced fish is this row. You know, there was 35,000 returning to natural areas and another 800 returning to Trinity River hatchery. So that's where that comes from. There was 1,600 contributing to Trinity River fisheries above Willow Creek Weir. And overall, there were about 50,000 fish returning to natural areas, inclusive of both wild or naturally produced and hatchery produced. So it's a jumble of numbers. But I just want to highlight that, again, the goal is restoring naturally produced fish, not hatchery produced fish. And the trick is now balancing those two management domains to get to a better balance here of hatchery or natural dominance in the returns and in increasing their abundance.
May I ask a question, sir?
Please do.
So if you could go back to the previous slide.
Yeah.
A couple things I just am curious about is I know that there's a couple things. One, are we tracking the consumption of salmon by sea lions at the mouth of the Klamath? That seems to be, the sea lions seem to be having a pretty significant impact according to the folks that are down there fishing. The fight against them to get to fish seems to be increasing when you're out there actually net fishing.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious about the sea lion scenario. And then also, I have another curiosity. When you have the hatchery fish, although we want to move more towards natural fish, is there any benefit to having the hatchery fish be there to kind of add strength in numbers? So obviously we want to move to natural fish, but I'm just curious to know if partnering with the hatchery fish in terms of the fish population, does that increase their capacity to survive?
Yes, excellent points, Madam Chair. The marine mammal predation question is not explicitly, accounted for in a lot of the work that we do. It is definitely, it may ultimately be featured in the slide I showed you. Was it a couple slides back here? There was the one about the life cycle model. In this one, there's a phase where the fish are entering or exiting the river and entering the ocean. And there is predation that's envisioned in that step, I believe. So that will be accounted for in those in the bottleneck exercise of the life history model to see if we're losing. Now, whether or not we have any management authority over that, probably not in the restoration program. This is probably a good motivation to have better communications as we speak in an integrated manner with our harvest management domains, and what could be done about that. One of the biggest arguments for hatchery production a few years ago at the Pacific Fishery Management Council was that there now is also not just pinnipeds, but also for killer whales. Their diet consists largely of salmon. And a lot of times now, the environmental impact analysis of harvest management for Chinook is inclusive of feeding, or accommodating the diets of killer whales. So this is not lost on the managers there, and there's constantly discussion there. I don't know, Mike, if you want to insert anything, your thoughts on this, but my read is that there isn't anything directly that's being done about it within our domain, but there is a lot of concern, and I don't know what specifically might be contemplated at this point within, say, harvest management domain to regulate marine mammal predation. I mean, they're protected, so under ESA, and in the case I point out killer whales, they're actually special allocations of salmon to them first before people can get to them. So with regard to hatchery, this is also a good point because, and we'll talk about that briefly here as well, and when we get to the hatchery domain. But we're looking at exactly that in recent years. There's been some outplanting of Trinity hatchery material, eggs and alevin into, well, first we have a hatchery in Hoopaw, and we'll detail this in a bit, but we do have off-site rearing where we're trying to reseed tributaries. In that case, in Hoopaw, there's some work in Indian Creek, closer to Weaverville there, and in South Fork, as well as some bootstrapping of Trinity spring Chinook to get started on populations in the newly accessed anadromous sections, or salmon accessible sections of the Upper Klamath since the dam removal. So yes, there is work on this, and I believe it's an expanding, burgeoning field. We wrote a white paper on this recently. I'd be happy to share with you a little more thoughts on that if you're interested. I could provide that through Liam to the board. I'll make a note of that.
And then I have two more questions about
Sure.
I'm just kind of looking at the big drop between 2013 and 2018. And I'm remembering in my mind that that 2013, 2014, we had that pretty extreme drought situation. So I know that the Trinity River Restoration Group often focuses primarily on restoration work done in the main stem of the Trinity River, but you're always hearing about the importance of the restoration work to be pulled up into the smaller tribs because they contribute cold water refugia. And so I'm hopeful that in the future we can see more work done on the smaller tributaries. But then I'm also remembering that drought season, and I'm also remembering that it was during that drought season we had a kind of a peak in nutrient loading due to illegal and maybe some legal cannabis grows during that time. And so I'm just wondering if that really huge drop had to do with some of those algae blooms and moss overloading along with drought at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't think I can decouple all of those. I'm sure all of those and more conspired in that calamitous decline in the fish abundance. And you mentioned El Nino or ocean conditions there. We definitely think we're losing many, many fish there. Nominally, the assumption is only half of the ones that come to the ocean from the river. Migrating from the egg stage to the river mouth, you've probably lost 90% of the population already. When you enter the ocean from that phase, you're losing about half of them nominally due to starvation, predation, and so forth. And so when there's a temperature anomaly, like such as El Nino, and we have low primary productivity in the coastal waters where these fish rear, that mortality may go up considerably. So you can lose many fish that way. So like I say, that the trend in juvenile production has been on the upswing, but we've had successive El Ninos and and they say one of the worst ones is on its way this summer. So I can't, I'm sorry, I can't really, unless Mike has some thoughts about it immediately, but I would say the smaller tributary work, I am familiar with from when I was more active in the program.
I don't know if this is even.
Sorry? There,
No,
what?
no, please advance. Those were just things that were running through my mind as I'm looking at this and listening to you. I don't expect you to have
Okay. Yeah.
an exact
No.
answer at this moment. So I
No, well
apologize
noted.
for that,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm thinking holistically here, and
I'm
those were
glad
just some of the things that came to mind.
for that input, Madam Chair. So let's skip forward here. We started talking about the hatchery domain. And we know that hatchery was constructed to mitigate the loss of this 109 miles of habitat that was lost when the Trinity Division was constructed in Central Valley. It now includes smaller scale, as you mentioned, decentralized supplementation projects. And so we've listed a few of those down below here. We'll get to them in a second. Most of the work at the hatchery is broadly tiered under what's called the Hatchery and Genetics Management Plan for endangered species coverage because we're producing coho salmon in the basin where coho are listed. At Trinity Hatchery presently, they're producing over 4 million juvenile spring and fall Chinook, and along with 300,000 coho is the objective, and 448,000 steelhead. And these numbers are reduced from what they were historically, and that's a whole other conversation that we've been having, HUPA's been having with the state and reclamation about how that hatchery is being managed. But we'll save that also for another day. The management at the hatchery has some discretion over the timing and size that these fish are released at, but they are constrained under the biological opinions that provide substantial guidance on these matters. But when able, the hatchery has provided surplus juvenile Chinook for things like rotary screw trap calibration, where we do this population estimate, which I showed you earlier, the outmigrants. Additionally, surplus eggs have been provided for the coho program at the HUPA hatchery here for 3 years. Save this year, they didn't have surplus eggs. And then surplus spring Chinook have been provided for remote stream incubators as well in South Fork, and also moving some into the upper Klamath for reseeding, as I mentioned. So yeah, this is some of the work that's going on, broadening the footprint of the hatchery and sort of decentralizing it from a centralized mitigation facility, which is good. And I should say, it was mentioned here that we are looking at a major, I think it's maybe the next slide, but we're a modernization at the hatchery, which should facilitate more innovative, further innovation in terms of how we can integrate this hatchery with some of our hatchery the habitat domain. And the hatchery has generally been informed by what was called a Hatchery Scientific Review Group of the 2012 document that they put together, offered integrated populations as a solution. You have a hatchery, you should be mindful about what happens when the hatchery fish are released on top of what you're trying to do to restore natural fish. So integrate those populations. It means a lot of different things. There's a lot of nuances in how to understand that. But one of the main things is minimize domestication. And folks, a fish is a fish. It might taste the same and look the same, but what the broader consensus is now is that fish that are reared in a hatchery setting are, and then if they contribute to natural spawning in subsequent years as adults, they tend to be a little less fit. They may not produce as many offspring. Their offspring may not be or be more vulnerable to predation and less apt to find cover, and just won't be as honed as well, because this is something that's passed on genetically. So if you're raised in the hatchery and you try to make a living in the wild, your chances are less than 50-50 that you're going to make it. So one of the drivers here in the hatchery modernization and what we're about is minimizing domestication. I've already mentioned that the Hoopa hatchery, we're releasing coho. We've had tens of thousands that we put into restored reaches of lower Trinity River reservation tributary streams. There are remote stream incubators in the South Fork. And I think in 2025, spring Chinook were released there, 57,000. There's also some work in Indian Creek, as I mentioned. And what some of the broad levers that the hatchery manipulate really are how they select the broodstock and the size and time of release of the fish at the hatchery. And these things interact with the domains that are immediately below them, the habitat domain. And I might be taking too much time. I don't know how much time you actually reserve for this, but it looks like I'm on slide 9. I'll try to speed it up if you guys have to move on. Just let me know. Now, there are many approaches for lessening domestication of the integrated hatchery natural population, and they include strategies for broodstock management. And these things are things like factorial mating, where one female the eggs are split between multiple males, so we have more family groups. We can also reduce the static environment experienced by the hatchery raised fish, in introducing some complexity in the raceways, for example, and also not continuing to breed hatchery fish in our breeding program, but introducing more naturally produced fish in the broodstock that are selected. So many of these concepts are being actively discussed at the Trinity Hatcheries technical team on a quarterly basis, and implementing many of these measures are really task intensive and somewhat limited by the current hatchery design. So the hopes are that with this modernization, I think it was 66 million was made available through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, our law, should facilitate implementing some of these more robust and forward-thinking methods at Trinity Hatchery, which is, as you know, been there since the early 60s. So just moving to the last domain, which is harvest. People probably heard of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. They provide guidance to tribal and state co-managers for California, Oregon, and Washington, as well as Idaho. The council's primary mission is to conserve and manage fish resources and prevent overfishing. So that's their broad authority under Magnuson and charge. A lot of ESA overlay into this Endangered Species Act because there are stocks they manage coastwide that implicate listed species. Let's see here, where are we at? I want to say that in the harvest domain, there is this management concept, which maybe is a little different than what we're familiar with for Trinity. I mentioned the 62,000 fall Chinook, and this is all about fall Chinook again, folks, here that we're looking at the screen. They have a harvest control rule, which is basically, it says when you're down here at this lower level corner where you have zero fish, you're going to have zero fishing. But you can gradually increase it under what they call de minimis level fisheries up to a point to where you have a threshold abundance that would allow what's called full exploitation, or 2/3 reduction of those potential spawners. And I think folks have said that because this targets a different number than the 62,000 naturally produced fish in Trinity River that we've identified, they are compatible, because when under high abundance, which would be the restored state for Trinity River and presumably the Klamath, and these fish are managed, and this is an entire Klamath Basin stock management strategy, there's room to accommodate that kind of escapement plus robust fisheries. So we're hopeful that someday we basically wind up at this end of the curve versus where we've been in the recent decades, which is down at this end. I want to say that, let's see, I think we got this, back up one slide there. So just to note, there's been conversation in the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and something that we'd advocated was that we should, maybe some of you remember 4 years ago, the Pacific Council acted to reduce this overall exploitation level beyond this control rule because of the removal of the dams in the upper Klamath. And the point being they wanted to allow additional Chinook to escape to the upper Klamath. So overall, in the Klamath Basin, which is inclusive of Trinity, everybody had to take a hit, including, you know, your recreational fishery in Trinity County. So, and you know, this, what we were pushing back on this strenuously, and there was a work group that has done some work on this and looking at what we propose, which is a sub-basin approach, so that we would have separate management strategies for the Klamath, given its burgeoning restoration effort, and the Trinity, given its long historic effort and unique goals for fisheries. So we continue to push that lever in the Pacific Fishery Management Council from a HOOPA perspective. So that's a point I want to make on that one. So let's just wrap this up. This chart here, I attempt to show what's familiar to us, this cycle of life among the salmon, where they, we'll say, start as eggs and mature in their freshwater phase, enter estuaries, and the marine growth, become subadults, adults. This is when the predation starts, and marine mammal predation starts happening, and then they start returning as adult spawners. But you see that the harvest domain has a fairly broad swath across this cycle, and it intersects habitat in some places, but not entirely. And the hatchery certainly has influence in the upper reaches, but you might argue that the hatchery has influence throughout this life cycle, because those hatchery fish contribute to fisheries and so forth in the ocean. But really, its effects, the way it's managed right now, its management is focused, narrowly in this sphere right here. So this is why I just try to summarize, is that these life stages are transitory. They're affected by multiple management domains, and they respond to cumulative conditions and cannot be managed in isolation. So that's really our mantra for getting to this next slide, which is what should we do about it? And we're recommending that some goal be found. This is a goal: collaborate across hatchery, harvest, and habitat management domains to promote complementary actions for improving Trinity River salmon and steelhead abundance, diversity, ecosystem resilience for the benefit of dependent fisheries. Just, our thoughts on what this is. Welcome to anyone else's thoughts, what's missing in a goal statement like this. But it's the idea of bringing together those somewhat disjunct pillars of management into a uniformed or unified, holistic approach to managing this migratory stock. Question? No?
Thank you.
Yeah. And the, okay.
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. This is George. The management
George,
structure that we're reaching for perhaps lies in something like what the hatchery had a joint directorate at one point. It's disbanded now for probably a decade. And then what's emerging in the Trinity River Division long-term operations plan. But there has to be a place for co-managers, tribal and non-tribal co-managers, to come together from these management domains and discuss a centralized goal and how our actions are competing or complementing one another. Did you have a question, a further clarification on this slide? I have one last slide. Okay. Right here. So what this comes down to is, this question of levels of integration. We can be where we're at, which is where our actions are not necessarily coordinated in time and place, and we just happen to land randomly on synergistic results. More likely, we're finding inconsistent and mutually detrimental results. We can step it up a bit and maybe not be fully aligned, but at least informed of our respective management actions, so they're not conflicting. But we don't have synergy. They don't have they're not enhancing or supporting one another. And then we can have fully integrated model. And again, this comes from Pacific Northwest. They're finding this is working pretty good for them. They're focused on actions that work in concert, and they're sequenced in time and place, so that, and through an adaptive management lens, as I already mentioned. So they're predicting outcomes, they're testing outcomes against their predictions. And then last, I think just showing you, well, what is the interaction between some of these domains? We already talked about the competition of hatchery and natural fish and how they don't perform that well in natural areas. What can we do about it? We can regulate release timing and then coordinate that a little better with how we release our flows from the dam. Domestication is a broad theme that we're working on through broodstock selection, early life stage release strategies, release location, like I say, decentralizing some of our effort, and then maybe adding some complexity to the raceways at the hatchery. Then there's have this broad harvest and habitat interaction. I already mentioned that the PFMC control rule is Klamath Basin wide. We've advocated something more sub-basin specific. And then we conserve, for the restoration program, we're trying to achieve a return of natural origin fish. And in the Pacific Council process, they're looking at whoever spawns in natural areas is what they're looking for, and that's inclusive of hatchery fish. So, and ultimately, the hatchery and harvest intersection, Mike already mentioned the code-of-wire tagging. We're looking at other methods of marking fish. And also, you should be aware, selective harvest is a big one here, I think, coming up in the future. That's already being practiced in various places. In your case there in your area, the steelhead fishery. The steelhead fishery, with the threat of the listing of Klamath Mountains Province steelhead 2 decades ago, was looking pretty dim. Thanks to the Hoopa Valley Tribe, we continue to lobby reclamation and the state of California to get back to marking those steelhead. So now the tribe marks those steelhead, and you actually have a selective fishery for steelhead where you can retain adipose clip steelhead, as you're aware, but the wild ones are released. That's an example of selective harvest. I think that should be the last slide, folks. Optimizing, mutual benefits. What we're talking about, we're really just trying to introduce a concept for integration across these interactive domains of habitat, hatchery, and harvest management. We've talked about several examples where that's already happening and where it could improve, such as, synergy between flow releases and hatchery fish release. The challenge is to broaden these applications and look for opportunities to enhance outcomes within each management domain as a matter of, synergy and coordinated action. The outcomes of this integrated management should be predicted, as I mentioned, and confirmed in what we call a stepwise adaptive environmental assessment management process. This is something that the restoration program is steeped in. And we mentioned the emerging limiting factors analysis. Hopefully that model becomes useful in advancing our overall strategy of integration. And the challenge of this type of management has been addressed elsewhere, as I mentioned, in Puget Sound. And there's examples outside of the Trinity River Restoration Program, which would be useful to consider in further discussion. And I think Mike mentioned we're having that conversation tomorrow with the Trinity Management Council. So I think that's, our hopes are to develop something like this, find some mutual support among yourselves and with the board and others involved in the basin that have an interest in the well-being of our fishery. So I think with that, I wrap up. If you have any questions,
George, thank you very much. Great presentation. Any of the board have any questions? You have none?
I just
Julie,
have
go
one.
ahead.
Yeah. So, so you do a great job here in the rivers of flow and harvest selection, but it seems to me, and Heidi had a great point about the sea lions, there seems to be not a lot of action on the ocean, like commercial fishing, and so that's probably where I would see a real improvement, is knowing what's going on in the ocean before they get here.
Liam?
So George, I guess the overarching takeaway from this is we do have a new hatchery coming within the next 5-6 years, and you would like to dial turned up on that to get to the escape limits that we should be at, where we're not now. And the mission statement of TRP is to restore the Trinity River to pre-dam numbers of natural or wild fish. And you did mention some of the tributary work there, which I think is good and underfunded. But I also think that, turning up the hatchery, as you said, fish are fish. And there is some stress, some wild stressors that could be put on hatchery fish. I think that's a great idea. And I think to combine the two to get to the numbers that we need to get to, the hatchery is going to play an integral role in that. And I think I may be off a few percent here, and you can correct me, George, but I think that for every 100, we'll say fish that you release from the hatchery, maybe 2 to 3 to 4 come back as adults. So, turning up that dial is very important to get enough fish to return.
Yep, perfect summation of what we're showing here, and definitely integrating more with the hatchery is going to be important going forward. But we don't want to lose sight of what we're going to do with harvest management, has already been pointed out by several of you. Whether it's dealing with, well, we want to know more about how that harvest is affecting us, particularly in the model of a Klamath Basin solution, which is what's been going on for decades, like 40 or 50 years now. It's all Klamath Basin specific, not narrowed to a sub-basin. So I think that sub-basin approach is one thing that we want to impress more on the Pacific Fishery Management Council and co-managers. Mike, did you have anything to close on?
I had a couple of answers to try to answer a couple of questions that I was scratching some notes together here on. The first is the marine mammal predation. I recently attended the Pacific Fishery Management Council April meeting in Portland, and there was a guy named I think his first name was Panario, but he was a really high-level Department of Commerce political appointee that was meeting in that case with tribal interest up there. And I think it was worth noting that that it was the Klamath. We represented the Klamath and Trinity. There was Columbia River tribes. There was Puget Sound tribes. 3 of the major areas where there's real treaty sharing between tribal and non-tribal fisheries. And I think it was worth noting there that a fair amount of the Columbia River and Puget Sound tribes spoke to the issue that was raised here about marine mammal predation. And what I would say, they're protected under that act. There's very rigid regulatory requirements for them. The only thing I'm aware of in the Klamath Basin many years ago, when the Yurok tribe first was becoming formed, that was a concern that they had, and they did a observation study. Most of the at the mouth of the Klamath River, most of the diet was lamprey, but we know that they can actively eat and prey on adult salmonids, and especially when there's an active fishery going on, there's a fair amount of interaction between those. But I believe in that case, there was never really any management actions, probably more than likely because the regulatory requirements are so rigid, because that's, I believe, now, however many years later here, and in the meeting that I attended there, the Columbia River tribes, the people have seen, I think it's the locks or something up there in the Seattle area where there's, and I think, I'm not going to delve into it, but I thought I had heard somewhere there was some actual action taken upon it in Columbia, but I can't quote that, but it was just, wasn't directly on what I was presenting there, but I know it was a major concern in those areas of the Pacific Northwest. And I think Yurok had done some work many years ago. I think there's a report that you probably can find your head that was produced from that work. The other would be, I think it's worth mentioning the Trinity River hatchery modernization. We have actively participated in the construction, the design, and I'm pretty sure that they're substantially under with the new technical information on the design of getting at what George is talking about there, integrating and upgrading and modernizing the facility to undertake larger tasks, of which some of the management actions he's mentioned in the presentation. But I know they're, if Mike Dixon was here, he could tell you exactly what it was, but they're fairly well below that. And I also think it's worth noting the tribe has raised issue about the present level of funding for the restoration and mitigation responsibilities. And our lawsuit with BOR is about the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, which has a specific funding provision that allows for the federal government to reimburse the taxpayers funding that's for restoration of a lot of the efforts that we're talking about, the hatchery, the natural production, those are all totally reimbursable. And so I believe Reclamation actually is in the process of reevaluating the legacy of the CBPIA, and there's a major pause, I'm told, because there's the idea is taxpayers doesn't have to fund all of this stuff. The water and power customers can fund some of it. And so that's an active action that will be taken with this administration. And hopefully they'll make the right decision on that when I talk to anybody offline if anybody's interested in that. The other is the limiting factors analysis. I believe it's worth noting Liam is a Trinity Management Council representative. There are two things coming up. There's a sit down this month on a model that's going to be produced there. And the actual report will be the subject of an August meeting of the Trinity Management Council. So I'd encourage anybody that's interested in some of the finer details of what's limiting production, where there's areas of uncertainty. That report will be a subject of, I can't tell you right now, but Liam knows the date in August there. I guess I was trying to figure out how to mention it, but I'm going to, some of the other stuff as far as the future here is a lot of it is convincing the state of California and the regulatory agencies like NOAA that this is the right approach to take. And it's, I think, worth noting, I sit on the California Salmon Distillate Advisory Committee. There was recently a presentation there about the added emphasis on hatchery production, the studies, the release strategies, the marking and tagging. But one of the things that emerges in there that's worth noting is there's a new modern technology called parental-based tagging, where you can identify if you have the data and the library to support it. There's a way in the future that that's going to be the wave of the future, because code wire tagging is presently is the only way in the Klamath and Trinity Basin where if they're harvested in the ocean fisheries that you can identify a harvest rate, and it's used as a surrogate for the naturally produced fish. But those are all big things there. And my comment at the meeting is because they said, well, we're going to integrate the Klamath and Trinity into that approach as well. And so our interests are majorly impacted, as well as yours as a member of the public in the prosecution of non-tribal recreational fisheries. So I would strongly urge you that you work with the CDFW people, and to the degree we can be helpful and useful in disseminating and interpreting data and information to you, we're more than welcome, more than willing to try to do that. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And hopefully better things are to come with this program. So that's our hope, and that's why we continue to work on this stuff. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey,
Well,
Mike
Mike,
and George, thank you very much.
I just had a couple points. One is stellar sea lions were, there was one that ventured all the way up into the Trinity River back in May in 25, about a year ago. And then the limiting factors analysis date is a week from today, that rollout, or the initial rollout of the model. That's June 23rd. So Liam will probably have that information for you. Thank you. And thank you for your attention and interest.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And I do want to just say thank you to Supervisor Gogan for all of the hours that you spend on the TMC and keeping track of this for all of it. It's much, much appreciated. Thank you for all of that information. I know that you guys did you have a question? Supervisor Lutweiler has a question if the gentlemen are still online.
Yeah, and I don't want to leave without asking the question because it was with me the whole time and just waiting for the right opportunity, but also we're well behind what I think our schedule was for the day, so I'll just ask for a concise response. To me, when I listen to all of that, there potentially, I see three high-level gating factors to achieving what you're saying. One is that all the parties agree with the goal statement. One is that there's agreement with what it takes in each domain to achieve the goal statement. And one is the willingness of the independent agencies and groups to collaborate and integrate those efforts. And I'm just wondering, which of those do you see as the biggest gating factor? Do we already have agreement with the goal statement, but people don't agree on what it takes to make that a reality? Or is the big factor, we got all of that, but people just can't play nice in the sandbox? I'd just like to better understand what's holding us back.
This is Mike Orkin. I can take a stab at that by saying in the Trinity River Division supplement the EIS to the Central Valley Project Long-Term Operations Plan, the cooperating agencies draft document was recently, last Friday, I believe it was. So that's available for folks that are qualified as a cooperating agency. I believe Trinity County is. So there's information there on a larger scale. But one of the things that we are pursuing there is a management structure that gets at what the law says, what the harvest allocation agreement, our treaty rights and those types of things are. And so there's a structure there that will get at a lot of this. It will put it under one umbrella with different layers like the Trinity Management Council. But the other side of your question is, who do you have to convince? We've just been chipping away at this specific topic. And I believe that NOAA Fisheries, we meet pretty regularly with a lady named Jennifer Kwans, the West Coast Administrator for NOAA Fisheries, with the noted new regulatory hat that they wear, severely understaffed, but they still have obligations and responsibilities. And so to the degree that we can be in compliance with those things, and probably the biggest thing is the state of California. If they're seeing things in the lights bulbs gone on for them, I think that would be a major move forward. We're working, actually actively negotiating some different projects that we're working on, and we're hoping to, right, with the state of California, with reclamation's oversight and funding. And so we're hoping that the areas where we haven't always been in agreement or there's not been an open dialogue and conversation about these things, some of those doors will become open better with better coordination and collaboration with the other major co-management agencies that we interact with as the state of California. And they have the public trust responsibility under their watch as far as the county's interest. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone's concluded? We're fine?
Good.
Okay, good. Thank you once again for that presentation. We'll now move to a notice that we're set to receive a presentation recognizing the Trinity County graduates from the CSAC Leadership Institute. However, the gentleman who is set to present those is en route, and we will be moving this to a time that is appropriate later in the agenda when he arrives. So please just be aware that that will be being added in. We will now enter into public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. Do we have any public comment in the room?
I was walking. Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. Lisa Wright. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the amount of work currently underway throughout Trinity County. Between permitting, environmental health, planning, code updates, economic development initiatives, and other county functions, there are significant demands on both staff and decision makers. Over the past year, I have participated in numerous county processes on behalf of businesses, property owners, applicants, and community members. Through those experiences, I have gained an even greater appreciation for the challenges facing local government. Are you guys watching me on your devices or?
I'm taking notes.
Oh,
It's
okay. I'm like, they're not paying attention. I've also observed a recurring theme. People are generally willing to comply with the requirements. People are generally willing to wait through lengthy processes. What becomes difficult is navigating uncertainty. When standards are unclear, when expectations shift during a process, or when similar situations appear to produce different outcomes, public confidence begins to erode. Not because of any single decision, but because people lose confidence in the predictability of the system itself. One of the most important responsibilities of government is not simply making decisions. It's creating a process and processes that the public can understand, trust, and rely upon. That means clear standards, clear expectations, clear timelines, and clear explanations for how decisions are reached. Consistency is not merely an administrative goal, it's a public trust issue. Predictability is not merely a convenience for applicants, it is a fairness issue. And transparency is not merely a procedural requirement, it is the foundation of public confidence in government. Trinity County has talented staff, engaged citizens, dedicated commissioners, and elected officials like yourselves who certainly care deeply about this community. The goal should be not merely sufficient governance. The people of the county deserve excellence in government. Processes that are transparent, standards that are consistent and written, and decisions that are understandable and defensible. Strong institutions are built not only on good outcomes, but on public confidence, and those outcomes were reached through a fair, predictable, accountable process. As the county continues to undertake major projects and policy initiatives, I hope those principles remain at the forefront of every discussion. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment in the room?
Hi, everyone. My name is Brooke Millerick. I'm a volunteer over at the Trinity County Library. I just wanted to say, not to the people online, but this summer we are having a summer reading program, and we are doing a special we are volunteering our time to do a special program for Junction City every Tuesday at 10. We don't have enough parking spaces, and we have the public coming at 11. So if you have double parked, or if you are taking up a space and you could leave some for the library, we'd really appreciate it, just because we want these kids in, we want them participating, and we want them reading. So thank you.
Thank you.
Is there further public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any online?
Ben?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. Good morning, Chair, Board, and staff. It's really a beautiful, hot part of the year in Trinity County, and everyone is outside, whether you're a local or a tourist coming into town. We continue to have a danger to all of us, however. That danger is speeding vehicles, both passenger and commercial vehicles, coming down 299 from from Douglas City. Junction City, sorry. And making the turn at high speeds through downtown. California's daylight law, Assembly Bill 413, codified in California Vehicle Code Section 22500N, makes it illegal to park, stop, or stand a vehicle within 20 feet of the approach side of any marked or unmarked crosswalk. Passed in 2023 and went into effect in January of 2025. Why this law exists. Daylighting is a traffic safety technique designed to remove physical obstructions like parked cars near intersections. This creates a clear line of sight, allowing drivers to spot pedestrians, cyclists, and other motorists before it's too late, which will ultimately reduce traffic collisions. Before this legislation, California was one of the only few states without a universal setback. As of January 1st, as I said, vehicle parking is not allowed within 20 feet of any unmarked or marked crosswalk. This rule applies whether or not there is a red curb or parking signage at the intersection. I've witnessed, and it's also been brought up by other supervisors sitting here today, that they've seen logging trucks, other commercial trucks, and passenger vehicles not stopping for pedestrians attempting to cross the street in front of the courthouse, walking across the street on both sides of 299, both in front of up north and farther down near Highway 3. I've also sat in the offices on Forest Avenue, hearing the brakes of commercial vehicles screeching as they come around the corner, envisioning a semi coming through the wall. Someone's going to get hit or die or face major injuries one of these days. It's a problem that's been going on for a long time, and it's time for someone to do something about it. We're not losing any freedoms by enforcing this law. We're actually gaining freedom of life. I ask today that the chair, as well as the support of our District 2 supervisor on behalf of her constituents, direct staff to draft a letter on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, urging a higher level of enforcement of this law and return it to the board for approval at the next possible Board of Supervisor meeting, and then dissemination to the Trinity County Sheriff's Department and CHP thereafter. One of the primary responsibilities of county government is public safety. This is an easy one. Thank you.
Is there further public comment online?
I have no additional raised hands.
We will now close public comment. We'll enter into reports and announcements. Do we have any reports from department heads in the room? Seeing none, do we have any reports from department heads online?
I have no raised hands and see no department heads unmuting.
Thank you. I'd just like to remind the public that all department head reports can be found on their websites. I did have someone reach out to me that they weren't able to find it, and I was able to give them the link so that they could find that. But please do take the time, if you wish, to look at the department head reports on each department's website. And I thank you to the department heads for keeping those posted and regular for the public to see. We will now have our report out from our county administrative officer.
Thank you, Chair. Got a couple things. The state budget was adopted late last night. There are still ongoing negotiations, though, over the next 2 weeks with the governor's office prior to the start of the new fiscal year. Depending upon your personal views and opinions, there are some topics or subjects from the budget perspective that fared better than others. And then there are some that are worse than others. But overall, the consensus from organizations like CSAC and RCRC and CASE is that the counties fared much better than expected based upon when the May revision was sent out. So there, still could be some local program or service level adjustments, but the significant concerns that were voiced back in May have largely been adjudicated. During the first week of June, I participated in the PRISM Board of Directors meeting. The main topics of discussion were current and future insurance rates, the types of claims, the levels of claims, the outcomes from lawsuits, and some tort reform that is ongoing. It was, I would say, okay news because some of our rates seem to be stabilizing somewhat compared to the last 2 and 3 years ago when we saw significant increases. We saw significant increases in numbers of claims and scope and size of claims. And our rates this year aren't seeing a huge escalation, but they still are, in fact, going up. And they're going up higher than the revenue streams are going up. So it will continue to be an issue, but it's not as significant as it was 2 and 3 years ago. We will be on the tort reform item. There was a specific request from the PRISM board, and there's been some other dialogue through RCRC to ask if the county would be willing to support this so-called tort reform that's going on. There'll be an agenda item on the next meeting that kind of explains that and asks for full board support. Under the congressionally directed spending topic, I met last week with the West Coast and then the DC staffers from Senator Schiff's office to get feedback on our emergency communications system project application we submitted. Unfortunately, the county wasn't selected this go around, but it was more based upon a technicality than the merits of our application. They were notified at the somewhat of a last minute, this submission period, that the Homeland Security Appropriations Committee decided to not accept any new projects. Any projects that they selected had to be prior submitted the last 2 years. This had to do with the whole federal appropriations process and the fiasco that the Homeland Security funding bill has been going through the last 2 fiscal years and the continuing resolution that they've been operating under. But the good news out of that discussion was our project actually scored from a congressional project awareness perspective and validity and their willingness to support it very high. So my hope and my enthusiasm for submitting next year increased based upon that conversation versus decreased. So that was a good conversation. Then I also met with the Butte County CAO and Assistant CAO, who is going to become the CAO in October when Andy retires, to better understand their process because they were successful with about 3 of their submissions. They've been doing this process for a number of years. They've got a lobbyist back in DC that they fund. So it's a much different level, organizational level that they have. But I was able to get some good information from them and establish a couple contacts as we go about our consideration of submitting this again early next calendar year. It'll probably be in the February, March time period that we will gin this up again. And my suggestion and recommendation will be submit to both senators and the congressional representative, whomever that may be, assuming it'll be Congressman Huffman. On the emergency communication system update now, Sheriff Saxon's at another commitment right now, or he would be here providing this. And then just for your awareness, Under Sheriff Ward also provided a similar update at the fire chief's meeting on June 6th that Supervisor Weiler was at. So on June 4th, I approved 2 quotes for Day Wireless to order replacement equipment. One quote was for $105,000 and one quote was for $12,000. This was for 3 base repeater combo stations, FireNet, SheriffNet, and Public Works, and 1 Fire Command repeater. Then all work will be accomplished under our existing Day Wireless contract that we have in place as of May of this year that came to this board for prior approval. Depending upon the final budget authority projections in the emergency communications budget unit, you may see a budget adjustment as part of the 7 July agenda package. But a lot of that is based upon what I'm just going to tell you here. So funding for the equipment will come from the Cal OES Emergency Management Preparedness Grant, the 24 version of that in the amount of $46,000 and some change. This funding expires on June 30th, so that was the urgency to get all of this administratively accomplished because we actually have to submit invoices to Cal OES, not just a signed quote, but we need those actual invoices to submit to them. So we've been working this process so we can submit to Cal OES so we don't lose this money from the 24 time period. The balance will come from the EMPG 25 grant in the amount of a little over $71,000. Then that leaves approximately $19,000 in the EMPG 25 grant that will go towards the project in the future at the right time once we know what those priorities are going to be. Then additionally, there is some more spending approvals sitting with Cal OES right now for the Homeland Security Grant Program in 2025, and that's for $30,000. And then the 2026, there's $61,000. So all of this is going to be allocated towards the communications project at the right time, at the right place. So we're still looking at, battery replacements, grounding and bonding improvements, antenna feeding and feed line upgrades, communication shelter improvements, and radio system replacements. So just know that staff is working through those. We're working continuously with Stay Wireless, as far as what those priorities are. But we've got to, one, get this equipment in. We've got to get it programmed. We've got to get scheduled with the technicians to get here. So that's probably another 6 to 8 weeks realistically before we'll get this equipment that we now have on order here. They will do another program assessment, see what improvements have been done, and then we will go on and move to the next priority under the overall communication system project. Any questions on that, as I know that's kind of a topic of interest out there? Okay. And then just for your awareness, this has gone out to all the employees, and I think you guys have all seen this as well. But on June 18th at Loudon Park, we're having our annual employee recognition picnic. It's from 11 to 2. Obviously, all the supervisors are invited and encouraged to attend if you're able to. I just want to make it publicly known too that there are no public funds being spent on this event. This is completely funded and organized by your dedicated department heads, and it's just another way for us to say thank you to all county employees. And that's all I've got right now.
Thank you.
Something to follow up, Chair?
Please.
So County Council, CAO, I just wanted to follow up on something that came in via email, and it's related to the emergency communication system. And the concept was that later we'll talk about general plan and the general plan fund. And the question was, well, could we not add something to our permit fees that creates a fund to help maintain this emergency communication system, just like we have for the general fund, or general plan, so that we can do a general plan without having to dig into general fund. And so it occurred to me, we would never collect it fast enough to pay for this big heavy lift. But if we started at a small level, we could potentially build up enough that by the time we have to do big enhancements and updates, which we heard recently, you can spend the 2 or 3 million we're going to spend, and 10 years from now, you're going to have to spend a bunch more. And so I'm just wondering, is there a big process for doing that? Could we do that? And then I'd like to see if there's consensus for staff to go look into that or not, because it certainly sounded like a feasible thing to me.
Yeah, that's proper. It needs to be related to the funds need to be related to the program. But as long as they're related, then you can use it for that. Yeah.
Well, if anyone wants to say they're not related to our people coming out to save them, I'd be happy to have that discussion. So I guess I'm just curious if Chair, if that's all right, to just see if there's consensus for staff to look into that.
I would entertain the idea of that.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
I think we tighten the budget before we add another permit fee. Ridiculous.
Fair enough. Anyone else?
I'm interested seems though that it's not going to be as much of a whole of county origination that I would like. It's going to, if I understand you correctly, this would be people who are taking out a building permit, taking out a cannabis permit, or whatever. But we all need the emergency communications, and I am curious to explore what you're saying, but to think in terms of how could it be a bit more equally shared.
Yes,
Okay. So maybe it's staff direction to look at alternative funding sources and come back.
That's,
I agree.
I think that's broad enough.
Supervisor Brownfield, the answer is cutting the budget somewhere else. For others, it is maybe this permit thing, and for others, it's, well, is there something else that's more broadly applied to the general population? Okay.
But I like planning ahead.
Any further comments or questions out of the CAO report?
Oh, just one question. CEO Todd Hill, with our rates not going up as much and you were at the prison meeting, am I correct in thinking that there's a 7-year block that we are in and every year the 7th year drops off and we continue forward from there, maybe paying a lower or higher rate depending on what comes on?
There's a 7-year rolling average or rolling calendar that picks up our run loss history. So depending upon our claims, yes, some of that will fall off and then we'll get new ones, on there. So yes, that 7-year rolling average does play into our factor of what our overall insurance rate will be.
Thank you.
Everyone's complete?
Yep.
Okay. We'll now move to reports out from members of the Board of Supervisors, and we'll start with Supervisor Brownfield.
Good morning. So quiet on the home front for meetings. I have a lot of meetings coming up this next week. Continue to talk to constituents and about the zoning and look forward to the summer. So no out of county travel.
Supervisor Cox?
Yes. I did have out of county travel for RCRC. I attended the annual County of the Chair event that was in Mariposa County, June 3rd through 5th. As a side note, with to do with out of county travel reimbursements, however, please be reminded that RCRC does reimburse all costs attended with any of those meetings, so long as the voting member does attend the board meeting, which I did. CAO Tut Hill already gave information on the tort sort of claim reform letter that will be coming before us at the next meeting, so looking for that. The RCRC board received an informational presentation regarding RCRC's state mandate reimbursement claims program, something we've been talking about for a while. This is a battle that continues to be fought on behalf of all counties, not just rural counties. RCRC continues to engage in the battle with AT&T as they wish to set aside their responsibilities as carrier of last resort, and the board received an informational update on those proceedings. The RCRC photo contest is now open. I would request that we place information about that, perhaps on our website, and hopefully we can get some more participation in that this year. I would imagine we've got some talent that could put Trinity on the map a little bit.
Sorry, Supervisor Cox, what was that last one? I can't keep up.
The photo contest.
Oh, photo contest.
Mhm.
Thank you.
The winner of that does get like a little gift card, but it's really fun for all of the locations that photo ends up. And so having Trinity, kind of having a little bit of limelight there would be fun. And then it is again time to create the auction basket that Trinity County will contribute to the RCRC annual auction. I did send out a pretty detailed letter to our tourism and marketing team, and I'm asking for some joint collaboration in that effort. PSA 2, we met yesterday, and as the board approved a proclamation at our previous meeting regarding June being Elder Abuse Awareness Month, there was some significant discussion in what that looks like and how it goes down. And one of the things to kind of bring to attention are phone scams that our elderly would maybe be a bit overwhelmed by and not realize what's happening. I myself probably fit the demographic and also received a phone scam just last week. And it does rattle you to the point that it's a little hard to recognize. And another point that was brought up just for awareness, and Supervisor Lutweller can speak to it, I won't steal his great idea, But it might be a good time to revisit those things that we did when our children were younger and we sort of had a code word for our families. If somebody was going to pick up your child, they knew if that person didn't give the right word, don't go with that individual. Maybe that's something that we could kind of do in reverse for our elderly population and help them to have some support that they can have a little calmer approach to who's approaching them and a mechanism by which to discern what to engage with and what not to. The PSA2 board absolutely acknowledged what on paper looked like over 500 hours, but really in reality, it's probably double that of time spent by our advisory council, who really does some absolutely incredible work on the ground advocating for the needs of our elderly population and what they are able to achieve in advocating for those needs. Chair Carpenter Harris represented the collaborative committee's meeting on Friday. There was a project site visit that was taking place in her district, so she can share about that. The fire chiefs, I was there, and that has been shared about. Mostly what is reportable there is what happened with the communication system. NorCal EMS is still continuing to negotiate the transition from a nonprofit to a JPA. It's absolutely unbelievable what they've had to go through with that. But from a county perspective, the resolution that you all approved a month or so ago still places us where we need to be in order to be supportive in that process. And then lastly, LAFCO will meet today at 4 o'clock or thereafter. And the commission will receive a report analyzing the governance structure options for fire service providers in the downriver region, including Sawyer CSD, the Hawkins Bar VFD, and the downriver volunteer fire department. So if that is in your neck of the woods and of interest to you, you may wish to participate in that. End of report.
Thank you. Supervisor Leather.
Yes, between last meeting and this one, we had the Sierra Nevada Conservancy tour and board meeting. So it was nice to finally not travel out of county for that. And we got a lot of very positive feedback. Besides people understandably talking about how beautiful our county is and enjoying the natural aspect of it, as you would expect from that group. Every single person who said something to me commented about how friendly everybody was. And I thought that was just very nice to hear. From Nortec, which is our regional workforce development group, Susan Marie here in Trinity County and I are the co-chairs of that organization. And we have been meeting with staff and service providers following the resignation of the Nortec's executive director. We held an executive committee meeting. We approved a contract with an interim executive director. So we have somebody running the organization, and we are kicking into gear with an ad hoc hiring committee that I will chair to find someone for the permanent role. Participated in the Fire Chiefs Association meeting with Supervisor Cox, and then as she mentioned with the PSA2 joint board meeting, I think when this came up, I think it was just interesting to note that people talk a lot about artificial intelligence and what it can and can't do and the good and the bad. Well, one of the things that it can do, especially for people like us that sit here publicly having our voices recorded, is that AI can take that recording and they can put any script they want behind it. And so our kids, our friends, our family could receive a call that sounded exactly like us, saying, meet me here, do this, give me money, help me, I'm at the hospital, all kinds of things. And so that's where this code word thing came up, is that when it's not that far off, that you're going to be getting scam calls that sound exactly like your spouse, son, family, daughter, whatever. If you don't have something in place to help you make sure that is really who you think it is, then we're just all going to be at more risk for those scams. And it's not going to slow down. They're getting more and more prevalent. That's it for me.
Wonderful.
Supervisor Gogan.
I had no out of county travel. I did have a town hall meeting on last Thursday. that was well attended. I had Community Development Director Drew Pabani there to help answer questions on zoning. It was well attended. I think he did a great job. Adrian Keys also helped out as a constituent from District 3. I think that we answered the questions that were asked, and we gave some people peace of mind. But I guess the biggest thing I took out of that is, we're doing something right now that is going to last for decades. And I would ask this community, not just my district, but this community, to get involved. These things, without involvement from everybody, you're going to find out that your situation has changed for the better, for the worse, or not at all. And you may want to be involved to find out where you fall in that. So I would just ask Trinity County and its people to get on board with the zoning, the general plan, and everything that we're doing going forward, because it's very important and it will last a very long time. I actually have 2 meetings on the coast tomorrow, next day, with the Trinity Management Council, with George Kutsky and Mike Orcott and the rest of the council. And we will be discussing all things Trinity River related and Trinity River restoration related. That's it for me.
Thank you. As Supervisor Cox mentioned, I did attend the field trip day with Junction City, looking at the fuels reduction work and projects that will be going on around there. Hopefully, they're all in the process right now of doing everything it takes to get the big lift it takes to get that level of project up off of the ground. It is exciting as we move forward, watching fuels reduction take place on those who are willing to collaborate with the fire safe councils, with the U.S. Forest Service and others, as we remove that dead and dying vegetation off of the landscape, both on our private lands and adjacent federal lands. I love the saying that says, the more you prepare in peace, the less you bleed in war. And so I think the more we prepare for the oncoming fire seasons that will come, the more we prepare for that, the less damage will be done in the midst of that event. I had the opportunity to congratulate personally and speak with Representative James Gallagher. He was very interested in hearing some of what he believes to be the common concerns associated with rural counties across the North State of California. So that was an enjoyable conversation, and just grateful to have that opportunity to speak with someone who's in DC working on behalf of Californians. I also continued to do some networking with the Trinity River, the survey that's been going around, posting some of it and getting some information out to people who were interested. And then also just developing some meetings that I hope to bring forward with the Humboldt Area Foundation and different folks on potential funding opportunities for our county. I'm currently working and will be submitting a resolution for the Public Lands Caucus for NACO in preparation for the annual meeting that will be occurring in July. And I've also will be attending tomorrow, but have been following in preparation for it's coming out of the California Department of Natural Resources on geographical names. There's a project right now. They're moving forward with creating the opportunity for people, regardless of whether they live here in our state or not, and no definition of why they find the word offensive or derogatory, but to make a request to have names changed on geographical locations, street names, and all the types of things we have named, whether it's ridge lines or what have you. And part of the concern is that people will just bring forward things as they see fit without having to prove any real reason why they find that derogatory or offensive. And Trinity County has some what may say in modern era some rough names, but they are part of our heritage and our culture within our community. And I know that the surrounding areas, we have all kinds of fun, interesting names about gulches and ridge lines and different things that when that name was granted, it was because of a specific reason. And I believe in local control of the names of our places. And so I will be attending that tomorrow to try to make sure that we stay in front of that and make sure that we're the ones that name the places where we live. So that is all I have to report out at this time. Do we have a report out from tourism ad hoc?
Yes. The Trinity County Chamber of Commerce is hosting a webinar with 26 Digital focused on small businesses, what small businesses can do to help market themselves. It's on Friday at 11 a.m. And you can look to the Trinity County Chamber of Commerce site Facebook feed for more information to participate in that. And those are one of the sessions that were funded by the board's awarding of TOT related funds. Also, the first quarterly meeting with the ad hoc committee and key stakeholders is being scheduled for later this month. And this is where the chamber will share information about their use of the first $7,500 that was awarded by the county and their plans for the use of the next $7,500. The focus is on collaboration and impact. And basically, the ad hoc committee members will review what is presented, make a determination of how well the funds were used, how were they planning to use them, hear feedback from key stakeholders as to whether they feel like the plans are representative of all of county needs and the best use of those funds, and then come back to this board to say that we have or have not authorized the release of those additional funds. So go ahead.
So this board has already okay, I'm sorry. Let me make sure I heard you correctly. You're just going to report out during your ad hoc report that you did release.
Yes,
Okay.
the ad hoc is, as I understand, has been empowered to say, yes, the funds can be released, so we don't have to come back through this cycle. So once that ad hoc committee meets, we'll basically reach out to Susie and say, yes, go ahead or don't, and then we'll come back to the board just to let you know what has been done.
Great, thank you. Fine. Thank you all for all of your hard work and moving items forward constantly. I know your email boxes are probably as full as mine, and so it's quite a journey every week. Okay, we'll now move into consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Do we have any public comment in the room on consent calendar?
Good morning again, Lisa Wright. Research has shown that cognitive functioning is highest at 70 to 72 degrees. And I don't know what it is in here, but it's freezing. So give me a little grace on my comments. Because
At 71.
oh, awesome. Okay. Well, then I'm just cold today. I think it would benefit the public to have a better understanding of what constitutes routine and non-controversial. Are there objective standards applied? And this might be for the CAO. I know that there are greatly varying dollar amounts on the consent, high and low, but then there's the same on the actual open agenda. So how do you make that distinction? I think the public would be grateful to understand. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any online?
Ben?
Good morning again, Ben Kellogg, Weirville. In regards to D19, I just wanted to urge, and I don't know whether this is just a 25-26 item, but I hope that the network administrator position is in the budget for for this coming next year, and it's not going to be stripped out permanently. It's great that we're replacing equipment, but this position is critical to the county. Even though our current CIO was the network administrator, I feel having double duty as a CIO and a network administrator is a negative impact for the county, and this would be a huge loss if this is something that's going to be stripped out of the budget going forward years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment online?
Rhoda?
This is Rhoda Kane from East Fork Coffee Trinity Center area. I agree 100% with Lisa's comments. This is something I've wondered about for a long time. Some things seems confusing. Thanks.
Any further public comment online?
I have no additional raised hands.
We will now close public comment for the consent calendar, and I will hear for a motion, or if any board member wishes to pull an item.
Move to approve as presented.
Any discussion?
I will have two comments to make, whether we do it before or after, but it doesn't require pulling any items.
We have a motion on the table, so discussion is appropriate.
Thank you. With regard to D21 on the streetlights, I did receive some wonderful feedback from staff and appreciate understanding that this money gets built up as a 1% allocation of property taxes over time. This is not something where if you don't use it, you will lose it. There's a lot of money sitting in there right now. The piece that I wasn't able to further research and would like to look into is kind of how much dreaming can we do and spend that money if there are ways by which that we would like to better light things for safety or ambiance or to just improve the aesthetics of our community. No problem spending what we are doing and appreciate the work that is going into the planning and the implementation of that item. And then with regard to item D23, the request for input by the public into these transportation needs that create these plans that we approve the resolution of is certainly present. It is documented. Those people that speak into it, thankful for them and for that, and would like to look at ways by which to increase that participation and feedback. That's it.
Thank you. Any further comments? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Thank you.
We will now take a break and return at 11:01. Okay. We will now reconvene the meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors for June 16th, 2026, opening with county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. We will start with item E1, Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health Services. Receive a presentation and approve the Trinity County Behavioral Health Services Act Integrated Plan. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Supervisors, Liz Hamilton, Health and Human Services Agency Director. And we have a presentation that will be pulled up. I think while we're waiting for that, I just set the stage. The last time we spoke about our Behavioral Health Services Act and the changes coming your way, our way, was in February earlier this year. And when we talk about behavioral health and the services that are offered through behavioral health, I just want to set the framework for the population that we're discussing. And it is those that are Medi-Cal beneficiaries with serious mental health issues. Easy. There you go. Okay. So the background of our Behavioral Health Services Act, which is a change from the Mental Health Services Act, we had Prop 1 that was voted on 2 years ago, just over 2 years ago, which was the change on the 1% tax to the millionaire group in California, which funds mental health services. And when Proposition 1 was passed, it added kind of a new layer of housing into the mental health space. This is set to all the services and all these changes in our implementation plan is set to go live July 1. No. All right, thank you. So our responsibilities with these changes with Prop 1 was to develop a plan, an integrated plan to outline the state priorities for the mental health population and housing needs into a 3-year plan from 2026 through 2029, and to describe for the state and our community how we would serve the public and how we would spend funds that are allocated to us. There are new annual reporting requirements within that, and then also community engagement reporting. So the 3 main components of this funding are broken into these 3 categories: housing interventions, full service partnership, and then behavioral health service and supports. The new one is the housing interventions. The other 2 categories have existed with Mental Health Services Act, but there is a shifting in how the funds are spent and some new rules on that or new percentages attached to that. So next slide. Well, the housing interventions includes these categories. So we're really focused on individuals with serious mental illness or serious emotional disturbance and substance abuse. That's one of the other new things, as well as housing, is allowing for service. Believe it or not, mental health and substance use disorder have been separate buckets, and this allows them to be served together, those clients served together. The bridge being housing in a lot of the ways. So housing, you can read, it's rental assistance, housing interventions in that space. There's a priority of funding 50% of that 30% bucket is for those that are chronically homeless with severe mental illness. And then there are some with capital development. We'll talk about in a little while how we're prioritizing some of those funds. And then there are some exemptions that are, as a small county, that these will slowly unfold. We don't have housing capital here. And so these interventions will slowly unfold over time as we build up our capacity. The next slide. Full service partnership really just speaks to additional services, kind of whatever it takes for those with severe mental illness, that are the most complex needs, adults or youth. And when we talk about youth in the mental health space, we're often referring to our youth up to the age of 25. High fidelity RAP is really specific to child welfare in children that are the highest complex need, kids that are returning to a lower level of care, and how do you wrap enough support around them to stabilize that transition home or to a lower level of care. Next slide. And then the last bucket, but is not new to us, is the behavioral health services and supports. These are, you see the list of early intervention, outreach, and engagement. What is new in this category is that 51% of this bucket has to be, can be spent is on those that are under the age of 25. So we're really shifting with a more of a priority focus on our youth with our services and supports. So what is required for us putting together this plan? And I want to give kudos and a big thank you to Brian Marshall-Winks and his leadership with behavioral health team in putting this together over the last 2 years. This is a heavy lift. It's a lot of engagement and planning, data research, understanding trends over time. What we were asked to do is obtain input on our behavioral health needs here, create our draft plan, open that up for a 30-day public review period, and then submit our draft, which we did to Department of Healthcare Services, who oversees Medi-Cal. We've conducted several public hearings, and now we're on the last 2 items there, obtain your approval today, and then submit the final draft copy by the end of this month to Department of Healthcare Services. So our 3-year plan, we're going to go into the high-level overview of what that includes. First, with our community engagement, we conducted a local survey using the objectives of the state in our survey. The top priorities when we surveyed, we had 90 survey results, and then there were several just conversations, which I find to be very enlightening in addition to actual written surveys. But what kind of came of that, which didn't change really from our time in February when I reviewed these priorities, the suicide prevention and education being #1 priority among our surveyors and just in conversation. And, identifying untreated and undiagnosed behavioral health conditions. And then the bottom 2 there actually kind of tied for importance was prevention services within child welfare, and then addressing the chronically homeless issues. Our surveyors found that the top 3 population groups were our homeless individuals, high school children ages 13 to 17, and our veteran population. When we compared that to the local data, we found that there was, our surveyors were in line with what our local data was sharing. And we also have the opportunity to look at in public health, we have a community health assessment in our community health improvement plan, our CHOT and CHIP, which complements their data, actually supports and complements the data that we're finding here in behavioral health, is that we do have suicide rates here 4 times the state average per capita in Trinity County. We are heavily impacted by this devastation and loss. We also have a higher utilization of non-fatal emergency department visits in our local hospital, drug-related overdose, and those related visits to the emergency room department are also well above state average. This actually in our CHOT and CHIP rated as the #1 concern, and then suicide, either fatalities or attempts was #2. So we see this in our data across our county as concerns. And then system overload. We have a high or disproportionate homeless student enrollment. And by homeless in this category would fall under the category of homeless or homeless instability. It's not that they are necessarily sleeping on the streets, but their housing is unstable and that they are multiple families living or couch surfing. Students are couch surfing when their families live maybe in another county, but they're here for school. Incompetent to stand trial is something that we are seeing in the mental health space as well. where we have offenders in our custody in our jail that have a mental health diagnosis or disorder that renders them incompetent to stand trial, and that is evident in our need to participate in those court proceedings. And then our children in foster care. We have done a great deal of work in prevention to keep our children safely in their home, but we do still have very complex needs of families coming into our systems that do require us to work in partnership with mental health. Okay, so when we look at our data and our surveying, and then what our team is able to say, all right, this is our plan, this is the what we want to do, which you can read the full details online. I hyperlink that within the board report, but it is on our behavioral health webpage as well. You can read the full report. But when we look at just narrowing this down into the list, we want to prioritize our local delivery, increase our staffing capacity. We want to strengthen our services and supports, expand our outpatient care and coordination. We want to leverage telehealth. When we did survey, telehealth actually was readily agreeable to most persons doing the survey. They thought that that was a good option. It's not an option for everyone, but there was a general consensus that that was a good option to have. Improving our mobile crisis response, ensuring that we have more programs for our youth and our transition age youth going into adulthood, that 19 to 25-year-old age group, expanding our substance use disorder services and increasing our housing interventions and support. So I do want to talk about some of the things that we are doing when we talk about our behavioral health services and supports. We have increased our education and outreach and our capital facilities projects, in that we have participated with Office of Education in wellness rooms. Junction City Elementary School, they have opened up their wellness room and Douglas City Elementary School is going to be building out their wellness room on their campus, and that is done in partnership with behavioral health. And we're really excited about that. So if you haven't seen the Junction City facility, I know that Ms. Camara is very proud and has made that information available, but I can provide more information to the board. So that is what we want to achieve. And how we want to achieve this is just continuing to partner with bringing behavioral health and public health more closely together, using the information and the resources that we have together. We want to expand our service footprint in Hayfork, upgrading facilities there, bringing in the full scope of our services to Hayfork for Southern Trinity as well, and just closing that gap. We want to pay attention to our justice-involved interventions and the acute psychiatric care. This is really important. As you guys are aware, we have been partnering with the sheriff and corrections team for the last year and a half, bringing our services into the jail with PathGI funds. We have a presence up there with both SUD, mental health, and then our public health staff. We have increased our nursing and medical support up there. That has just been a tremendous support to the sheriff and their team, and I'm really proud of that work. It's been a lot of work and really good work. We were awarded Prop $36 for SUD, expanding SUD services, so I look forward to what we can do with that. I've met with both our judges, and we've had great conversations as far as services that can be offered in the coming years. We are working with our medical director, Dr. Armerding. He is our local psychiatrist in person. He has been working with our clinicians on kind of enhancing their skill and ability with the incompetent to stand trial, shadowing and working with their ability to present quality reports to our court. And we're engaged with the public defender's office on all of that work. I'm just so proud of the team. Every one of these bullet points, I will say, it makes for a simple list, but there's so much work that has gone into this in the last year and a half, and I'm just really proud of our team. And then youth stabilization, our high fidelity wrap, again, that is specific to our child welfare group. and we meet on a regular basis. We have a technical assistance contract with UC Davis in ensuring that our plans that we're putting into place to serve these youth are just solid. We are resource limited here in Trinity County. And most of our children, when they're placed into a higher level of care, they go well beyond the borders of Trinity County. So how do we bring them home when they're further away, Shasta County, Butte County, and they have a lot of services available, and then they come back to Trinity County and those services are not in place or not even available? We have to help close that gap. And then, of course, our opioid coalition, there is a lot of work that is being done and will continue to be done, and just expanding for substance abuse in the youth space. The specific request is in that 6th to 12th grade education and outreach in our schools. We do actively work in that space. Reaching Forward conference was just held at the end of May, and I can't wait to share future kind of how that went with you guys. But I want to go to the next slide, because the overdose crisis is something that our opioid coalition is working on with public health and SUD, harm reduction, prevention, treatment, and recovery. We did put out a request for a proposal to spend some of that money down from the state, from the awards that we have been given in some of those lawsuits. We will be reviewing those and then awarding out. So you'll be hearing about that pretty soon. Because it goes beyond us. We need the support of our nonprofits locally and other partners, Partnership Healthcare, to kind of address this collectively with us. I think that is, one other thing in this space as well with education and outreach. We newly are developing an integrated services and support division within the department that is aimed on being the forerunner of all of these programs, so that it is dedicated and not something that we are, as the leadership team, doing additional to our everyday job, that we have someone that is dedicated to seeing this work all the way through. So I'm excited to hire. We've done a recruitment, and I'm excited to hire for that position and put a team around all of these efforts very formally, so that nothing is lost. So, in closing, there are a lot of needs that need to be addressed in our community. This plan is our investment in the work that we are doing and the work that we will be doing for those that really are just suffering with severe mental illness. And the result of that, this does take a village. And even if your part is being educated and aware. And so we just thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have about our plan, and looking forward to getting this submitted on time to the state.
Can we go back to the local data slide, if you have it there?
One moment, Supervisor Gogan, I have a question. We need to do public comment on this item?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay. Let's receive public comment, and then we'll go to questions. Is that okay?
Fine, absolutely.
Okay, that way we can ask for the public if anything comes up in that.
Sounds
time.
good. Perfect.
Do we have any public comment on this item in the room? Do we have any public comment online?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll close that, and thank you. Come.
So far ahead of the game, I am.
You are. You're amazing. Supervisor
Go back to
Gogan.
the local data slide, please. And I know you won't have a solid answer for this, but 4 times higher than the state average for suicide rates in Trinity County is unbelievable. What do you think leads to us, having 4 times than the state average? And there's small counties, there's poor counties, there's similar counties to us, economically, very rural. Why are we 4 times higher? Or what would you think would be the reason?
When we train staff on, response to harm reduction and prevention in this space. One of the things that we discuss often with our psychiatrist is in rural areas, the isolation and substance use are the two primary factors that contribute to this.
And again, drug-related overdoses, we lead the league.
Unfortunately, I know these are not statistics that we want to have, and they're heavy-hearted, right?
Yeah, no
We
doubt.
want to do better in our community and, receive people really well where they're at, meet them where they're at. And, yeah, these are heavy conversations to have, and they're heavy places to hold for our staff as they're serving the public. And, but the antidote to all of these, in my opinion, and supported by evidence, is the installation of hope.
I'm not sure what slide it was, but I think the target age group that you're looking at, 6th grade through 12th grade.
For substance use prevention.
Yeah,
and
is,
intervention.
having a son who works in the school system, a lot of times I ask them, why don't you go to the parents, and talk to them, and they're worse than the kids. So I think if you get to the kids at a young enough age, you may turn the cycle a little bit. And I know you're trying to, and I know everybody in every meeting I go to is trying to help this. And it is a hard, heavy conversation to have, and I'm glad we get to have it every now and then.
And I think the takeaway for all of us with education and outreach is acknowledging people, seeing them, making eye contact, having conversations, and being hopeful. And that doesn't have to be fake or forced. It's just letting people know that they are seen and they matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions?
Save a comment for after the motion.
Okay, do we have any other questions? I have a couple questions, if I may.
Okay.
When we look at the suicide rates, and then also, as you mentioned, kind of the feeling of hopelessness, I wonder, kind of in all of this too, when we're looking at the folks that end up in those places, or who are actively in those places, and we're trying to help them out, do we look at their nutritional health as well? I know that starving brains, when people don't eat proper foods and they don't have that full diverse makeup of what is necessary to have a whole body diet, that it causes a lot of restrictions on your ability to cope even. Is that something that's looked at in your?
Absolutely. One of my favorite surprises went with our behavioral health and health and human services merge, when I got to meet our medical director and asked him about his philosophies in the same vein of what you're asking about. And, his practice and philosophy is asking first and foremost about nutrition, sleep, just hydration. How are you doing? Where are you connected? And addressing those issues before starting anything else. Just the holistic approach. And I really value that is what we get to offer from our mental health department.
Very good. And then also another question is, when we look at substance abuse, are we looking kind of, I guess, lower down the ladder at the actual substance abuse of caffeine with the energy drinks, and nicotine with vaping, and a lot of those other screen time, social media, just chronically being on gaming, different things like that? I just know from being around a lot of young people that those things really do have an impact on their mental health. And when you see a growing person constantly with an energy drink in their hand, and they're eating what are those Takis?
Yeah.
Nonstop, it's like, how can that be good for you? And then the artifact of all of that stuff combined, that those high energy drinks, and then screen time and gaming and poor nutrition, you end up with these kids that just can't even pull their minds together, and then they become hopeless because they think they're out of control, but really it's what they're consuming. So when we look at substance abuses, are we looking at some of those things as well?
So in the practice of substance use disorder, they're focused on the prevention and early interventions. I think what you're speaking to is also culture wars, right? What is normalized for our young population. I would say that we heavily hit on that in public health. Within our social determinants of health, there is more of that education outreach targeted there. And all those factors are considered, which is what is beautiful about the public health behavioral health partnership, is that they can look at these social norms, if you will, and behavioral health. You can still look at the clinical treatment side.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions?
Yeah, I do. Are there conversations with your interaction with the school system in general, you know, be that through the county office or the school sites themselves, to partner in reintroducing nutrition education back into our core curriculum?
As far as core curriculum, you know, I have not broached those conversations with our superintendent of school. I'm happy to. I think it's an important conversation, whether it's funded or not. The SNAP education cut our healthy living budget this year, and so all those funds have sunsetted, unfortunately. But we have introduced and maximized starting vegetable gardens within our school sites. And you look at Burnt Ranch and what they have done, and Junction City, where we have invested time in partnership with those schools specifically. You know, I was disappointed that those programs were cut from SNAP. However, I think that we live in an area where this is something that is embedded in who we are as people, and we could carry that forward. So, yeah, I hope that that comes back in the future as
And
well.
even if that is not a standalone funded focused upon program in and of itself, I would think that there is space to have a conversation to integrate these kinds of things into the rest of the curriculum scope and sequence, where when we are talking about all of the other things, it can be discussed too, and we can be doing some education while we're educating.
Yeah, I think our school systems are amazing in nutrition and physical activity. I think that they have done very, very well by our kids. I worry more about home life, where that doesn't exist as much as in our schools, actually.
Mhm.
Yeah.
One more.
You have a question?
Yeah, just a comment. Yeah, I think a lot of that stems from sitting, having too much time on their hands. And remember when we were young, you know, we got into basketball or whatever we did. And I think kids are lacking the extracurricular. The schools are definitely doing a good job of that, but there needs to be more work on getting them out and focusing them on other things and hope and life out there. So
Yeah, kids need
I
to
know-
run and play and get dirty. Yeah.
They do.
Yes. Yeah. So I will now hear a move to approve.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Do we have any discussion at this time?
I just wanted to acknowledge that, you know, when we did our strategic plan work, one of the things that we added in the last round of adjustments to it was a healthy community strategy. And it was because of some of these kind of data points where we acknowledged that's not only a super high suicide rate, it's the highest in the state. And so we said, well, how do we get there? How do we move from where we are? And we have to have a strategy to do that. So when I look at something like this, it's an extremely robust plan that covers many of the bases that you would expect in a healthy community strategy. So I just applaud that, you know, we may have had to do it because there's all these changes coming and we have to submit it. But to me, I love that it is filling out one of those key deliverables from our strategic plan, and it reinforces that, you know, we need these kinds of things because we won't always be pushed to do something like this, but we need to do things like this to address these things that we've highlighted as key concerns or opportunities of the county. So thank you for taking it as seriously as I know you do all these things. And I know you and your team are always way out ahead of what's required anyway. But I just really felt good about seeing this come through and knowing that it is filling a big gap that we've had. Thank you.
And I will add to that, that's not, I mean, it's highlighted throughout the plan and called out in other areas of the department. I'd say at large is also our age and elderly population and veteran community. We did receive feedback on that, and that's not lost on us. And we do have plans that are fully encompassed in other work groups as well. And because it's our youth and it's our elders, kind of our bookends, right, where we really need to offer the most support. So thank you. And thank you for just your effort, actually, Supervisor Lutwell, our Mental Health Advisory Board, and just participating in the development of these plans and strategies.
My pleasure.
Are there any other comments to be made? Supervisor Fox?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out how blessed we are as a county to have an HHSA entire department and director and all of your team who are who you are. Your comment when you said that you believe that it's the installation of hope that is going to make the difference in where we stand right now. I've heard it said, and I believe the person with the most hope in the room has the most influence. And you bring that, you bring it to your team translates that into our communities, our schools, our places of need. And I'm grateful for that. Thank you for your work. When all of this was first, brought forward that here's the work you're going to get to do. You're going to get to dissect all of this and what it means and implement a program. And that looked absolutely daunting and overwhelming. And you all took it on and here it is and ready to move it out. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, and your whole group back there.
They're
They're
amazing. Yeah.
fantastic
They care
people
about this
and
community.
wonderful to work with. Great community members,
Mhm.
and they know the community well, so
Yes.
we're in good shape. We're moving right in the right direction.
One moment. I also will just add that my hearts and my prayers are for your staff because they're the ones who deal with this firsthand. They see these impacts. They touch the hungry kids. They hold the afraid woman. They sit by the aging elder who's afraid in their home. They have witnessed with their own hearts and their own eyes this terrible reality that we have this high suicide rate and this high drug and mental health problem. And so it's not lost on me that there's an impact to them as well. And so I recognize that, and I wish them resiliency and buoyancy and a peace in their heart that they know they're doing their best. So we'll now call for the vote.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Harris.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
everything.
you.
We will now move to Health and Human Services budget adjustments. Approve a budget adjustment for General Assistance Department 5106, increasing other charges by 15,000, and approve a budget adjustment for FY 25-26 for General Fund Contingency Department 9901, decreasing provisions for contingency by 15,000.
It's not often that I come before the board asking for funds. We're asking for contingency funds to close out this fiscal year, $15,000 for our general assistance group. As you recall, this is a population of individuals that does not qualify for any other program in our department, and this is a county-operated program. When I did a look back, actually, at data, 5 years ago, we averaged a caseload size of 3 to 11 individuals in this caseload, and right now we are at 45.
Wow.
And those numbers, I talked to my peers in other counties, just continue to increase.
speaking during the break and coverage. And it appears as though all circuits are back, so
Okay.
please proceed.
Um, it's hard to, when we build our budgets, to estimate how many persons we might serve in this program, and we're just at a place where we need a little bit more money to get us through the year. So that is our request. Happy to take any questions.
We will have public comment on this item. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any online for this item?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions of the board on this item? Questions only?
No.
Seeing none? CO Tuttle?
Chair, may I make just a comment procedurally to address some of the prior public comments as far as why this item is on county matters?
Yes, please.
So this budget adjustment is on county matters because it is a contingency fund request. All contingency fund requests you will see on county matters, and regardless of the dollar value. It could be $5, it could be $10, it could be $100,000. It does not matter. If it's coming from contingency funds, it'll be on county matters as a procedural item. You'll see some other budget adjustments up in the consent item, and those are just standard budget adjustments that are moving money within already pre-approved budget allocations that the board has already seen. There are some definitions in the governance manual as far as consent items, what meets that category and what meets the county matters category. And those items that you see on consent, even though a dollar value may be high for a contract or an agreement with the state, it's still routine county business. There's nothing controversial about it. There's nothing different about it. It's just very standard and routine. So that's some of the differentiation between why some budget adjustments or some contract items, are maybe on county matters versus consent.
Okay, thank you. We have no further comments from our questions from the board, so I'll now take a motion.
Move to approve as presented.
Oh, second.
Do we have any questions from the board at this time? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Thank you.
We will now move to item E3, County Administrative Office. Adopt a resolution which adopts a preliminary budget for FY 2020 or 2026 and 2027. CAO Tahil.
Thank you, Chair. So in front of you is a proposed resolution to adopt our preliminary budget. This takes the same approach we've used now the last 3 years. It is basically a 40% of the needed budget plus some of those known items that we always pay right up front in July to get us through until you adopt a final budget by the 2nd of October. So as you see in the staff report, we're looking at about a $4.1 million gap to close by the time we come through budget hearings and we adopt a final budget. Yes, that seems like a big number, and it will create some challenges for us to close that gap. But just for reference, the prior year in 25-26, we had a $3 million gap to close. In 24-25, we had an $8.3 million gap to close. And in 23-24, we had a $5.4 million gap to close. So it's not out of range. It's going to be doable. And through diligent efforts with department heads, we will figure out a way to close that gap. I hope to not have to get into the mode of, imposition or employee reductions like some other counties are going through right now. If you've noticed in the news, there are, North State counties that are having to lay employees off at this stage of their budget adoption because they know they're in a much worse situation than we're in right now. So even though we do have our work cut out for us, we are optimistic about being able to close that gap and bring forth a very solid budget in September to the board. The local services, that will be provided, with having to close that $4.1 million gap that department heads think they need to run their departments adequately is obviously going to have an impact. As we've stated in the past, sometimes the service level that departments and department heads want to provide, it's not as high as they want. It's not the level of service they want to provide. But funding realities are what funding realities are. And we have to work within that realm of reality. You can see, you have been tracking, the state budgets and where we're at with those and some of the knowns and unknowns. Much more of those unknowns have become knowns as of last night, but there still are some unknowns out there, which is why we go through this process between now and the 2nd of October to adopt a final budget, because there will be some opportunities for some of those revenue streams to become more of a known fact that we can plan on and adequately budget for next year. Like we've done in past years, we're going to use the strategic plan priorities that this board has set and approved and has stood behind. Obviously with the public safety as always the number one priority. So we will use those as we launch into department head hearings in July. And then we further refine the budget in August, and then we bring it back to the board in September with the public hearings for that final adoption in late September. And we can take any questions that you may have at this point.
Any questions from the board? We'll have public comment on this item. Is there any public comment in the room?
Supervisors, Lisa Wright. I do have kind of a question just from a framing perspective. So you mentioned that it's 40%, the 76 million is 40% of the projected full budget amount. Out of curiosity, I think the public is interested in this. How much of that comes from the state versus how much is actually like discretionary locally produced revenue? I've heard in the past, maybe 14 million is local discretionary. I don't know if that's accurate. Maybe it was in the report, but I didn't get into the depths of the full 1,600 pages. So things like that, I think would be interesting for us to understand. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any online?
Ben?
Good morning again, Ben Kellogg, Weirville. Budget priorities. I know this is going to be a bit controversial for some, but we should be funding our sheriff's department at 100%. We should be, funding, HHS at 100%, transportation, elections, but our volunteer fire departments, we're not funding them, and we should be. Public safety is the county's #1 job. And I still haven't gotten an answer. I ask this question all the time. Why don't we fund our volunteer fire departments? And it's why do we say thank you for your service while we basically give them crumbs? We have them do tri-tip dinners, and now we're supposedly talking about making a fund so that our, county, who is one of the poorest counties in the state, we're going to start fundraising to put money towards our public safety repeater systems. To me, that's ridiculous. It's a bad look. Shouldn't be doing it. Our constituents have better things to do with their money than to give it to the county. That's one of their responsibilities, not our constituents. If someone would love to answer that question as to why we thank our volunteer fire departments for their service, but we don't fund them, other than that's how we've always done it, I'd love to hear it. And I'm sure many, many, many other people in this county would too also. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment online?
I have no additional raised hands.
We'll close public comment. Do we have any questions from the board at this time? Supervisor Brownfield?
Yeah, is it appropriate to ask to answer those questions that we just got or not?
Will you use your mic?
Oh, is it appropriate to have those questions answered by Ben and by Lisa? Is it appropriate here to direct staff to look into the answers to those for the public?
Yeah, we don't typically answer on site the questions brought by the public. What I will do is ask CAO Tuthill to if do you feel like you can answer how much comes from the state versus how much comes from the county very quickly, or is that something that we need to have greater?
So typically at this stage, we don't break it out like that. We could, if you go back and look at the budget book from last year and every prior year before that, all of those allocations are very much broken out by that. And we will have all of those allocations broken out by, what's state funded, what's federally funded, what's local. All of that will be in the budget book that's released by September 8th. So all of that's there as we build the final budget, but we don't go into that kind of analysis for the preliminary budget.
Okay.
Typically.
But in general, you could look at last year's and kind of get a feel.
It's probably within a percentage or two for the last 20 to 50 years. It's probably going to all be about the same.
Okay, so that data is available to the public via
Absolutely.
last year's budget. You can find
it's
it
out there, right? Absolutely. They're out there right now.
Okay. Yep. And regarding the volunteer fire departments, I believe Mr. Kellogg is in Supervisor Cox's district. No, Supervisor Weiler's district?
Or what? Sorry?
Mr. Kellogg will have to identify his district, and perhaps it can be a opportunity to share information offline about how volunteer fire departments are
Yep,
funded.
he does reside inside of District 1. I believe that his comments are directed more toward the Weaverville Fire Department, but really all of our volunteer fire departments in general. And he and I have been working for about 3 weeks to try to coordinate our schedules to sit down and have part of this conversation. I have a feeling that his comments today maybe are a little even more in-depth, but I'm happy to have that conversation together. Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Brownfield, does that help you?
Absolutely. Thank
Okay.
you.
Very good. Thank you. I will now entertain a motion on this item.
Move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
I do have a comment.
Okay.
I think it's just worth noting, we've had some comments today about why don't we fund more, because it's not fair to say we don't fund, but why don't we fund more the volunteer fire departments? Statements about we should not just try to provide good services, but excellent services. And we've also had comments that when we talked about how we might be able to fund multi-million-dollar emergency communication systems that might involve a small fee added to systems and services that are used by our citizens, that's, of course, we should not do that. And so what I guess I want people to realize is there is not a money tree. And the county is meant to be a good steward of the funds that are available to us. We seek and obtain millions of dollars in grants, in agency funds that we just heard about, for instance, with behavioral health. There are lots of ways that we can and do receive money, and then we have to do the best that we can with it. And as CAO Tuthill just mentioned, some of our peer counties right now are not talking about how can they provide more excellence in services. They're talking about how can we keep running the county because we have to cut a good portion of our staff. So at some point, there has to be a realization that if you want things to be funded, you have to find the funds. And if you think that there is a magic wand to wave over this budget and cut a bunch out of it, then I can't wait to see how you bring that forward. I have reviewed budgets for decades, and I think Susie will tell you, I
was very in-depth for quite some time. And usually when there's a financial thing, I'm asking more questions than anyone else. And I see an extremely tightly run budget. I see departments that even when we talk about having requests for $4 million more than we know we're going to have, I can guarantee you every one of those would have asked for more money to provide the excellence that we all agree we should be able to provide. The 4.1 is a way of saying, well, we really need this, not, boy, if we were going to do this, great, here's what we would need. Or, oh, if we wanted to now suddenly have $3 million to put a new emergency communication system. Oh, if we suddenly wanted to buy equipment for the fire departments outside of what we can get for Cal OES grants. Oh, if we wanted to pay volunteers so they didn't have to just volunteer their time. The list goes on. There's lots of things. And every single time that I have raised the possibility of finding a new source of funding, whether that's TOT, T-bid, sales tax, anything, it's, well, of course not. And yet there is nothing on the other side of that to say, so we understand why we have to make these difficult decisions. So if I'm going to sit here and listen to questions where people make unreasonable expectations matched by an unwillingness to support the process of funding those expectations, then you can hear back from me how I feel about that.
I would agree 100%. The fact that we have not been able to pass a TOT tax is, I think, embarrassing for this county. You know, we asked for more services, more help, more everything, and our revenue is flatlined. We don't get, much more, and we've worked hard. I think twice now since I've been a supervisor to tax people who do not live in our county, who come here to visit. It seems so odd to me that we get asked for all these special things, knowing that we sit here and say, we don't have any extra money. We are actually at a deficit, but people want more, but they're not willing to get behind it. And we're not going to get out in front of it that way. I'll tell you what, we're not going to get out of it that way. You can think we are, but we're not going to. I would think about getting a sales tax to bring in some extra money. That's how we're going to get out in front of things. We are not generating revenue here any more than we were several years back with property taxes and all. There's a few ways to get in front of this, or at least get to help with services in Trinity County. One of them would be to pass a TOT tax that is a tax that probably 99% of Trinity County would not pay into. And it's bewildering to me why we cannot pass that and have not passed that here. So keep asking for things, and you know what? If you don't want to get behind it, you're probably not going to get them. And that's that.
Thank you. Do you have any other points? No? We'll call for the vote.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Thank you.
We will now move to item E4, Community Development and Planning. Adopt a resolution modifying the initial conditions of approval for the subdivision approved as part of Planning File P17-36, Yorndov K Post Subdivision Modification P-26-04. Welcome.
Hello, Angel Chapel Assistant Planner. So this project is a tentative parcel map that was previously approved with a list of conditions. And over the last several years, the applicant has been trying to satisfy those conditions. And these are just a few more that we would like to tweak to better capture what is occurring on the ground. So one of the conditions is to change from having the, in regards to the U.S. Forest Service Road, it's U.S. Forest Service replied back saying that it's a public open road, so nothing further is required in that regard. And to for the remainder of the road that crosses over the applicant's parcel for them to dedicate it, which the DOT would then reject the dedication, which means that it would be locking it in for public access, but the DOT would not be responsible for maintaining it. And so this project is, has a deadline of July 17th. And so they've exhausted all the extensions or time extensions for the map. And so in order to be able to get this resolved and proceed forward, we're needing final approval from the board. The other item that was that we're seeking to adjust is when the geotechnical report is required. We think that it's more appropriate to require it before development, so when they go to pull a building permit, versus trying to capture the entire 160 acres with a geotech report prior to recording the map. So that's the condition we're looking to change, the capture time and mechanism for the geotech report. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board at this time? No, we'll have public comment on this item now. Do we have any public comment in the room?
Good morning, Supervisors. Nathaniel Gravett, professional land surveyor, working on this project. Quick history. I'm the third surveyor to take this project on. It's quite old. One passed away, another threw on a white flag. We are weeks away from recording this map. I've worked very hard to get it to this point. These two items that you're voting on today are the big items that are going to make or break this project at this point. So regarding Curling Creek Road, I received this project about 3 years ago. I have tried communicating with the Forest Service many, many times throughout that entire duration. Initially met with a lot of silence or passed on to the next guy. Never made any headway. And it's become worse for reasons beyond anybody's control. Big government issues. That said, the conditional approval item is to grant a new easement over this road to Forest Service and abandon the prior easement that the road as it exists falls outside of. In the 25 plus years that I've been doing this, I've never heard of the Forest Service abandoning an easement. I don't think it's in their interest. I don't see them doing it. So it was a poor condition in that regard up front. I tried to grant the easement. I got no correspondence in a positive from them. So in recent months, I started looking for alternative solutions, proposed to the county that we dedicate a right-of-way over that portion of road to the county, allowing for public access in and out, public utilities that the county could then systematically reject. And the effect being that there will be a easement over this road corridor for the public to access public utilities that the county does not hold any responsibility over. But it will sit there in perpetuity to be offered and accepted if the county should ever at some point in the future take on Curling Creek Road for themselves. Bulgaria, the geotech report. So geotech report, this is a 160 acre parcel. We are creating 40 acre parcels. I saw a geotech report when I first took the project on. 2 months ago, I was told by DOT it did not apply to the whole site. It was only for the road that was being developed. I sought remedy, got ideas of what that would involve. Far more time involved than we have available, $60,000 project. It could be an applicable application of this constraint if we were creating 1 acre, half acre parcels where there was a need to determine that every new resulting parcel would be legally developable. These are 40 acre parcels, not an issue. I proposed, can I go just slightly longer?
Want just a little bit, just to finish up though.
So I proposed to the county that the proper approach would be to request a soil report at site of development when a building permit is pulled to determine that particular location is suitable for a structure. The director of DOT is in full agreement, endorsement of this approach. Planning has agreed, and the solution has been to record notice of environmental constraint over it to facilitate that.
Okay, we'll have to close you.
Thank
off.
you.
Thank you.
Any
Thank you.
questions?
None. Not at this time. Do we have any further public comment in the room?
Good early afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tom Belanco, Douglas City. I've also been working on this project for many years, almost a decade. And I think we are very close to going across the finish line. I think we have pretty much as close to consensus as we're going to get on all the moving parts on this item before you. So I would encourage you to adopt what the Planning Commission did. It's heavy on the engineering. My email is harmonic engineering, but this is some real detailed engineering. It is in there if anyone has any questions. I would like to say about this project, though, that there have been fits and starts. I have to acknowledge in the last few years, the assistance of particularly the Director of Transportation and our CAO in getting us to the finish line. I know that we've reconstituted the subdivision review board. I would hope after this is finished, because that's where all our focus is now, but after that, maybe we can take this to the board, the subdivision review board, to learn from. There's some things that we all think could be done better and faster and more efficient to be a more welcoming environment for this kind of development, because subdivision is a necessary part of the world. And we would benefit from it as a county, making it a more efficient process. Thank you. And do pass this, please. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment in the room?
Good morning, board members, Chair Scott White, District 1, Supervisor-elect. This has been on my agenda. It's on my website. I call it a development review team. We absolutely need to do something like this. We have ad hocs for other reasons, to look at our development processes and procedures for areas that we can improve how we process them, the applications themselves, the process, things like that. I think that bringing in some retired folks that don't have skin in the game from around the county, that have expertise in various areas, could help us greatly improve our processes. This is a logical piece of what we're doing with the general plan, is looking at our processes and procedures to improve efficiency. I think it is a great idea and one that I'm going to pursue. I encourage you to start that process now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room?
Chair, Supervisors Lisa Wright, I urge you to adopt the resolution that modifies the initial conditions of approval for the subdivision. As has been noted, the project has been going on for nearly 9 years. And this kind of really is a good dovetail into my comments regarding excellence in governance. It doesn't take more money to provide excellence necessarily. It takes timelines, documented procedures, expectations being met. So this is something that went on for a number of years with back and forth and new requirements being added out of the DOT department for years. And that is not a predictable path for anyone. So by putting some more structure around processes across all of our departments, but particularly in this event, could have moved this forward much sooner. Moving these kind of projects forward results in greater tax revenue for you. He's looking at developing these areas. So following things that are already part of state law, Permanent Streamlining Act does apply to the Subdivision Map Act as well. So please think about that. Excellence doesn't require additional funds always. Thank you.
Is there any further comment in the room? Do we have any comments online?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. We will now close public comment on this item. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
I'll move approval.
We have
I'll
a move
second that.
approval from Supervisor Cox,
I'll second that.
second from Brownfield. Do we have any comments on this item from the board?
Yeah, I will just acknowledge that this is something that we've talked about a little bit over time during the general planning process. And within the last couple of board meetings, we actually asked staff to come back within the next 60 days, I believe, with a proposal about how we could go about looking at streamlining the subdivision section and so forth. So I think everyone acknowledges this could be better. And some of it is streamlining, some of it is policy and process improvement, and some of it is staffing. And so we just need to look at all the ways that we can make an improvement here. And this is one that I think it was a good statement. This is an example of one that could be a test case to say, this is how bad it can go. So how do we avoid this in the future? But then we have this bigger, more comprehensive review that I think I'm looking forward to her learning more about in the future.
Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
Supervisor Bradfield?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Hurst?
Aye.
Thank you.
I'll just add to this, kind of coming off of what Supervisor Leutwiler said. When we hear things in public comments or we're asked things at public meetings and different things, we do pull those back. And I know this was something that I had been specifically asked about, and I'm grateful to see that we move things forward through the systems and structures that are in place. So we'll now hear on item E5, Community Development Planning, discuss and/or provide direction to staff regarding the potential of decoupling the general plan and environmental impact report from Title 17 zoning code update, the associated project schedule implications, and necessary budget adjustments. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Labani, Director of the Community Development Department. I'm sure, as you all recall, just a few weeks ago, we had 20 or so hours of study sessions between the board and the Planning Commission. And I would say at about, hour 19 or so, when we concluded the roughly 15 pages of notes and direction to staff and additional items and topics to revisit with the Planning Commission and the request for, additional public engagement associated with that. The concept was proposed to decouple the zoning code process from the overall general plan process. And so my general understanding is that when Minter Harnish was originally contracted and we commenced this project in 2021, the concept was to update zoning code as well as, do a comprehensive update to the general plan, acknowledging the fact that both of those are decades without a comprehensive update. So we arrived at the place where, in order to, based on, the significant amount of discussion and feedback from the board and the Planning Commission, we arrived at the place where it seemed that in order to accomplish the general plan adoption by the close of this calendar year, which has been our objective for the last several years to get zoning code and the general plan and its associated environmental impact report adopted this calendar year, that an alternative was to continue forward with the general plan and the EIR and attempt to adopt those this calendar year while accomplishing the additional engagement and review of zoning code based on board and commission and public comment during those study sessions. There is a staff report that details some of the questions we've received regarding some of the potential impacts and concerns about the adequacy of CEQA process and review associated with the decoupling. And I can go through some of that in more detail if that's helpful now, but I also want to acknowledge that we have Jim Harnish, Michael Gibbons from Mentor Harnish, and Aileen Mahoney from Rincon Consultants, who has been working on, the general plan zoning code for Mentor Harnish, and then Rincon is our consultant team for the EIR. Of course, staff and consultants are here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. As a point of order, should we hear from, did Mentor Harnish have a general statement they wanted to make? Okay, no? All right, well, we'll enter into public comment at this time and then we'll move forward. Do we have any public comment on this item in the room?
Chair, Supervisors, Lisa Wright. I submitted more detailed written comments that you may have seen for the record. So today I want to focus on really what I feel is the core issue. For me, the question is not really whether decoupling is legally possible. It certainly is. The question is whether the county has enough information in the public record to responsibly make that decision today. The staff report acknowledges that the January 2026 notice of preparation described in the general plan program EIR, comprehensive Title 17 rewrite, cannabis provisions, countywide rezoning. And then that report concludes that decoupling does not alter the project description and creates no CEQA or planning implications. What I can't figure out is how you can take a whole chunk of a project out and say it doesn't have any implications. The staff report also states the conclusion more than it gives the analysis. So it's kind of like, this is what we say you should do, but not why we say you should do that. It doesn't identify the legal standard applied, the CEQA authority relied upon, or the factual reasoning that explains why separating the adoption track does not affect the project description or environmental review. It's really counterintuitive. That matters because the April draft zoning code was not a minor cleanup. The May study sessions revealed substantial unresolved issues involving general plan designation, RR2 and RR5, Ag Forest zoning, overlays, cannabis, permit authority, non-conforming use, notice, zoning clearance, and other core land use controls. The staff report also acknowledges that some updates to the general plan land use designations still remain necessary and that table 2.2 still needs to be completed. That can't be completed without the zoning code because it deals with the consistency matters. So before the board gives direction to proceed with decoupling, I respectfully ask that staff be directed to provide a clearer legal and procedural analysis explaining why this does not alter the NOP project description, why no additional CEQA notice or analysis is required now, and how future zoning consistency will be evaluated. I also ask the board to strengthen the transparency and the revised scope of work. Task 3 includes internal consultant and staff working sessions where the Planning Commission direction will be translated into future draft language. We'd like to be able to observe those meetings, have them recorded and posted to YouTube, and documented in writing for the administrative record. Task 7 says there's no additional public review following the second revised public review draft. Now that might be fine for technical edits, but if there's substance that's been changed at the staff level, that should be noted in public review, should be allowed. Task 8 has 0 hours for $8,000. That's a core area. Why would it be 0 hours and still have a fee? Now, this process will shape Trinity County for decades. Getting it right is more important than getting it done quickly. We need to get that. We have to have it done by the end of the year out of our mentality. We need to do it right. Thank you.
Is there further public comment in the room?
Board members, Chair Scott White Lewiston. Comments are based on the staff report. As noted in the staff report, the schedule and decoupling are only happening to allow action by the current board, page 1083. Why is it so necessary that this board has to be the one to act? How does this schedule set solely for the board's purpose benefit the public? As Supervisor Gogan said, you've got our attention now. Now we're going to squeeze the process and try to get it out and done. Second, as noted in the staff report, decoupling is being considered for 3 reasons. Page 1081, the general plan is substantially further in review than zoning. The EIR can be completed and certified without the zoning code, and the typical process for general plan is happening before zoning. These were true at the outset in 2021 for this project. They are natural features of the process. So you're using the rationales for decoupling today based on inherent features of the process. That's no rationale for decoupling. Those are facts pursuant to the process itself. 3, as noted in the staff report, The October 2025 reviewed revised public draft is the version under analysis in the AR, page 1082. Issues: 1, any comments received on this public review version at that time have not been addressed or necessary changes made. 2, it ignores the fact that many of the issues found during the zoning review are caused by flaws within the existing general plan itself that need to be revised. The zoning problems came because the general plan is not currently adequate. 3, it ignores that significant new policy issues have been raised during zoning review that must be addressed in the general plan because it is the policy document, not the zoning code. Using the 2025 version ignores those issues. 4, and I quote, no subsequent revisions from October 2025 have been formally circulated or authorized. Any material revisions to the general plan made after EIR preparation is complete would need to be evaluated for consistency with the EIR analysis. If they introduce new significant effects, and they may require additional analysis and recirculation. That's a very technical meaning, recirculate. So as described in your staff report, I'm 100% certain you're either going to have to change the land use element, reopen it, and recirculate it and update the EIR, or you're going to have to recirculate. Under either of those instances, you're not going to be able to get this done under this board. So the issue is not decoupling, it is whether or not you have an adequate land use element based on the totality of public comment now to prepare the EIR. I've spent many hours reviewing the 2025 draft general plan based on the past 6 months. There's no way this current version is adequate. There are major errors, omissions, and inconsistencies, enough that recirculation will be guaranteed if you proceed on that path. Given this, preparation of a revised general plan for evaluation of the EIR is essential. Trying to just get her done under this board is a terrible reason to move forward with such a flawed-based document in the EIR. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment in the room?
Afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tom Belenko, Douglas City. Let me just say, I do think decoupling is a good idea. That's the easy answer. The how and what does that entail? A more involved discussion. I think, taking manageable bites, if you will. The general plan is a very large bite, and I would like to see it get the focus it needs. As regards the EIR, until I have a better sense of what the project is, I can't really comment one way or the other on what the right scope is, but I will remind us all that there are addenda and further action items available for an EIR, so that it's not like we have to do two EIRs until they're certified and the project is underway. Are flexible documents, so we can work with those. I don't think we need to make anything an impediment. We just have to do it the right way. I think focus on the general plan, get that right, and then we focus on the zoning code. And I know we need deadlines. I work with deadlines. They help. And we also really need to do this right. So I would encourage that we do decoupling, and as we do that, let's figure out what that means. But I do believe that we should do that. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment in the room?
Hello, board. Matt Jefferson, East Fork, Coffee Creek Trinity Center area. I concur with all the previous people. Just like, I don't know, I hope we can have some thought in following California land use code when the zoning thing comes in, so we don't have to file writs of mandate against the county and challenge the zoning ordinance. And just like, I just want to comment on that, like, this just like people are like aghast and agalled that we're like fighting for cannabis and our right to grow it.
Remember to keep your comments to this item.
Yeah, I'm just going to put a little bit of history in this, that in the 60s, our culture and community of cannabis growers circled redwood trees naked to save them. In the 80s, we had helicopters landing in school fields, taking parents to jail, and we circled those helicopters.
Your comments need to pertain to the decoupling of the general plan
Yeah,
from the
so
zoning code.
let's do it legally, and let's support the people in the county. And let's write an ordinance and a zoning code that like supports the program participants and the people that live in this county.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room? Do we have any online?
Keith?
Yes, can you hear me?
Barely. Give us a second. Now
Okay, I'll
again.
try to speak really loud.
Thank you, sir.
Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to put a cautionary tale on this, that in your staff report, you say this action is perfectly legal as long as the zoning ordinance remains consistent with your general plan. That on face value, you say, great, we can do that, but does that even pass the laugh test? You have a zoning ordinance that's 40 years old and you're going to have a brand new general plan that had no consideration and consistency in between the two. So it seems to me any project going forward, anybody that wants to stop it, well, this is a pretty easy challenge. And then it goes into the courts. And once you're into the courts, if the courts rule that you're inconsistency, you now have 180 days to change your zoning ordinance to be consistent. I think this is, I agree with Scott. I don't understand why we absolutely have to have the general plan passed now. I don't see the benefit. Maybe I am missing something, but the reality is that our general plan is weak enough legally as it is, but at least it was consistent. Now you're just by definition making it inconsistent between the general plan and the zoning ordinance, which is just kind of a slam dunk to get yourselves projects stopped and delayed and gummed up. I would urge that, and also in your document, you say that if we pass this, then we'll see if they're consistent or not. And that becomes basically after the fact. And if the review then comes back and says it's inconsistent, then what? And nobody's answered what zoning ordinance are we going to be living with during this time period. You're going to have a zoning ordinance with unclassified and all these different things. It just seems very messy to me to get something that I don't see. Personally, I don't see the gain, the plus for the county. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any further public comment online?
Rhoda?
Hi, this is Rhoda Kane, East Fork, Coffee Creek Trinity Center area. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Proceed.
So yeah, why on earth would we decouple the EIR? Why would that be appropriate? When would we get back to the EIR? How will we do that? When will we see a draft of the EIR? I agree with everyone. We need this before the adoption of the general plan. Lisa's written comments were very thoughtful. I hope you all read them. There was a lot of talk in the staff report and stuff, and a lot of different places that about placeholders. Well, I don't really trust the county with placeholders. The history always gets lost. Placeholders seem to automatically get incorporated into without any proper public process. And the minutes I consider woefully inadequate, and it makes it very hard to know what has and hasn't been decided, kind of like the North Lake opt-out. It mostly feels like a way to avoid the need for legal findings and supporting facts and documentation. It feels like we just keep kicking the can down the road. And then I guess back to decoupling, is this the only way to get the general plan done properly? I don't know. But for Pete's sake, can we please do it right instead of fast? The consequences are very real and very serious, just like Keith was saying. And then another thing in there was about the community plan meetings and how we're going to have some more community plan meetings. And I want to just find out if there's a way, or hope that you guys consider that we need to make sure that our community general plan meetings are actually accurately reflected in the public record. We've had some real problems up here in the North Lake with the feedback that gets turned into the county from these meetings and it being inaccurate and none of our comments actually getting incorporated. So these are all the things I would like you to consider. But yeah, I think it's really, really important that we get this done right instead of fast. The consequences are real and they're serious. Thank you.
Any further public comment online?
Adrian?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Adrian Keys in Hayfork. Yeah, I've been listening to the other commenters, and I definitely agree with pretty much everything that's been said there. I'm not certain that the desired outcome from the public comment at the previous meeting where decoupling was where this concept came from at the PC was necessarily the intent. I think the intent was just that the zoning code be refined further before it's adopted. So, I don't understand the legalities. I will definitely refer to the people who do or defer. And certainly Mr. Groves has a great perspective on it. I don't know anybody who has more experience in this than he does. But even like regarding my own personal opinion on this, I just want to see the zoning code be refined better. There was innumerable conflicts essentially in the zoning code and a lot of stuff that just simply didn't make sense and a lot of work needed to be done. And so whether it's decoupled or not, I can't say which is a better or worse idea there, but it does seem like it would immediately generate inconsistency. And, there's always people on the fringes who are looking to sue to shut down activities of any sort. So I do hope that the county can move deliberatively and create a zoning code that actually makes sense, frankly. And whether that means it's decoupled from the general plan, whether that means the general plan is adopted in 27 instead of 26, I don't understand why it's such a big deal to get it done in a calendar year. Calendar years are, they're just that. It's just a demarcation on a calendar. We need this to be done properly and to be able to be an effective document for the next 25 years. And I would definitely hope that whichever way this goes, that the zoning code has a considerable amount more attention paid to it, that the next draft that we see incorporates a lot of the recommendations from the planning commission about what should be a by right, what should be, director's use, what should be conditional. And I think that frankly, those activities need a lot more attention before the zoning code is ready to go. Thank you.
Catherine?
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston. These last two items are kind of a tale of two projects. The general plan is a big project, and in the state of California, there are steps that projects need to take. And I can't imagine a situation where an applicant would come before this board or the planning commission for that matter and say, hey, we have this great project. It's essential that we get this passed by harvest time, by planting season so that we can have a good harvest this year. We just can't have any more delays. We promise we're going to do all the things. We'll do a CEQA. We'll contact the water board. We'll do that all later. But could you please just give us please just approve our project, because trust us, it's going to be great. Could you imagine? I don't understand. I'm really thinking about it. And so what is it? Well, we can't spend it. We've already spent so much money on this. We just need to pass it. That doesn't make sense. You don't pass something because you've thrown a ton of money at it to a company that can't seem to get page numbers aligned. That's not a reason to pass it. Well, we have to pass it with this board. Why? Why? If it's a great piece of, if it's a great piece of work, then it should be no problem for the next board to pass it. I can't figure out the urgency when there's unanimous sentiment that we don't have it right yet, to the point where we're discussing the potential of decoupling essential elements that dovetail together in land use, but we're decoupling them because we just don't have it together. I don't appreciate the idea that the county can skip steps, placeholder steps, whatever that gyration is rules for thee and not for me. We're about to hear about a project where the applicant's done everything right. So maybe a little bit of self-reflection on behalf of the board as to how much work is required to get complex projects for the good of everyone and the quality of the work. We go ahead and take the time and the inputs that we need to do it properly. I just can't imagine that anyone would come to the county with an incomplete application and look to you for some sort of grace or leniency that you're looking for at this moment, that you're looking for us to sort of overlook all the deficiencies and just pass it for the sake of passing it when it is not the experience of anyone who's had to deal with this county, whether it's in terms of a simple building permit or a complex cannabis license, that they would be merrily received if they had that kind of application.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments online?
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, thank you. We will now close public comment period on this item. Do we have any questions only from the board at this time of our county staff, Mentor Harnish, our CAO?
I do when you're ready.
Supervisor Litwiler, do you want to come back, please? And we do, Mentor Harnish is online. They're open. Okay.
And these, whether it's through Mentor Harnish, County Council, CAO, whoever, one is just, we're hearing a lot of comments about how this seems or feels so wrong from people. So I'm wondering how much of that is because it's presenting a change from the direction we've been heading in versus it's very unusual. So I would like to know how common is it for jurisdictions to approve a general plan and or EIR before they've approved zoning code? Because I know we've approved housing elements, we've approved other elements. So it doesn't seem that disjointed to me to do things in parts. So can you give me just a rundown of how unusual is this?
So we've had this discussion with Mentor Harnish, and they're probably better qualified with their experience working with many jurisdictions on these type of projects to answer the question.
Okay. Mentor Harnish, did you hear the question?
Sure. Yes, this is Jim Harnish, and I can answer the question, Supervisor. It's typical that general plan and the EIR for the general plan adopted, EIR certified prior to zoning code being updated and approved. In fact, the state law gives cities and counties 2 years to update their zoning code to bring them into consistency with the general plan. And that was actually the original concept on this project back when it started in 2021. And at some point, I think about 2 years ago, the county decided it would be best if we held the general plan and speeded the zoning code update up so they could all be done, adopted at one time. That's, in my experience, it's unusual. We have done it before, but it is an unusual tact. So typically, the zoning code follows the general plan. And then I guess add one thing. The theory is that the zoning code that's updated to implement the general plan is consistent with the general plan, and therefore the CEQA document in all likelihood will have covered any of the potential impacts of the zoning code. If not, we'll prepare the proper document. Typically, it would be an addendum or a finding of consistency. So when the zoning code is adopted subsequent to the general plan, we do a CEQA evaluation of it and determine whether it's already been analyzed or we have additional work to do.
Okay, go ahead.
Rick, can I add to that?
Yes.
So Jim made the comment that the original plan was to do it this way. Then a couple of years ago, we made the decision to bring it back and have the zoning code in conjunction with the general plan. So that plan was done because of public comment that was received during the community plan meetings and the general plan land use designation meetings we had about 2 years ago. There was a fairly boisterous group of the public that couldn't understand how we would approve a general plan without knowing what the associated zoning code was going to be. So the decision was made by this board to go ahead and combine these together. And now it seems like we're having almost the opposite discussion of, well, how can we, decouple them? How can we operate with a general plan if you don't have an approved zoning code? So it's kind of the chicken or the egg type of comment, but as you just heard Jim say, it is very standard that we do adopt a general plan first. You have 2 years to then get your zoning code updated.
Okay, thank you. The next question is if someone could address the concerns raised about the legality of decoupling, which I think maybe for the most part we just did because it's basically a common practice, a more common practice. But then the reference to anticipated inconsistencies between a new general plan and a period of up to 2 years in which you're operating with an old zoning code. So can you just speak to those kinds of questions and concerns that were raised by the public comments?
Jim, do you want to take that one? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure. It's a common challenge that if once a general plan is adopted and the zoning code is inconsistent with it, then you have this transition period where you're dealing with the update of the zoning code. The general plan does identify at the outset the existing zoning classifications that are consistent with the land use designations within the new general plan, but it also would identify the changes that are necessary to bring the zoning code into compliance with or consistent with the general plan. So that would be part of the general plan adoption if the current zoning code was in place at the time of adoption. We would identify the changes that we're actually in the process of making right now.
Could I suggest that answer feels incomplete? And I would like to hear further on that same one.
Sure.
Jim, if you would address the fact that the public comment was really asking, what if what we had in place as an updated general plan and a not yet updated zoning code were to be challenged in court?
I'm sorry, restate the question.
The public commenter was concerned as to what kind of status the county would be placing ourselves in if we were to operate for a period of time where we had an updated general plan, but a not yet adopted meshed matching updated zoning code.
Well, as I stated earlier, the state law gives the county 2 years to bring their current zoning into compliance with the new general plan and the newly adopted land use designations and any of the other policies that relate to those land use designations and the subsequent zoning. So there's this 2-year period that the county would not be exposed to any, in my opinion, successful litigation. It doesn't keep somebody from suing the county, but the state law is clear that the county has 2 years to update the zoning code.
So I hear those words and I get it.
Council, did you want to weigh in on
So
that?
yeah, if an application comes in and the zoning, it doesn't match the zoning, then the county would update the zoning for that particular parcel, right, as part of that process.
As part of the application process.
Right. So because you have a general plan that governs, that's like the constitution for the county, right? And so the development needs to be consistent with the general plan. So you would update the zoning for just that particular spot, right? In order for it to be consistent with the general plan, that particular development would move forward with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Further questions?
Yeah, this didn't really come up in public comment, but just something that did come up a lot in public comment during the listening sessions was the challenges that the public has in understanding what's different in the new zoning code versus the old zoning code. And as we decouple and, assuming we do, and move forward with the process, I'm wondering if staff has thought about, come up with a better way to illustrate the similarities and differences, because I think there is an expectation or a belief that there are much more changes than maybe there are. But how do we make that easier for people to see and understand what's being proposed versus what's in place as we work through that process, assuming we decouple? Do you have any comments you want to add to that at this point?
So that was one of the action items that the board provided direction to staff out of the joint session. We have discussed that with the consultant team. There are some methodologies that we can use to produce that document. I would say we have a rough conceptual draft of, a methodology to do that. How well that would be received by the public is unknown at this point. But there are methodologies that we can put in practice to show the changes, if you will, from current code to the proposed zoning code.
Okay, thank you.
I agree that that's a helpful item.
I have one question.
Oh, 1 second. Let me
Somebody
see,
else.
Supervisor, are you complete or did you have, oh,
Yeah.
he's still.
That's gonna be next.
Hello.
So, one of the things I see this as being about,
Just one moment. Are we muted? Okay.
seeing this is, trying to clear things up and identify potential problems. So I'm talking about the zoning code work that we all know needs to continue. It's just a matter of whether they're done in a decoupling mode. And yet I'm really concerned that we don't let that then go off down rabbit holes. And that does create inconsistencies with the general plan and EIR without any regard to the fact that it's doing that and perhaps getting out of scope with things that we already locked down through dozens and dozens and dozens of community meetings and general plan meetings and so forth. So I'm wondering, how would we be able to keep this process focused and aligned with the groundwork we've already done rather than heading off in new directions? And one of the things that's come to mind is that, and I have some notes that I'll propose later, is some guardrails that we might put forward today. But I'm also wondering if you guys had given thought to that, because I could easily see that while there might not be as many inconsistencies as people think there are today, in 50 to 100 hours worth of meetings, you could come up with some. But I don't want to be sitting here 6 months from now, leaving the board and realizing that now the board's having to approve another year and another $200,000 because we've gone down rabbit holes.
Sure. I think there are a number of potential strategies or concepts to, try to accomplish that. From my perspective, that may be one of the values of decoupling, where, once we've adopted the general plan, then that is a mechanism to, create those guardrails, as you put it, in terms of the scope of the revisions to zoning code. Beyond that, it could, council might want to weigh in, but I think that, just clear direction from the board to the commission could accomplish that as well.
Okay. That's it for questions. I'll have comments later. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions at this time?
Yeah, I do. So when we talk about decoupling and let's say we've adopted that, okay, the EIR and the general plan, we're done at the end of the year. They're finished. Next year, we have a substantial change that needs to be made to that. What are we looking at with process and financial burden for that? My concern is that we're not even finished with with going back and forth with the community, with the commission. So if we address that, is it going to take a lot of time, a lot of money to reopen the EIR and the general plan? We need to get that right. So,
So I think your question very much ties to, what Supervisor Lutweiler just stated in terms of, how do we create those guardrails or those parameters to which changes are acceptable? We could look at it from the lens of financial implications, certainly, and hard to evaluate, sort of conceptual broad changes without understanding the specifics. But off the top of my head, and Jim or Trent might be able to weigh in on their understanding of the financial implications. But from my perspective, they're probably equivalent, roughly. If we adopt now, the general plan this calendar year, and we make significant revisions next year to zoning code, or we make significant revisions in the shorter term, the amount of time required to accomplish them is roughly the same in terms of, the EIR consulting team and their evaluation of consistency and, how much more work needs to go back into reevaluating the EIR and those potential changes, again, is anyone's guess. But I think that is a good reason for the board to potentially provide clear direction to the planning commission so that we potentially don't find ourselves next year with a significant bill that we did not contemplate because we've gone so, far to one direction or the other as it relates to zoning code and the consistency with the general plan and its EIR.
Yeah. Madam Chairperson, can I add a
Yes,
comment to that?
please.
Yeah, I would support what Drew said and kind of make an observation that we, all of us, you in the room and elsewhere, have spent a lot of time working on that general plan and come up with very specific vision, guiding principles, goals, policies, and programs that, among other things, the zoning code is intended to implement. And so the general plan should continue to provide guidance to the planning commission as they talk about the details in the zoning code, and the changes in the zoning code shouldn't be straying much, if at all, from the general plan policy direction. Now, it is possible that there are details in the zoning code that kind of go beyond the general plan level of detail that don't affect the substance of the general plan, but I would say the general plan ought to continue to be the backdrop for the zoning code update discussions, and that be the primary focus.
but with this process, don't we want to take the guardrails off? We need the public's input. We need to get it right. So I would rather see that on the front end than the back end. Yep. If that puts guardrails in place, we really need to get to the bottom of what's right and what's wrong, what's good, what's bad. Whatever that process brings, I think. That's it. That's it. I'm complete.
Do we have any further questions? Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions? We do need to pause for a moment before we can make any further. Supervisor Gogan needed to take a brief break. Let me, can't entertain a motion until he gets back, right? So why don't we just take a communal break of 5 minutes? We'll return at, what is 5 minutes? 5 till? 5 till. Now reconvene the meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors. And we are discussing item E5. We have finished our questions and comment period, and I will now call for a vote, and after that, we will have discussion. I mean, not a vote, I'm sorry. I will call for a motion.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna hand it out. It's lengthy. But just so you can absorb it.
Then you'll need to read it.
I'll read it, of course I will. It's just, this is just.
Council won't look at that.
Yeah, it's long, so I just want you to be able to absorb it. When I read it, so you have some information.
Is there supporting material or it's all one
Yes,
motion?
there's finding.
Finding.
There's findings and it's a motion.
Should we have council look at this just for safety's sake?
Sure, yeah, part of the public record too.
Okay.
Hey, what are you doing with paper?
Oh, you didn't do it? Oh. So Chair, I think, because I was looking at the same kind of a thing, is that
Are you
I'll have
looking at-
comments that I want to make about the motion that I'm going to put forward.
Okay.
But I assume by our protocol, we make the motion. If it gets a second, then we have discussion. So
And
what Supervisor Brownfield would read in is her motion. And then if it gets seconded, then we can have discussion on that, or if there's another motion and so forth. So
Just for your own knowledge.
County Council.
Sure. that's
Correct.
fine.
I
Okay.
want it back.
So Supervisor Brownfield will now read
Have you read it
into
already?
the record her motion. We will wait for a second if one is forthcoming. We'll move into, then we will have an alternative motion if one exists. And we will look for a second on that, and then we will have a full conversation surrounding those motions. Correct? Okay. Supervisor Brownfield, please read into the record your motion.
Okay. I'd like to reject decoupling and maintain. I'd like to reject decoupling and maintain a unified adoption process.
is that's,
That is the motion.
oh, that's the motion.
This is,
Okay.
there's findings here. I can be more specific. I'm making a motion that the board reject the proposed decoupling of the Trinity County 2050 General Plan, Program Environmental Impact Report, and Title 17 Zoning Code Update, and instead proceed under Alternative 2, maintaining a unified adoption process following completion of the additional Planning Commission review that has already been identified as necessary by staff, consultants, and the public.
And it's based on the findings that's written.
Okay, yeah, and say,
Including these findings. if
I'm
they-
including these findings.
did you get that? That was recorded.
Good later.
Okay.
Give you one.
Need to see if there's a second.
Is there a second on this item? I'm reading the findings kind of quickly, so.
Okay.
Do we have a second on this motion? None? Seeing no second. I just want to state, thank you for the effort on this, Julia. I don't completely disagree with everything that's in this motion. There's just a number of items that I don't follow with. And so I do want to thank you for a clear and obvious work that you put forward on this. Do we have a second motion?
I do.
Supervisor Lutweiler?
It is a little lengthy, but I will read it out. It's a 5-part motion. Number 1 is direct staff to decouple the general plan and EIR adoption from the Title 17 zoning code update, completing and certifying the general plan and EIR in 2026, and return with the corresponding budget and contract amendments for the revised Mentor Harnish Rincon scope. 2, direct staff to continue the zoning code work now in parallel rather than pausing it, but at a realistic pace. Treat the schedule in the staff report as a target rather than a deadline. Let the general plan and EIR take the lead through 2026. Keep the commission's study sessions moving at a sustainable cadence, and return to the board with a revised, realistic completion schedule and any budget implications rather than compressing the work to hit the current dates. Number 3, direct staff and the Planning Commission as the work proceeds to keep the zoning code focused on implementing the adopted general plan, to work the existing draft part by part using the public comment matrix, to place any provision that would require environmental analysis beyond the certified EIR on a separate list for board consideration before it is incorporated, and to return to the board before running over on cost or time. Number 4, direct staff and the consultants.
I'm good. How are you?
Direct staff and the consultants to retain the current draft as the regulatory code and to produce as early in the process as practical a plain language matrix that describes each zone in full and highlights what stays the same and what is changing from our current code, and to report back on its cost and timing. And ask staff and county council to return at our next board meeting with a short written scope and guiding principles statement for the board to adopt, along with confirmation on table 2.2 consistency and CEQA. And then, like I said, I have comments to support why I drafted it that way, but I'm just trying to follow our usual protocol of make your motion and then come back and make your case.
Do we have a second on that motion?
No. I'll second for discussion.
Second for discussion?
Yes, yeah. Make another motion,
I
please.
thought I did. Oh, just Drew and Trent.
Just one moment. Point of order. We can make this, an additional motion can come after we have discussion on this one.
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, or it could come right away, can't it?
Right away.
Yeah, either one.
It's up to you, however you want to structure it.
Let's move into this discussion on this one so that we can get your background, and then we will move to a subsequent motion by Supervisor Brownfield.
That's fine.
Seconding for discussion on Rick's.
Already did that.
Supervisor Cox already made that second. We'll now move into discussion on Supervisor Lutweiler's motion.
So as a point of order, if I could, Rick, is there any way, that you could just quickly email that motion right over to us so I can look at it? It was very difficult to
Is that
take it
okay?
all down quickly enough.
To email the motion to the board members so we can read it.
Thank you.
Right now.
Yes, he's emailing the motion that he just read into the record to us so that we can read it.
Mm-mm.
Estimated.
It's not changing the budget.
For those of you that didn't hear, Supervisor Gogan asked if there were numbers associated with it, and Supervisor Lutweiler responded that there are no changes in finances due to his motion.
Sean, what email address? You want- At Prentice Lawn. I didn't know if it was anything else. There, yeah, there you are. Okay. Okay, it's sent. And while it's making its way through the interweb, as they like to say. So my comments are, one thing is, to me, I want to look at, as we heard from Mentor Harnish, implement the general plan, don't reopen it. If there are some inconsistencies that we need to address along the way, we can identify them and see, but to me, the general plan guides the zoning code, not the other way around. And so I'm just trying to say, okay, so we've spent years getting the general plan where it's been sitting without trying to make any changes to it for a while now. So let's go ahead and approve that. Let's approve the EIR that's based on the general plan. And again, if the zoning code mostly follows that, we won't have to reopen the EIR. We may have to do a separate, I think we heard we might have to do a separate little EIR addendum or something if there's some changes.
I wouldn't say mostly, but if it follows.
Okay. But the bottom line is, let's use what we've already done all this work on and recognize that it guides the rest of it, not the other way around. And then two, let's not, as we approve funding and a schedule and all of this, turn the whole process loose again. We have a zoning code that's already based on a lot of work. And so we should be trying to fix anything that we think needs to be fixed, not create a new one. That we should stay inside the EIR envelope. So basically, if we have a general plan, we have an EIR, and somebody's trying to recommend something that dramatically changes that, then that should be a red flag. And that's where I was saying in the motion, that should come back to the board before it goes any further. And that's just part of the guardrails that I believe we should put in place. Again, based on the general plan and EIR are supposed to drive the zoning code, not the other way around. No surprises. We've already been, whether you call it a surprise or you should have anticipated it, but surprised with several extensions and additional funding requests. And I'm trying to eliminate the need for that going forward. So basically, any major policy departure should be flagged back to the board before we go spend 10 hours reviewing something that is absolutely not in line with the general plan and the EIR. The scheduling part, I saw there was kind of like options 1 through 3, and I think what we put forward was respecting what we were trying to do of get it done as fast as we could, but do it right. And I think the reality is that between summer schedules and everything else, it's not going to get done right. You're not going to get full attendance by the Planning Commission if you try to do it that fast over that period of time in the summer. And so I would rather say, take the time, staff, consultants, all of us are still going to be needed to finish out the general plan and the EIR over the rest of the year. So make that the priority, but don't hold on the zoning code. We've got some momentum, but just don't try to do it in what seems to me like an unrealistic schedule. I have a note here to not create needless nonconformities. So basically flag any change that would turn existing legal uses or parcels non-conforming. So just, and that could already exist, or it could be something that gets discussed. But if we're creating non-conforming, that should be flagged, and we should be looking at it and make sure that we're on the right track. And then we've heard it a number of times from the public, and I think even Drew has commented, let's not create something that we really can't administer because there's no bandwidth. So let's not put a whole bunch of things in here that require special approvals and special processes. We should be focused, as we talked about earlier, on streamlining. And so again, those are some of what I was trying to incorporate into this motion, and maybe not all of it's in there, but that was my attempt to make sure that we are decoupling, we are moving forward, we're doing it at a reasonable pace, and we're respecting the fact that the general plan and the EIR are the driving force, not the other way around.
Any further discussion with Supervisor Weiler's motion? I'll just say I appreciate the idea of not losing the momentum that we have generated on the zoning code review by slowing it down too much, but keeping it going at a pace that that really allows the depth and breadth of discussions that are needed and the staff's ability to work those into it. But I would hate to see it slow down too much because I don't want to lose everything that we have built coming off of those 2-day meetings and the mental loss of the information. You know, things change as you move through time. So I would hate to lose that. So any other further comment on the motion that Supervisor Weiler has brought forward?
How much delay, sorry, delay you think this should cause?
Use your mic.
I'm sorry. How much delay you think this may cause the board?
Well, I don't think it costs the board anything. I think what we're saying is we already are on a path to approve the general plan and EIR this year.
Yep.
So we do that. And the delays would really be about, instead of compressing the estimated 100 hours of commission listening sessions and so forth into a 2 or 3 month period, that we just say, go back and say, well, what's reasonable to do that? We've got 2 years. So what's reasonable to do that? And then set that path that way. And so to the questions about why does everything have to be done by this board and so forth? Well, the zoning code, no matter what, the way we're talking right now, is not going to be done by this board. But we can put the guiding principles in place through the general plan and the EIR that will guide that work over the next 2 years. And then, again, I'm not trying to push it way out. I didn't want us to stop it, and I don't want us to so aggressively push it forward that we get right back in the same place where everybody says, you're just trying to do it too fast and you're not coming up with the right outcomes. And staff is overburdened and so on.
So yeah, I understand that overarching feeling. I was just wondering with adding a couple, next meeting, that go into another meeting, I just hope that we're not.
I'm sorry, what meetings are you
Ask
talking about?
staff and county council to return at our next meeting with a short written scope and guiding principle statement for a board to adopt, along with confirmation of table 2.2, consistency and CEQA.
Oh, I think it was just basically saying, because they're asking us for direction so that they can then come back and give us a formal, once they have our direction, they can say, okay, well then, here's our schedule, here's our mentor harness costs, here's our, what we can do. So I'm just calling that out.
That's fair enough.
Not asking
I just
for,
wanted to make sure
not
there
asking for
wasn't
another
more to it
step.
that I wasn't taking.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Understand it.
But staff can correct me if I don't want to overcomplicate.
Would that be an overcomplication?
No, I think that's a reasonable ask and gives us the opportunity to confirm availability going forward over the next couple months with the commissioners to ensure that we have full attendance as we get into, one of the things that I don't think is terribly reasonable is 10-hour study sessions. Considering that we start at 2, 8 hours might be more reasonable. But beyond that, I know that one of the commissioners has expressed a lack of availability for study sessions during the month of July. So I think that, no, we can work with that and bring back a realistic schedule for the board.
Fair enough.
Are we complete in our discussion on Supervisor Weiler's motion?
I just would add to it. I feel like if you were in the room when we went through those 20 hours or whatever it was that we did, and at the end of it, there was significant discussion on whether or not we should decouple this and what would that look like and all of the things. And it was lengthy. We sat here for over an hour discussing this. And when we finished, all those people that really kind of did the marathon with us and were a part of the public comment on every single item that we went through, there was agreement in the room that this was what made sense, which is why it's on the agenda today. Something that just happened to me was I hear public comment to the contrary, and I go, uh-oh, wait a second. Well, what did we miss? How is it that we're going to do this wrong? One of the pieces that I missed was when Mr. Harnish just said twice that we have 2 years to implement that zoning code update. Okay, 2 years to implement something doesn't naturally bring with it, in my mind, that you have 2 years of protection from some kind of litigation that would come against the county because you are in process. So that was helpful to me, if that's helpful to somebody else. And the other piece is to be reminded of how many years we have collectively, collaboratively called for people to come together and create what we have in the plan, the vision, the goals, the policies, the programs. Are we
Community plans.
all of it? We have done that work. We could sit and do the work all over again. We would be creating a new general plan. And so it just is helpful to kind of revisit. We did that, put a pin in it, let that drive the process forward. And I appreciate the clarity and appreciate your thoughtful, just sort of focus through that motion with that, without hearing another idea. I'm in support of what we see before us.
Thank you. Supervisor Brownfield, did you have
Add
another?
a comment to that. I think this board has worked extremely hard to get to where we're at. There's no lack of effort on any of our parts to get to where we are and to keep this thing moving along at a good pace. So I do agree with your explanation.
Thank you. Supervisor Brownfield, did you want to submit an additional? Sure.
Yes. So my second motion is to proceed with alternative 3 that staff put forward and include an authorization for a legacy rural land use district framework. And I'll give that to our counsel to look at. And I've got a copy for my motion is recognizing the board's interest in proceeding with decoupling and completing the general plan and program EIR on the proposed schedule. I move that the board proceed under alternative 3, subject to the following additional direction to staff and consultants. This motion was based on the following findings. The 5th district contains unique rural, agricultural, forestry, tribal, resource-based, and infrastructure-limited conditions that differ substantially from more developed portions of the county. The number 2, Trinity County 2050 General Plan should provide sufficient flexibility to accommodate geographically tailored implementation approaches where necessary to preserve working lands, economic viability, rural self-sufficiency, private property rights, and long-standing rural land use traditions. The board is 3. The board has received a proposal requesting evaluation of a legacy rural land use district with and I've just given that council that I can give it to everybody in the room. Framework to preserve objective standards by right rural activities, working lands protections, rural economy viability, and legacy parcel protections while maintaining appropriate public health and safety standards. Number 4, the board finds that the consideration of a legacy rural land use district or similar rural implementation framework may provide a useful tool for implementing general plan policies within appropriate portions of the county and should remain available for future consideration during the zoning code update process. Therefore, it be moved that the board proceed with alternative 3 as presented by staff. B, direct staff and consultants to incorporate language within the Trinity County 2050 General Plan, recognizing that the geographically tailored zone districts, special use districts, overlay districts, or similar implementation frameworks may be established where necessary to address unique rural conditions and community characteristics. Direct staff and consultants to specifically evaluate the proposed legacy rural land use district concept during the ongoing zone code process. D, direct the general plan not preclude or discourage future consideration of a legacy rural land use district, special use district, or similar rural implementation framework within the 5th district, the 5th supervisorial district, E, authorize preparation and evaluation of preliminary LRLUD concepts, implementation standards, and boundary alternatives for future planning commission and board review. And F, allow continued planning commission participation and public review before any final decision regarding creation of an LRLUD or similar district framework. The intent of this motion is to allow the general plan process to continue while preserving the board's ability to consider a legacy rural land use district and other rural implementation options during the completion of the zoning code update. In closing, if the board is going to decouple, then we need to make sure the general plan leaves the door open for rural solutions. I don't want to come back a year from now and be told that the LRLUD is inconsistent with the general plan because we failed to preserve that option now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. Mhm. Do you want the rural, you want the motion or the?
Just read.
Okay. Okay, there's the rural, yeah. Gotta get them all organized a little bit. Okay, there's the
Can that,
motion, and there's
am
your-
I allowed
the
to ask
rural-
a question to
rural
you?
Legacy.
Okay.
Documentation. Go ahead. I can.
I
pass this out
fully
later.
appreciate the effort, but I'm not sure that we can put that level of action in a motion to alter the general plan. Is that?
It is very specific.
Without having like public comment on all of that.
You should have
and-
voted on it, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I don't know that we can,
And then typically you'd find that, anyway, looks a lot like a resolution that, you know, it's typically left that, if it's that level of detail and it's in writing, that sort of thing. That said, it could be, I don't see why it couldn't be in writing. It's the first I've ever seen a motion in writing like that, with a preface with the writing, so.
okay.
That said, I don't see why you can't.
Well, but I think what I hear Supervisor Carpenter or Chair Carpenter saying is that it's not only choosing one of the alternatives that staff presented, but it's also proposing a change in the way the general plan moves forward.
Well,
Is that okay to do in this setting, or does that have to be treated separately because that's not on the agenda to revise the general plan? And so that's why.
I think you're right, it is
We're just looking for
materially
legal.
different than what was
Yep.
agendized in that sense.
State that back to me.
What's being proposed in that motion is materially different than what was agendized significantly. And so the public and everybody has had access to that prior to this meeting. And so you'd want to allow that time to do the same thing where you give time to digest it and to think about it. You would need to be re-agendized essentially. Right. I would think, to make an action such as that, yes.
Okay, so
if we're just adding that legacy to the possibility. So we're not ruling it out as something we can add to the general, to the zoning.
right,
update.
It could be sort of a direction to staff and come back with
Okay.
something, an idea like that to be formalized and adopted as the go forward plan.
so legally, can you state back to us the way that we can, can you state back to us legally the way that we can appreciate this request that has come from Supervisor Brownfield on the, the legacy land?
I would consider it, you could
But-
consider it as a direction to staff. And so they would come back. And so it would be fully agendized and come back as an agendized item.
Can I just ask, maybe Chair, if Drew or Mentor Harnish could address this legacy rural land use district? Is that something that we would have to modify the general plan for, or that's a request for something to be considered in the zoning code that's already could be covered by what's in the general plan? Because that determines
Make a fair
how
question.
comprehensive this is.
Yeah, and my suggestion would be that if that's the desired outcome, that there's direction to staff to evaluate that potential, because that has other potential significant implications to the overall general plan progress in terms of what general plan designation, and then if your request is to create a new zoning district, what general plan designation implements those zoning districts. So it's
question?
Yes, sir.
So Supervisor Brownfield, in your notes here, you label it as a district, but it's a land use district. So is the intent to create another general plan land use designation? Or is the intent to create another zoning district based upon already existing proposed draft general plan land use designations?
Well, it's to allow, it's to allow districts to boundary with different, with different needs. So that's the intent of this, is to see how we do that, to make sure that this possibility of making, let's say, we're going to use the 5th district as the example, because we're very rural, we're very ranch oriented, and a lot of these rules that are coming forward are not ever going to address the concerns that those constituents, rural constituents have.
Right, but my question is, are you envisioning this as a specific new zoning district that would be added to the already existing proposed zoning districts that we just went through? Or is this a new general plan land use designation?
I would think.
Two
Yeah,
very
I think
different
it would be a general
items.
plan designation.
Okay, so then that then requires much more discussion, staff direction analysis, discussion with Metro Harnish, discussion with the ERA consultants to see the potential impact magnitude of that, because that is very different than a proposed new zoning district that could be fleshed out
we
moving
do
forward,
that?
but would already appropriately align with a existing general plan land use designation.
Could we do that with the intent of what I'm asking? Like in that,
I don't believe.
Without going
I don't-
back to
I
the
don't
general
believe
plan.
the current, my opinion is, and Jim, Jim's at a loss because he hasn't seen this. But my opinion is, no, this would not fold into our existing general plan right now. This would need a new land use designation, and we'd have to work through that process.
So from the chair's standpoint, then it's a motion that can't be considered at this point because it's not agendized to modify the general plan.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to look at it.
So
If it-
what we may be able to do or consider, if I'm allowed to speak that,
Sure.
is add to staff direction to let us know what best suits the intended outcome or the intended desires of having this land use, whether it should be from from our staff's perspective or from Mentor Harnish, should it be in the general plan or should it just be a zoning option? And teach us why either one of those is better in the long run. And that can be part of a discovery process that then later can be added to an agenda if that
So
we
we
want
don't rule it out.
that we can adopt it in one way or the other. Does that help satisfy Supervisors Brownfield request for learning and discovering if that's even an option, while still moving forward with what we need to move forward?
And everyone understands my intent here with that legacy. We know what that is.
Yeah.
It's a, yeah.
It may be better suited as a zoning option
Right.
rather than a full addition to the general plan. So it may be suited best under a zoning option, which would be completely different than adding it a whole nother
Fine.
district to the
Yep,
general plan.
whatever we could
So I think
try
that
to
I think the
navigate.
goal is agreed upon. How we get there is where we need to learn more. So is it possible to add that request to staff inside the existing motion?
Sure.
Yeah, if I may make a
Yes, please.
suggestion, just kind of to, if I'm understanding, the intent would just simply to be provide direction to staff and the planning commission, that we ensure that rural legacy land use activities are retained in the updated zoning code. I mean, it's something as simple as that. I don't know that we need to go as far as creating a new general plan designation or a standalone zoning district. But if I'm tracking on kind of your objective is to ensure that those rural legacy land uses and the ability for those to continue into the future is considered and contemplated, and something to that effect. So how I understand what you're trying to get at.
Yeah, and the zoning doesn't change our land use, our
Your way of
ability to
life.
do- Yes,
Your culture and understood.
precisely, yeah.
So
Better
with
said than done.
that, do you want to pull your second motion and we will add the direction to staff to Supervisor Weiler's motion, or how do you want to proceed with that?
Can't we use my motion and just add it to?
No,
I can't, okay.
Yeah, your motion is different than Supervisor Lutweiler's, but
Fine.
if you would,
Is
but
that okay with you?
Well, I was just say what she could do. I mean, it can be something like what I just heard Drew say. I'm comfortable adding to what I put forward. Ensure that the legacy rural land uses are reflected in future work on the zoning code. Just saying, protect that. If it's broader than deeper than that, then I'm not. It could be a separate motion. But what Supervisor Brownfield could do is say she wants a motion to do alternative 3 and ensure the legacy rural, blah, blah, blah. Because then that's a motion she can make.
And that's what I want to make.
Okay.
Yep, that perfectly says what I needed to say.
Okay.
So basically, I'll pursue alternative 3 as presented by staff with direction to staff to ensure that legacy rural land uses are reflected in future work on the zoning code.
And that's your motion.
That's my motion.
Lack of a second?
No second, yeah.
Right.
That's the cleanest way to represent that.
Thank you all for working me through that.
Yes,
Appreciate it.
try. Okay, so then, and before we get too far into discussion, is there a second for Supervisor Brownfield?
Well, it's an addition to.
Actually, it's not. She made it as her own and adding the,
I will second it for discussion purposes. I wonder if I'm in the lobby here, if Supervisor Lutweiler, the single sentence that he was willing to add as a writer on his wasn't enough. For what reason do you, what was the sentence that you had added?
Oh, it's the same one that we just added to hers. I think the big difference is she's specifically focusing on alternative 3.
Okay.
Mine was specific in a lot of different ways and wasn't specifically alternative
on-
3. So
okay.
they're different.
You're different.
So
But I am-
for
I'm-
myself and for the public, would you please read your motion back in?
The
to
whole thing?
The whole thing, so that I can.
Okay, so first of all, and since this was Supervisor Cox, right, who seconded?
it is.
I will add this other part at the end so that it is, covers the second part of what Supervisor Brownfield was putting forward. So item 1 of the motion, direct staff to decouple the general plan and EIR adoption from the Title 17 zoning code update. Completing and certifying the general plan and EIR in 2026 and return with the corresponding budget and contract amendments for the revised Mentor Harnish Rincon scope. 2, direct staff to continue the zoning code work now in parallel rather than pausing it, but at a realistic pace. Treat the schedule in the staff report as a target rather than a deadline. Let the general plan and EIR lead through 2026. Keep the commission study sessions moving at a sustainable cadence, and return to the board with a revised, realistic completion schedule and any budget implications rather than compressing the work to hit the current dates. 3, direct staff and the planning commission as that work proceeds to keep the zoning code focused on implementing the adopted general plan, to work the existing draft part by part using the public comment matrix, to place any provision that would require environmental analysis beyond the certified EIR on a separate list for board consideration before it is incorporated, and to return to the board before running over on cost or time. Number 4 is direct staff and the consultants to retain the current draft as the regulatory code and to produce as early in the process as practical a plain language matrix that describes each zone in full and highlights what stays the same and what is changing from our current code, and to report back on its cost and timing. And 5, ask staff and county council to return at our next meeting with a short written scope and guiding principles statement for the board to adopt, along with confirmation on table 2.2 consistency and CEQA. And number 6, ensure that legacy rural land uses are reflected in future work on the zoning code.
All right, any further discussion or comments?
Oh, I will,
Oh, no, that's already been second. Go ahead, Supervisor Brownfield.
No, I didn't have a question.
You don't have a question, comment?
I would like to understand from Supervisor Brownfield's perspective, if you feel like you can get on board with this, or if there's something, I'm not identifying what is substantially different in this as to 3 with that same addition.
I'm worried. I'm worried that this stops, that this rules this legacy land use from going forward in the future. If we do alternative 3, we're just slowing things down, right? We're just gonna slow things down. We're gonna keep it going we're gonna decouple, but we're slowing it down. And I'm okay, I'm just not okay with having this be done too quickly, right? So I don't like the time frame of having to be done in 2026. If it takes what it takes to get this thing done. And so if you're going to do that, then I want this legacy land use to be something that we really look at and we're able to dissect and put into the,
Well, help me if what I'm missing, but it looks to me like Supervisor Lutweiler's motion is actually slower than what this option 3 says, because this one says it's going to refocus the zoning code process starting in late 26 or early 27. And what what I think I hear in your motion is they're going to run on a parallel track so that it continues to inform it as the general plan is finished off, which seems like it's more in tandem with what you're wanting, because you're wanting that information to happen as it moves through toward that general plan adoption. Am I understanding you correctly?
yeah, I want it to go in parallel, but I also don't want I don't want the EIR and the general plan to hold hostage the zoning. So he's wanting it to be on an exact parallel track where there are guardrails to stay in place where you can't see. I want this to be really open, and I want it to get done right. So you're wanting guardrails. I really don't need guardrails on there. I think we just need to get this done right, no matter how long it takes, right? I don't want this 2026 barrier to getting this plan and this zoning correct.
Okay.
So
I see what you're saying.
that's the problem that I have, is the constraint of time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We've gotta get this thing right.
Are we complete?
Mm-hmm.
We'll call for a vote, and this is on on Supervisor Brownfield's motion. Correct. Okay.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
No.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
No.
Supervisor Cox,
No.
Supervisor Gogan,
No.
Chairman Carpenter, sorry, that was it. Okay. Motion failed, 1-4. Now, are you ready for me to call the vote on Supervisor
Yes, please
Lutweiler's
call the vote.
motion as
Yes.
amended? Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
No.
Chairman Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks you, everybody, for all of your hard work and working towards collaboration. I'm glad we added that amendment to Supervisor Lutweiler's motion. We now will go backwards in the agenda. We mentioned this at the beginning of the meeting that we would be having a presentation brought to us by our Community Administrative Officer, receive a presentation from Paul Danchek, recognizing Trinity County graduates from the CSAC Leadership Institute. Welcome. I'm glad you made it, sir.
It's great to be here. Thank you, Supervisor. Chair Carpenter Harris, Supervisors, CAO Tuttle. I just want to thank you for your vision and support in investing in your team. I come today in celebration, recognizing 4 executives who completed the CSAC Institute and earned executive credential. They joined a network of over 2,000 folks from across the state who have received such a distinction since 2008. Earning a credential is no easy task. It requires 50 hours of training over 10 courses. And in this case, it was done in partnership with 3 other counties, Shasta, Siskiyou, and Tehama County. It's really exciting to be part of that inner county mix in order to not only have robust conversations around what public service leadership is, what governance looks like, but also learning from colleagues across the region on how they go about doing their business and seeing it as a larger network within the area. So just very excited about it. I noted that I come in celebration. I want to share with you a quote from DeWitt Jones, who was a photographer for the National Geographic. He has this amazing quote. He said that we must celebrate what's right with the world in order to find the energy to fix what's wrong. And it's times like today that we're able to take a moment of pause, to be able to celebrate the goodness that's happening within Trinity County through such distinctions. If I may, Chair, I'd like to recognize those folks now.
Please move forward, yes.
And my understanding is that there might be one of the 4 that are present today, and that was based on both my schedule and the timing of today's meeting, so my apologies for running late today. The 4 executives include Casey Brookover, who's the in the Auditor Controller's Office, Ariana Edwin, Health and Human Services Agency Director, Leah Ferguson, Health and Human Services Agency, and Maddie Woodman, who I believe is here today.
Yes.
Please help me congratulate them.
Yes. Is Ms. Woodwin here? Can Ms. Woodwin please come forward?
Ms. Woodman. Congratulations.
Yay. Very good.
Go along with it.
Can you guys turn toward Susie so she can get a picture?
Can we get a picture with the supervisors? Is that
Yes.
all right?
Yes, that's fine. Come on.
Supervisors, are you amenable to doing it more upfront here so we get the seal in the background as opposed to like?
Sure. Where would you like us, sir?
I think
You're in charge.
right here. I think we get the seal.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Since we're a small group. Where you are, sorry.
That's exciting. I'm glad to see our staff and our team looking forward to ways to get better at all that they do. I will now make note that we will be taking a break, and before we hear our final item, we will return at 2:10.
2:10.
10.
Because it's going to go for 3 hours?
He told me that, that's fine. Yeah, it's only.
We have another see. One more set. Interesting. Exciting. Are all good. Susie, were you able to do anything? The speakers?
Ready? Okay. We will now reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting of Trinity County on January 16th, 2026. We will now be hearing item E6, Community Development, Cannabis, conduct an appeal hearing to consider upholding, modify, or overturning the Planning Commission's decision to approve CCL 775, applicant Mirish Vogel, appellant Michelle Taylor. Do we have the Planning Department here?
Yes.
Just one statement. During the break, some people in the back of the room let me know that while they could hear pretty well on Zoom, they could not hear us in the back of the room pretty well. And I imagine that's this. So I just encourage us all to try to really get close to those mics. Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
All right, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. So there's quite a bit of background on this, so I'll start off simple and at least try to give good context to how we arrived here. And then if that's acceptable, we can dig into the nuance and what I imagine will be a good bit of questions and then subsequent discussion. So the reason we're here today is, well, I guess I'll work backwards. So more recently, we brought this item to the Planning Commission. Rather than taking the action at the staff level, we made the decision to schedule it for a Planning Commission hearing for them to make a determination on the license per the authority in code for the planning director to take items to the Planning Commission. Going back a bit further, this license and project has been in the works in its more recent iterations for several years now. A couple years back, I would say at this point, when my predecessor, Deputy Director Presley, was still the planning director, we encountered the scenario where additional APNs were being added to the CCL application. And so there was a bit of, I think, confusion that has resulted as it relates to a consolidated process that has separate parts. And so from an environmental review perspective and from the perspective of intaking an Appendix C document, that's a separate subset of the overall process to having code compliance and the division director or the planning director review the application for consistency with all applicable codes. So when that application came in, there was direction from staff to engage in the water board and enroll additional APNs without a evaluation of whether or not there were any other conflicts with code. So when that project was nearing completion of environmental review, it was noticed that they were in the opt-out. And so in looking at the code section related to those original opt-outs, which is the limitations on location to cultivate code section 1743 050A7, if I remember off the top of my head, we acknowledged, or at least from my perspective, which I conveyed to then Deputy Director Presley, it seemed as though there was ambiguity in that code section in terms of how to interpret the water board enrollment process and the enrollment of APNs and then licensure, et cetera. So at that point, a letter was drafted and signed by Deputy Director Presley. I believe he reached out to the applicants and let them know that their project was going to be denied. They asked to have a meeting with us, and we had that meeting, and then the outcome of that meeting in the office was to go out and do a site inspection. And so Deputy Director Presley and myself went up to the ranch and looked at the original cultivation area and the new proposed cultivation area. And at that, subsequently, following that, it was determined that we would take an ambiguity determination item to the Planning Commission. So we took that item to the Planning Commission. That was appealed to the board, and the board gave clear direction to staff. And that is the basis for the staff recommendation and the staff report today. I can go through some of the additional details specific to parcels, water board orders, et cetera, if you would like now, or if you would prefer to hold that for questions, your pleasure.
What is the pleasure of the board now or for questions?
Either.
Pardon me? Why don't you proceed with that for now, and then we'll go into, after you're done presenting, we'll have public comment, and then we'll go into questions again.
So I'll give a little more clear narrative of the project description. So the applicant is applying for up to 10,000 square foot mature canopy on a series of APNs. I'll just use the last 3 digits if that's good, or if you prefer, I can read the full APNs into the
No,
record.
the last 3 is sufficient.
Okay,
Thank
so parcels 008, 019, and 020, which the addresses associated with those parcels are 1501, 1611, and 1900 Eagle Creek Loop, Coffee Creek, California. So I think, kind of tying it to the ambiguity determination and sort of really trying to grapple with what I still consider to be an ambiguous code section, although the Planning Commission did not agree with that, and the board provided clarity to that effect when we brought the ambiguity determination forward. I'll read 1743050, or at least a subset of it, which is an exception to this limitation is allowed for applicants who have submitted an application for enrollment under the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board Order 2015-0023 by the following dates. For this specific license application, the applicable date is under Coffee Creek Volunteer Fire District and Trinity Center Community Services District by November 30th, 2017. So if we look through the staff report, what I was hoping to clarify was sort of the order of events as it related to the original North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board cannabis cultivation policy, which we are referring to it as the 2015 order. So on August 13th, 2015, the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board adopted order number R1 2015-0023. That was then superseded on October 17th, 2017 by the 2017 order. And then the effective date of our current county ordinance was November 3rd, 2017. So if we look at the dates in the limitations code section, they needed to have applied under the North Coast order prior to November 30th, 2017. In the staff report, there's additional backup in terms of the information that is available to us in what we refer to as CWICS, which is the California Integrated Water Quality Portal, essentially, which is the water board portal. That shows enrollment dates or association start dates, which generally indicate when an application was received by that agency and then enrolled under its associated order, given when it was received. So more project history, essentially, parcel 21 was the original first enrollment from this set of parcels known as Eagle Creek Ranch. And based again on the documentation that's available to us, the previous property owner enrolled parcel 21 under the 2015 order. Again, we have no way of knowing when the application was mailed to the North Coast Water Board. But what we do show is a essentially effective date. And so based on the documentation contained, that's available to us and provided to you in the staff report, parcel 21 was enrolled prior to the cutoff date established in 1743050A7. Subsequently, an additional parcel was enrolled by the previous owner, and then following program shutdown, so in 22, if I remember correctly, the projects were starting to move forward, and at some point, we got to what we're referring to as CCL 775. And their stated desire was to relocate onto a different parcel that was not part of the original, was not the parcel that was enrolled prior to the date in the limitations code section. So that's what's gotten us here today. Again, I can try to give a little bit more information, but I imagine you'll have questions and I'll do my best to answer them.
Thank you for
I
that.
would like one clarification.
You have Supervisor Cox has a clarifying question, please.
In your staff report on page 3, right before the little paragraph, right before the historical timelines, says that application for parcel 004-120-021, not identified in the current CCL application, was submitted 12/6/17 and enrolled effective 7/28/17.
Yes,
Help me with that.
I'll do my best. Essentially, again, we're not certain on the exact date that an application is put in the mail. Essentially, what we're working from is the information available in CWIX. So what we have is the relationship start date in CWIX, and then we have a document from the Water Board essentially giving them an effective date of that enrollment. So to answer your question, based on my understanding, that parcel was enrolled retroactively. So the relationship start date was actually after where they retroed them into their effective enrollment date.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this? Seeing none?
Sorry.
Do you want to?
So parcel number 123020000 was submitted on 12/7/2017.
Microphone, they can't hear you.
Rolled effective 1/30/2018. Is that correct?
So that's two sentences above the sentence Supervisor Cox was just asking about. Am I tracking?
Yep.
Okay.
And then parcel number 120019000 has no current water board enrollment.
That is the information that we presented in the staff report, and to my knowledge is still current and correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
We will now take public comment on this item. Oh, I'm sorry. How?
Generally do it that way.
Okay, I'm sorry. We'll hear. No, thank you. We'll hear from the appellant. Sorry. The standard.
10 minutes is standard, but I would leave it open. They should get a full and fair opportunity to present.
We'll ask you for 10 minutes, but you have, if you need to go over, we'll allow for that.
Chair, Jim Underwood from the Underwood Law Offices representing the appellant. I'll be relatively brief because as I'll further describe, I think most of the issues presented have been before your board and addressed in a clear way previously. The staff report and the presentation just given clearly state the history, the enrollment of the former license holder was back in 17 and seems to have been timely, although there's a question about that. And I was before your board on October 7th of 25 when this so-called ambiguity matter came before your board. I don't believe there was ambiguity. I don't believe your board determined that there was ambiguity. I mean, there's a fair question about whether or not going forward at some point the ordinance can and should be made more clear. But the bottom line, based on your decision, excuse me, on October 25th or October of 25, was pretty clear direction to staff and the commission. I think the staff has had it right. I think its recommendation today is consistent with board direction. I think it's clear to say that the Planning Commission just disregarded your direction of October of last year. And, you know, again, the only enrollment area was on the property that has a physical address on Highway 3. It's the 72821 State Route 3 property, the parcel ending in 021. And, you know, there have basically been a number of, I think, pretty creative arguments that could have but weren't presented to your board last October, nor before the Planning Commission that's appealed from, that have come in more recently. But I think they're basically distractions from the direction that your board gave to staff and the Planning Commission that's essentially been disregarded. I can get into more detail. I've laid it out in letters, correspondence, both to the commission and your board, that's before you. The review standard today is whether your board is going to be following the applicable ordinance, you know. And, you know, that is what was addressed last October. The second issue on review, or, you know, to ensure that you've got a supported decision, is there adequate evidence in your administrative record? If the issue is, as you've decided, whether or not the applicant had enrollment beyond the limited parcel area in a timely way, the only remaining question is what has been addressed by staff, and that is, when was that prior CCL enrolled? And, you know, let's assume, notwithstanding the uncertainty that was just discussed, that there was timely enrollment in, you know, by November 30th of 2017. But that permits, according to, I think, the proper interpretation of the code that the board's given direction on previously, CCL approval limited to that area. I mean, to do otherwise would be arbitrary, be a 180-degree turn from your interpretation of last fall. And the administrative record that is needed to support that decision and reverse the Planning Commission's error by upholding this appeal is the documentation of enrollment of that single parcel at that specific address back in 17. I could get into CEQA compliance. I've done that in the correspondence. I don't think CEQA applies, where, of course, the project is denied by upholding the appeal. I do have disagreement with how staff has characterized the applicability of your program EIR. I mean, the issues come up before. It's never really been tested, but it's my assessment that to approve a project of this type that has significant adverse impacts, which aren't adequately addressed in a Schedule C. I mean, they just aren't. And we can discuss that, but I don't think it's directly relevant. I think for the Planning Commission to approve this properly in light of CEQA, there would have at least been a need for a mitigated negative declaration. You know, a checklist, Schedule C, just doesn't
meet the policies and requirements of CEQA. But that said, I think that's inapplicable if your board, in a way I think it should, upholds the appeal and denies or reverses the Planning Commission decision. So I would just end by saying, you know, there are really very few findings. The applicant's representative has indicated that there's a need for a couple dozen findings. The only finding is that you reaffirm the policy, you know, the interpretation of your code of 1743050A7 to limit the, you know, the approval of commercial licenses to those enrolled as of the date in question, in this case being parcel 21, and to acknowledge that the administrative record makes clear that enrollment to only one of those parcels on that State Route 3 address occurred in a timely way as of November 30 of 17. On that basis, I just ask on behalf of the applicant or the appellant that the Planning Commission's approval of CCL 775 was improper and that you uphold the appeal. And I'd be glad to answer questions. I would like to reserve time to respond to comments.
We'll allow for that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Words, papers. Everybody up here has this, but in case anybody prefers a hard copy, the sharp copies. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tom Belanco. I represent the applicants and appellees in this case. I also would like to reserve time after public comment. And before we get into the words, because there's a lot of discussion on words, a picture's worth 1,000 words. I figured we'd take the 20,000 foot view. This is a map of the entire property that we call Eagle Creek Ranch. It's labeled by the various APNs. Only last 2 digits in this case, but the white lines here are the various APNs. And just leaving the words aside for a second, the practicality of what you're being asked to decide is, can these applicants move the cultivation from where it was in this hole in the trees up against Highway 3, visible to everybody who drives on that road, on the edge of their property, to virtually the center of their 115-acre ag property, where they can grow in native soil with no greenhouses, with no road building, with no electricity? Or are they forced to grow in this location where they must build greenhouses, they must develop a road, they must use electricity for artificial light, and they must cut trees? That's your decision. Now, the words about that come into, well, it's these various APNs. This is the one that was licensed. All right, we know that was licensed. And we know the requirements for licensing, not the least of which in 17.43050A3 is only on a parcel with a legal dwelling. Where is the legal dwelling on that parcel? Oh, it's right there. Why? Because the ordinance also says the very unique, not maybe as unique as some people thought, the unique definition of legal parcel, different from almost anywhere else in California. A legal parcel means a parcel of land for which one legal title exists. Actually, I'm reading the Mendocino one where we borrowed that from. And by we, I I do mean me. Legal parcel means a parcel with a distinct and separate assessor's parcel number, where contiguous legal parcels are under identical ownership by an individual or an entity. Such legal parcels shall be counted as a single parcel for purposes of this chapter. What does that say? There's no ambiguity in those words. It says that these lines do not matter. This is a single parcel. How do I know that? It says it. It says it in section 1 of the ordinance before you get down to 17.43050. Now, I will hand it to the creativity of this ambiguity. I included in the packet the urgency ordinance, which is actually the controlling law when Feeling Groovy first operated at this site. And much of this language carried over into the permanent ordinance. I recounted the history, and it's there for you to read if you want me to go deeper into it, but I want to emphasize in 2015 and 2016, nobody knew what we were doing. Nobody knew what this was going to look like. The water board order came out in August of 2015. Nobody enrolled in it until October 13th, 2015. I can only imagine what the first person filling out that enrollment must have thought. But then again, all I have to do is remember, because it was me. And I filled out the third one, and the fifth one, and the ninth one, and probably a dozen others until Mr. Underwood's own paralegal decided that she could help people fill these things out and formed the first consulting company in Trinity County to help with enrollments. The defining characteristic of the water board enrollment revolved around CEQA. The water board wanted to get this order out quickly. They posited that the order itself was a mitigation to existing cultivation sites that were damaging the environment. In that context, enrollment or coverage under that water board order was limited to existing sites. And that's an important distinction. It says it in section 8 of that order. This order does not authorize discharges of waste associated with any new development of sites for cannabis cultivation or related activities. Which means if you enrolled in that order and you didn't have anything, if you had a fresh, barren ground that never saw cannabis, they would not accept your enrollment. Now, people would take a rototiller and till up that soil and put a couple clones in there and say, now I have existing cultivation, and enroll. That definitely happened. That almost certainly happened here. But once you were enrolled in that, you could not move that cultivation. The water board order did not cover new development. Only the state general order, when that was passed in October 2017, after we had passed our so-called permanent ordinance, did the state water board provide coverage for new development. And that was based on a specific CEQA exemption the legislature wrote into Water Code section 13149. So that order says in section 6, it is the intent of the state water board order that regional water boards enroll all eligible dischargers developing land for or engaging in cannabis cultivations activities under this general order. That state general order is what allowed development. So that, for better or for worse, allowed people to move their cultivation areas. I put this out too because while the various jurisdictions were all scrambling after the legislature enacted MRSA to figure out what to do, Calaveras, Mendocino, Trinity, we all opted for an urgency ordinance. Humboldt went for a permanent ordinance right away. But what they included was what became known as the Triple R program. It was retirement, remediation, and relocation. That part all sounds very nice, of commercial cannabis cultivation sites. The reason they did that, and none of these ordinances operate in a vacuum. You can see in here, we have pieces of the Calaveras ordinance part and parcel directly into ours. Everybody wonders, where did the $5,000 fee come from for our licenses? Calaveras. They made $2.1 million in a week with their ordinance. So we thought, hey, that seems to work. That's where that came from. I know there's been a fee study since then, but Humboldt County, reacting to the concerns of a lot of cultivators, the same concerns we had here, during the 20 years between Prop 215 and state regulation, people did not grow out in the open. They did not grow in the best places. They were at the headwaters. They were under trees. They were on slopes. All the places that were not necessarily ideal for a legal crop. Humboldt proposed this retirement remediation relocation program to incentivize moving sites into more environmentally benign locations. That is precisely what we're asking to do here. This is the middle of an open field. It is 1,500 feet from the property line, from where the appellant's business is, not even their residence, 1,500 feet. This could be a Buddhist home for fentanyl-addicted children. It's still legal. 1,000 feet is the maximum distance we set back from anything. And this is 1,500 feet. That's from here to the Joss house. Even if you're convinced that the language is not abundantly clear as regards a single legal parcel, the environmental considerations alone should allow the movement of this license to a benign, this is in-ground. You know, Feeling Groovy was probably the worst manifestation of what a legal cultivator could be in Trinity County. I will not deny that. I was here for them. I met them. They did do things legally. I will say that. They complied with the law. They hired consultants. They hired attorneys. But they did it in a manner that was loud, obnoxious, and, dare I say, stupid. Now we have the exact opposite of that. We have the ideal epitome of a licensed cultivation. Number one, they've been in a licensing program in Humboldt since 2016, the moment you could get in. They are successful at it. They have metric sales for years backing up their success. They want to grow in the sun. They want to grow in the ground, full term. They are a mom and pop. Their daughter is here. This is what we all sought to incentivize when we created this program. I understand we will continue to wage this war of cannabis versus non-cannabis. I get it. This is an ideal cannabis property. As far as the carve out, I just want to reference our EIR. This map is figure 2.3 from our draft EIR. It's the licensed cultivation sites in 2018. And it was circulated in the draft EIR in May 2019. And you can see right there is Eagle Creek Ranch. Now, nobody commented about that, most especially not the appellants in comments to the draft EIR. There were 45 comments to the draft EIR from individuals. Some of the usual suspects, Tom Belenko, Veronica Kelly-Albies, Scott White, James Underwood, respect. No Michelle Taylor. Nobody commented about that location. The only comment about specific to opt-outs came from my friend on the other side of the spectrum of cannabis, John Letton. In his comment, under opt-out or carve-outs, he referenced the four foundational principles that we talked about that the EIR also referenced. He said to implement those principles and the intentions in creating the opt-out areas, the EIR should require the following ordinance provisions. The current opt-out areas should be further delineated in surveyor terminology to avoid further disputes concerning boundaries. Good idea. No new cannabis licenses of any type shall be issued for sites in the opt-out. However, existing licenses for sites in the opt-out may be renewed so long as they have been and in the future are renewed each consecutive year by the current licensee. That change wasn't made. But the fact that he suggested that change ought to tell us that the ordinance didn't do that. And in case you didn't know, he's a judge. So part of his profession is reading and interpreting laws. I'm not putting words in his mouth. I'm reading his words from a page. So the carve-out existed. Feeling Groovy predated the carve-out. I think Feeling Groovy, frankly, is the reason for the carve-out. I don't think that's any mystery, okay? But the carve-out was imposed around it. In selecting, you know, I think everybody knows I was at the meeting where we came up with the compromise, and I got to name it, where, okay, we'll allow carve-outs if we give some allowance for the existing cultivators already in there who have taken a step forward to do the right thing. The reason in those sections that we don't use parcel or property or site, we use applicant, we use enrollee, person or entity, is because we were not trying to tie it to a site. We're trying to tie it to a responsible individual applicant, that they were going to do something right. We knew you couldn't move cultivation under the water board order. Many people wanted to move cultivation. So we were meeting halfway on that. That's why the language is written like that. So I think I've belabored the point enough. I do just want to say that the Planning Commission considered these things. They didn't ignore your 10-7-25 decision. In fact, if you recall, at that meeting, you were told, nor does the choice that you make today result in the final determination of any specific project. And that's true. I think it is fully appropriate to say, if I had a parcel in 2017 that I enrolled in the water board, and then I bought 3 neighboring parcels, now I can move cultivation over there. I think that's inappropriate. But this is not new parcels. According to the definitions in our ordinance, this was one single parcel in 2017 when it enrolled. It's one single parcel today. You are empowered to amend your ordinance. We are amending our entire zoning code, but it's not amended. That's what it says now. Thank you.
We will now move into public comment on this item. Do we have any public comment in the room?
Hello, board and staff. Matthew Jefferson. I'm the owner of Trinity Alps Candlecraft. I am the only active license in North Lake in Coffee Creek. I have been licensed for 9 years. I was the first license issued with full CEQA compliance. I'm Sun and Earth Organic certified. I take great pride in the environment. And I think that people that have lived in this county for a long time know there's a difference between good and bad growers. And us good growers, we care about the planet, we care about our community. And Brad and Marisa, they're those people, and they're the same. And I want to speak to this timeline. It's not inaccurate, but it's incomplete. I was at every single meeting. I did this without a consultant. I read every single law, like this thick, me and my wife. When the North Coast Water Quality Control Board program came out, it was a pilot program that mirrored the definition of legal parcel, that said if your parcels were conjoined, touching each other, that you only needed to enroll one parcel and that you could use any of those, which was part of why that intent of legal parcel was put in when the ordinance was written, And there's many, many parcels in this county that have licenses that have a house on one property and the farm on the other. That was the intent of what was going on there. And then when we moved into the state water board in 2020, we were then asked, as it moved out of that pilot program, to enroll all parcels. All of those things were done. Their parcels were all enrolled. They followed all the rules and they did everything that they were supposed to do. And now we're still dealing with an ordinance with this opt-out thing in it that is villainizing and criminalizing the people that are in it. It says right there, what you're doing is wrong, bad, and you need to hide. Well, I'm not a bad person because I grow marijuana, and neither are they, and we don't need to hide. We should be proud. We are a world-renowned cannabis growing region. In East Fork alone, and some of the people sitting in that back room were to barbecue with me a couple days ago when there was literally 4 generations of cannabis growers from Coffee Creek hanging out together, from people that moved into my valley in the early 60s to the 70s, the 80s, and today. So now I'm just going to speak to the aspect of tourism that Michelle Taylor wants to say that it's going to destroy tourism and people are not going to go to her resort because they're walk down the road and they see weed. Their farm is 300 feet from the highway. My plants are less than 50 feet from the road. I have never had a complaint. Every single person that goes to Alpine Cellars drives 50 feet from my plants. I have children, families constantly walk up and down the road. After being night security and maintenance at KOA, now all of those people say, hey, Matt, don't work too hard. Hope you're having a good day. We do not offend anybody. We increase tourism. And I hope that you guys, I didn't submit it again, but I submitted a long report that showed factual evidence of how cannabis actually reports tourism. And just like, remember, what are we fighting? What are you fighting against? Because I won Best Organic Sun-Grown Cannabis in the state, honored by Woody Harrelson. So if I don't bring tourism, then who does?
Thank you. Do we have further public comment in the room?
Afternoon. Vidette Vanderweide, Lewiston. I submitted a written comment for the record. So today I'd like to speak more broadly about what's happening today. Because I personally keep coming back to the same question. What are we doing? Are we rewarding people who follow proper county process and have done it for years, been completely compliant with everything they've been asked? Or are we rewarding people who simply refuse to accept an answer? The Planning Commission has reviewed this project. Staff have reviewed this project. The applicants have spent years navigating an incredibly difficult permitting process and a very long one. And yet we continue to revisit the same ground over and over again. I'm sure y'all would much rather be at home right now than sitting here looking at this thing again. Not because some major new piece of evidence has emerged for this appeal, not because some catastrophic new impact has been discovered, not because someone is still unhappy with the outcome, but because someone is still unhappy with the outcome. And respectfully, those are not the same thing. At some point, disagreement is not evidence. At some point, dissatisfaction, also not evidence. At some point, repeating an argument does not make it stronger. It makes it even louder to how much it holds us up right now. What concerns me is that I continue to hear discussions about ambiguity, interpretation, and what someone thinks might have happened years ago. But what I don't hear is substantial new evidence that changes the fundamental facts before this board. So I ask, what exactly are we rewarding? Because if the lesson here is that one person can continue appealing, continuing delaying, continue creating uncertainty, and continue forcing everyone back into this room simply because they don't like the answer, then let's be honest about the precedent we're creating. We're teaching people that process is no longer a pathway to resolution. We're teaching people that process itself can become the punishment. And that's not fair to applicants, and especially not these. It's not fair to staff. It's not fair to y'all. And it's certainly not fair to a farming family that has spent years trying to comply with the very system that this county has asked them to navigate. And also, I want to speak briefly from my own experience. I worked in the cannabis division during a portion of this process with these applicants. I know how overwhelmed staff was. I know how many conversations happened between meetings, in hallways, on the fly. It's how we roll in this county, quite honestly, on an administrative role. That's not criticism of staff. That's simply the reality of how it rolls around here. But what I never saw was a reason Eagle Creek Ranch should stop moving in this process. I would have told them. What I saw were farmers just trying to do what they was being asked of them, and they did it so kindly and so genuinely. The question before the board today is not whether a years-long county process was perfectly organized. We can see it wasn't. It's just who are you going to reward today? The people who can have a sustainable business and bring tourism, or someone with beef? Thank you.
Is there further public comment in the room?
Good afternoon, board members, Chair Scott White Lewiston. Drew brought up something in the beginning that got my wife and I creamed. When you appointed Ed Presley as the interim planning director, the board expressly said he would not be allowed to do any planning duties, administrative only. Yet as Drew acknowledged in this meeting, he was allowed to make planning decisions. It screwed me and my wife, screwed these people. That's the board. You let him do that. That was the county process and it was wrong. I want to be clear. I support keeping commercial cannabis grows out of our communities in District 1. Now, I won the election recently, and it'd be safe for me to not be here today, but it would not be right. And I thought I knew what my comments were going to be today, but then I spent hours and hours reviewing the materials with the staff report and doing research. My suggestion to you is exactly what I would do if I was sitting up in your situation. I would continue this item until the information necessary to make an informed decision has been provided. The only issue that needs to be decided by the board is how the opt-out area provisions apply, given the specific facts in this situation. There were significant technical and legal questions about this raised by both sides of the Planning Commission. I, as most people, did not have the background to evaluate these issues. In the interim, when this had happened, staff added no information to the report in addressing those issues. I feel sorry for both parties, especially the one that paid to be here and the original applicant that paid, everyone in this room and the public at large. We deserve better. The county has professional staff for a reason. They're there, they exist. There's a reason that you have them. Nothing happened with them to bring information that was relevant to your decision today. So direct the CAO to have the lead agency planning work with county council and county surveyor to address the issues raised by the respective parties and address them in writing, not as secondhand opinions from staff. Party A might be right, party B might be right, neither party might be right. Direct county staff to do the work necessary to figure that out. That's their job, to make that information available to you and to us. This is a huge issue for both parties and all county residents. There's likely going to be a legal challenge no matter which choice is made. Protect all of us by making the best possible decision based on the necessary information, which you don't have today. Will it make a difference? I don't know. And that is exactly why you need to have it here today, because if questions were raised that were significant that only county council or county surveyor, your professionals in those areas, could have advised you on. We had a thing at Caltrans called completed staff work. You made the decision, you gave all the information necessary to decision makers to make an informed decision. We didn't have any completed staff work on this item, and that's really disappointing. Please continue this item until staff does and provides the information you need to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Any further public comment in the room?
How you do it? Chris Williams, Weaverville. 86 years ago, Brad and Marisa submitted an application to operate a 10,000 square feet cannabis farm. 10,000 square feet. I had, wrinkle like this, AI look at the dimensions of this building from Google Earth. And this is about 10,000 square feet along with the rest of the library. That's what 6 years we've been thinking about, just the size of this little library. Fun fact, I was one of the kids that lined up as a human conveyor belt to transport the old books from the old library to the new library. Also sang a song to dedicate that night in the foyer. The song was Sonny Chuckett, for those curious. So I'm glad that this space does not serve as an opt-out zone for learning, for serving our community's best interests by setting aside our personal biases or agenda, because that would be a shame. For the record, I was involved from day one preparing the application. One person in a different meeting called fraudulent, but let me just tell you, my work was excellent, and it went through many, many eyes, and it went to county council, went to personal counsel, went to my boss. I went every single person who could lay eyes on this application looked at it, and there were endless discussions with the county, the water board, to dig up all those documents we're talking about. That was a lot of emails back and forth with my new best friends, the water board people. But our ordinance is very clear. You have all the information. You don't need more time. Doesn't need to go to county council. They sat on this application at some point for like a year. CDFW, personal lawyers, consultants, everyone has looked at this application. Everyone's looked at it in the context of this ordinance, and it is clear. Yet, the applicant has spent more than 6 years navigating a process that seems determined to find a reason to say no rather than evaluating the merits of the application itself. The farm fits neatly within the county codes, state codes, various agency codes, and how sad that we regulate something so much that the reasons for approving the appeal are only superficial ones. They're not legal ones. Denying the appeal is based in sound legal logic. At times, it feels like this goal has been to spin around the applicant, around and around and around, hoping that they'll eventually just become dizzy and dazed. But no, nobody here has left that merry-go-around and around and around. So give us some economic hope for our community. Look at the law, look at our ordinance. It's very clear. I mean, people are paid to say, hey, there's some ambiguity, and there's no ambiguity. This is one big parcel, and one part of it was 1,000% enrolled in the water board. Just like so many hundreds of other farms operate under this current ordinance, just let this farm operate under our current. And to quote fake Lincoln, approve this license.
Is there any other public comment in the room?
Me again, Lisa Wright, Chair Supervisors. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of CCL. I want to focus on the decision actually before you today. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's formal approval. The Planning Commission held a public hearing, reviewed the record, heard testimony, and adopted specific findings supporting approval. In fact, they were recited in the staff report and not refuted. The commission found that Eagle Creek Ranch consists of contiguous parcels under common ownership that function as a single operational unit, one deed. The commission found that the Trinity County Cannabis Ordinance treats those parcels as a single parcel for the purposes of cultivation. As Tom said, it's a very unique, but it's very clear in our current code. The commission found that the project qualifies as an existing operation based on documented 2017 water board enrollment. The commission found that the proposed relocation is not a new or expanded use, but a reconfiguration within a single continuous operational site, as per Eagle Creek Ranch and the parcel, the deed. The commission also found that the project does not increase canopy intensity or overall disturbance. In fact, it does the opposite. And that the applicant relied in good faith on years of county direction. I provided a long timeline for you in my written comments from 2021. Most importantly for this appeal, the commission did not disregard the board's October 2025 action. The commission expressly addressed that issue and found that approval was consistent with board direction because the project does not extend eligibility to new or unrelated parcels. They're clearly related. They're on one deed. It recognizes a qualifying existing operation within a contiguous parcel that has been treated as a single site. The staff report recommends a different outcome. But respectfully, a departmental level recommendation is not the decision on appeal. The decision on appeal is the Planning Commission's clear approval with supporting findings of fact. If the board disagrees with the commission, I respectfully ask that the board identify what specific Planning Commission findings are unsupported, because staff does not, and what evidence contradicts those findings, and what ordinance language requires denial. It's not there. I also ask if the board relies on the October 7, 2025 action as controlling, that the board identify the actual materials from that prior proceeding being relied upon and explain what legal effect that action has in this separate appeal. Nothing was entered into the administrative record. This application, again, has been in process since 2021. They followed county's direction, completed inspections, updated environmental documents, responded to repeated requests for different and ongoing continued new information, and continued through years of review. The record supports the Planning Commission's limited, fact-specific approval. For those reasons, I respectfully request that the board must deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of CCL 775. Thank you.
Any further public comment in the room?
Good afternoon, Chair. Board. My name is Linda Birch. I'm from Trinity Center, California. I just have a few questions, actually, that I'm asking that you guys look into and address before you make a decision on this. One of those is the argument for the contiguous parcels all being considered one parcel for legal purposes. My question is, when those parcels are all not zoned the same, does that still apply? Because one of those parcels, I believe it's 1501, parcel 8, is zoned unclassified. That does not qualify for cannabis, if I understand correctly. So that's one of my questions. Does unclassified qualify? If it doesn't, it cannot be combined in with the original license for 21 and saying that all of them are all inclusive in that license. So that's one of my questions is because my understanding is that they cannot all be included in one if one of them is unclassified. The other one was in the meeting on April 23rd, and I really hope you guys watch that meeting. It's very enlightening. I didn't appreciate the insults against you guys that were made by one of them at all. It was very unprofessional. I'd like to see everybody be a little more professional in how they deal with different things on this. He specifically asked Drew if there were any environmental impacts identified. When he made his motion, I'm referring to Commissioner Harper, he stated that there were no environmental impacts identified. That was not what Drew said when he was asked that question. I went back and I watched it again. He said, because open air is entirely different than enclosed, there would be a difference environmentally. What that impact is, we don't know, but don't you think that that impact needs to be visited before this gets approved? Because if there is some environmental impact, that's important. The other one is the water board, the original certification that they did. My question is, did they visit all of the parcels when they made the decision and approved that certificate? Did they look at all of them, or were they only looking at 21? Because if they were only looking at 21, they may find things in those other parcels that would be different than 21, and that would change what they would do. So I'm just asking that that all be visited and answered before you guys make a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there further public comment in the room?
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Brad Vogel. My wife and I bought the Eagle Creek Ranch 5 years ago. Since that day, we've been committed to doing everything right. Sorry, I'm a little nervous, but
Okay.
we didn't come up with a plan and then try and ram it down the throat of the Planning Commission or the Planning Department. We approached the Planning Department to ask, we have this property. What can we do with this property? The greenhouses had collapsed. Simultaneously, we cleaned the greenhouses up. We cleaned the mess up. We wanted to understand what we could do to rebuild. Are we tied to this site? Or is the whole property as one parcel available? And we got the answer that it was available. So everything we did after that was based on direction from the planning department. That direction continued for over 4 years. We spent a ton of time and money on it. We spent a small fortune on every report that's required to get a cannabis license on a property. There are no issues with this license. Every single agency that has come over has said, yeah, we love it. You should totally move from the shade to the sun. Why would you run artificial lights when you have a sun in the sky that uses no electricity? I mean, that's how we like to grow. We do care about the planet. We're organic growers. We grow in the soil. We get compliments from every agency that comes to our farm in Humboldt County. CDFW, the Water Board, the CD's Cannabis Control. They all say, wow, this is amazing. I've never had a complaint. They're no lovers of cannabis. We've had the worst enforcement guys from Fish and Wildlife come over and say, wow, this is truly amazing. I didn't know people did it like this, but we do it like that. That's the reason we've endured 5 years of torture to try and get a license on this property. We could have easily done it 3 years ago on this other site with 250,000 watt lights. We don't want to do that. We were told that this is one parcel and that we could move it. I know it's been in front of county council before, and now it's been in front of the planning commission. And they said 3-1, yes, you should totally do that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room?
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Many of you guys probably know me. My name is Jake Grossman-Christ. I'm from Hayfork. And I couldn't help but reminisce sitting in here. I'm almost 39 years old. I'll be 39 July 3rd. And I just had to look back and ask my beautiful wife, Olivia, when I started hearing about this in this room. And it was 10 years ago. For 10 years, I have listened about cannabis and about the same circle and the same complaints. And for a good portion of that 10 years, I have heard Eagle Creek Ranch. The only thing that's different is the people who are sitting in front of me. The people who are sitting behind me are all virtually the same or from the same position. I think a fundamental issue that keeps continuing to happen, not just with the cannabis program, but quite frankly, as many of you guys know, I have seen through many different aspects of Trinity County's governance is, I'm not sure exactly how to word it, but we have a real problem with interpreting existing rules and infrastructures from the state into our own way. We get folks in that decide they think they're going to read a document that already has precedent everywhere else in the state or has precedent already in our county, and they interpret it in their own way. And I don't know that it's malicious. I think that it's a lack of education. When you have folks that have been dealing with, let's say, the water board since 2016, 2017, ironically, when I started sitting in this room for hundreds, if not thousands of painstakingly awful hours, and are trying to do their best job, but maybe they don't have a law degree, maybe they're not a biologist, and they interpret it differently. And then you have licensees who, my wife being a victim of this as well, has had the interpretations of the same document and how the county is using it changed countless times over 10 years being applied to the same license. I don't know all the ins and outs of what's going on. with Eagle Creek Ranch. But I do know that there is nothing positive on a grand scale shining bright in the future of Trinity County. And if we have a family that is trying to restore an old store, or is trying to fire up a wood mill here, or is trying to rehab an old grow and bring something to this community, we should probably do everything we can to make it happen. Thank you.
I hope you have a happy birthday, Jake. Is there any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, we'll now move to, oh, I'm sorry. Hello.
Hi, Megan Reed, Weaverville. I'd just like to speak on the tourism piece. Many of you know that I am a lodging owner here and a resident in Trinity County. Every day I welcome visitors to this county. I recommend places to explore and hear firsthand what people love about Trinity County. The reality is that people come to Trinity for many reasons. They come here for our rivers, our lakes, our mountains, fishing, hiking, history, and small town character. But let's also be honest about something else. Cannabis is a big part of Trinity County's identity and history. For decades, Trinity County has been known around the world as part of the Emerald Triangle. There are people who are genuinely interested in cannabis culture, cannabis cultivation, and the history of this region. Cannabis tourism is real. Just like people visit wine country because of vineyards and winemaking, there are visitors who come here because they are interested in experiencing one of the most recognized cannabis growing regions in the world. As a lodging owner, I've never had a guest tell me that they were leaving Trinity County because a licensed cannabis farm existed nearby. What I have seen are visitors who appreciate authentic communities, local agriculture, and the unique character of this county. Many visitors are curious about our history, our farming traditions, and what makes Trinity County different from everywhere else. What concerns me is that a local family who has followed the rules is being asked to defend their livelihood based on speculation. I have not heard evidence that this farm will harm tourism. In fact, I believe that a healthy, regulated cannabis industry and a healthy tourism industry can coexist and strengthen one another. As someone in the industry, I keep coming back to one question. If most Californians support legal cannabis and the majority of Americans support legal cannabis, why would we intentionally narrow our invitation to only those tourists who do not? My job is to welcome people. I want Trinity County to be a place where fishermen, hikers, families, camping, history buffs, everybody feels welcome. And yes, where people who are interested in the Emerald Triangle, cannabis cultivation, and cannabis history feel welcome too. These applicants followed the process. They invested in becoming legal operators. They did what Trinity County asked them to do. They are a valuable part of our community. I also believe that there comes a point when we need to embrace who we are. Trinity County should not have to apologize for its history or the industries that have helped sustain local families for generations. Visitors are drawn to places that are authentic. They are drawn to communities that know who they are and are not afraid of it. I know this because I talk to them every day. What people love about Trinity County is that it feels real, it feels genuine, and it feels like a place that knows exactly what it is. I hope that we don't forget that today. I respectfully ask that you deny the appeal and grant the license. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment in the room?
Good afternoon, staff. My name is Susan Corrigan. My family is the family that rebuilt Eagle Creek Ranch. We built Ripple Creek Cabins. We rebuilt the Coffee Creek Country Store. We provided the first fire hall in Coffee Creek. And recently, just a month ago, my beloved father passed away at 93. So I attended the Planning Commission meetings and I listened, and the reality here is that because we had so much uncertainty from 2015 to 2020, state came out with their regulations. We've had a lot of processes that have been uncertain. And when your planning commission investigated this, as one of them said, beat it to death. Every time they would talk to staff or they would ask for clarification, it was really difficult to find that clarification because of all of that time frame when there was uncertainty in Trinity County by your predecessors. As we made these laws, as we brought in these codes. And so the bottom line is the Planning Commission broke it down and they found that this is illegal cannabis. These people are out of the ground, they are grandfathered out of the opt-out. They have this property. It was a cannabis property, and the commission made the decision to allow this project to continue. And so today before you is the task to uphold what your commissioners have spent the time on. It's been before you, it's been back, and here we are appealing it. So the appellate today is worried about whether it can be grown next to their resort, which my father built. So in this process, my dad was with me the last 2 years, and I asked him, Pops, what do you think about this? Do you think that this would deter from the area, deter from the land? And his comment was, sis, it's an agricultural product. And I said, yes, you're right, Dad. And so will it deter from the viewshed? No, it won't. Is it different? Yes, it's different for Eagle Creek. Very different. But it doesn't mean that it's bad or it shouldn't be there. And these applicants for 5 years have cleaned that property up. They're good people. And so today, the task before you is to uphold your commission's decision and approve this project. Thank you very much for your time and your whole day today.
Further public comment in the room?
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Taylor. They're all talking about. Couple points. Parcel 21 is a 26-acre parcel. It's not all under trees. I did contain pictures I sent you in my statement. There's lots of sun there. It's a beautiful place. I wish them well if they want to grow on 21. The thing that's really going to upset, and it's happened before, the last owners, is a drying of the marijuana across from my cabins. It stinks. My people, my renters that came there didn't want to come back. It smelled so bad. This will destroy my business, which you all want to have businesses, but you'll destroy my business if this happens. If they do it on the other side of the river, fine, do it, but don't bring it over here. And the ordinance specifically says that it had to be on the parcel, the APN parcel that was registered to be carved out, a specific parcel. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any online?
Ben?
Hello again, Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. So the main premise of overturning this for proponents is that it falls in an opt-out zone. But an opt-out zone is fundamentally a political solution that's executed through land use policy. It serves as a regulatory compromise to resolve neighborhood conflicts by allowing specific areas to exempt themselves from broader development or business. The county has allowed themselves to be dragged into neighborhood fights about what businesses should be in a certain area of the county and what shouldn't be. The county now picks winners and losers. The board realistically should have stayed out of the cannabis fight and allowed land use policies to speak on their own without opt-outs being put in place. This is a neighbor dispute that should not drag an entire industry through the mud that in other areas brings positive economic development. We even now have out-of-county residents and politicians attempting to sway local land use policy here with the letter from the Shasta County Sheriff, who I guess is also a VRBO owner. While the enforcement mechanism is a zoning rule, The reason for its existence is to appease local votes and navigate community pushback. Therefore, it's a political decision leveraging a land use tool. County government should not pick winners and losers, period. It creates unfair advantages as well as puts the county in legal peril. The county, by using opt-outs, are effectively using selective enforcement mechanism. If this was a cow or a chicken farm or any other type of ag or even horticulture, like a business growing corpse flowers that smell like rotting meat when blooming, this would never have come to this point or taken up years of county time. It's purely about cannabis at this point in time. And it's horrible. The board is now tasked on whether or not they're willing to kill a cannabis business that brings in sales taxes for residents of this county that we desperately need, as touched on earlier by 2 supervisors. I ask for every supervisor to allow life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all businesses like these in this county. Please uphold the Planning Commission's decision and deny the appeal, and allow all businesses to thrive in Trinity County. Thank you.
Catherine?
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston. So many good comments have been made with regard to specific land use definitions. What Tom Blanco said made a lot of sense to me. I'm going to channel my inner Tom Blanco and try to draw like a cultural parallel, because I can't speak to the details of land use as well as I can speak to just this situation as typifying what's going on in Trinity County. And I want to take you all back to a classic movie, Guess Who's Coming to Dinner? You remember it, right? And we've got Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy and their daughter in the 60s, when it was still illegal in half of our states to have an interracial marriage, brings home Sidney Poitier as her husband. And terrible upper middle class mayhem ensues. And it wasn't just enough to have that film have Sidney Poitier to be the Black man in this case. He couldn't just be college educated. He had to be a doctor. He couldn't just be a doctor. He had to be the expert in his field, not just in his field, but in the world. He worked for the World Health Organization as an expert in his field. To get it across the cultural threshold for interracial marriage, he had to be perfect. And there was still the conversation to be had about whether or not this could possibly be appropriate or moral or ethical. And I would challenge you, board, that before you is a Sidney Poitier applicant. And what's before you is not just someone who would be a good actor in our community, but someone who has shown their investment in the community already, their investment in doing the right thing, their financial investment. How heartbreaking to hear the applicant describe the county taking them by the hand and leading them down this path for years. Years. Only to have us still discussing it. And I'll tell you that at the end of Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, of course, everyone did the right thing and made nice. But it was lauded as heroic that Spencer Tracy would give this stirring speech about, equality amongst men. But the very fact that he had to think about it for the whole doggone film said a lot. And now that we look back at it, the premise of that film is a little bit ridiculous, isn't it? People are going to look back at this moment and look back at your work here on the dais in not very many years. Look at this applicant, look at this project, look at how we got here, at the county's leading, at staff leading. Look at this as a whole, and it's going to look just about as ridiculous as interracial marriage did back at that time. And I encourage you to do the right thing to move Trinity County in a forward direction.
Is there further public comment online?
Adrian?
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Adrian Keys from Hayfork. I think there's been a lot of great narrative around this. I'm certain we've all talked it, as was said, the last PC meeting, we beat this one to death. Everything about the ambiguity, possibly in the definition of parcel and all that. But I do think, as Mr. Blanco brought up, I believe in his comments, but also in a letter in the packet, the whole idea of is this one parcel? And now, yes, there are a number of APNs. I understand that. I've also seen parcels that have multiple zones in a single parcel, even in a relatively small parcel with commercial in the front, residential in the back, that cause different development standards to be had one parcel to the next. I've also seen a parcel in Trinity County that is, or an APN in Trinity County that is discontiguous. The parcel itself is two different sections that do not touch each other. They have a parcel in between them and they have the same APN. Are those parcels APNs? Very confusing. But I think really at the end of the day, what says it all is, can one of those individual APNs be sold without a subdivision? Can there be single family homes built on those parcels without a subdivision, as was noted in there? I believe from what is said in that letter in the packet, that is one parcel. And the ambiguity ruling doesn't apply to this case at all. You know, that's a different story entirely. This is one parcel containing several APNs. Unless I'm wrong, and that's possible, but I'm just going off what I read here. Anybody can be wrong. But it would seem to me that if you're unable to sell an individual one of those APNs without a subdivision, then it's one parcel. And I don't know. I hope we can resolve this one today. I hope these people get to move forward with their project. And I hope that we can fix some of these other issues in our ordinance that lead to situations like this, other elements in the ordinance that need to be revisited, that we have discussed ad nauseum prior to this date also. But that is all I have to say on this topic for today. Thank you.
Bart?
Yeah, Chair and members of the board, this is Bart Murish from Xenia. I urge you to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of CCL 775. This decision should not be based on whether any of us personally support or oppose cannabis cultivation. The question before you today is much narrower. Did the Planning Commission properly apply the county's ordinance based on the evidence in the record? After reviewing the record, I believe the answer is yes. The applicant did what we asked every property owner to do. They went to the county staff before proceeding and asked for clarification regarding the ordinance. They received guidance from the county staff regarding how the county interpreted the applicable provisions, relying on that guidance. They spent years and substantial resources pursuing the project through the county's permitting process. The county continued processing the application. Environmental review was conducted, studies were completed, agency consultations occurred, additional information was requested and provided. At no point was the applicant told that the project was fundamentally ineligible. In fact, county staff continued directing the project forward through the review process. The appeal essentially asked the board to adopt a different interpretation of the ordinance than the one the county staff and the Planning Commission relied upon for years. But disagreement does not establish error. The existence of another interpretation does not mean the Planning Commission acted improperly. To overturn the Planning Commission, there should be a clear showing that the Commission abused its discretion, misapplied the ordinance, or made findings unsupported substantial evidence. I do not believe the record demonstrates any of those things. Just as importantly, fairness matters. Citizens should be able to rely on the information they receive from their government. If an applicant asks for guidance, follows the guidance, spends years complying with county requirements, and receives approval after a public hearing, it is difficult to justify changing the rules at the very end of the process. Regardless of where anyone stands on cannabis policy, we should all support consistency, predictability, and fairness in government decision-making. For those reasons, I respectfully ask the board to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of CCL 775. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nikki?
Hi, Chair, Board. This is Nikki from Kenton Palm Xenia area. I appreciate the concerns raised by the appellant and members of the public. However, the board's role in this appeal is not to determine whether we would have made the same decisions in the first instance or to revisit broader policy debates regarding cannabis cultivation. The question before us is whether the Planning Commission's decision was supported by substantial evidence in the administrative record and whether the commission properly applied the county's ordinance. After reviewing the record, I find that the substantial evidence supported the Planning Commission's approval. The record contains evidence regarding the project's eligibility, environmental review, agency permitting, and site condition, and compliance with the applicable county requirements. The record also contains evidence that the county staff interpreted and administered the ordinance in the manner that allowed the applicant to proceed through the permitting process over a period of several years. The applicant disagrees with the interpretation relied upon by the Planning Commission. However, the existence of a competing interpretation does not establish error. The Commission was entitled to weigh the evidence before it and adopt a reasonable interpretation supported by the record. Furthermore, the applicant sought guidance from the county staff, received direction regarding the applicable ordinance provision, relied upon the direction while investing substantial time, resources into the permitting process. The record demonstrates a longstanding administrative interpretation that was known to the applicant and applied during project review. Based upon the entire administrative record, I cannot conclude that the Planning Commission acted arbitrarily, abused its direction, or made findings unsupported by the substantial evidence. Therefore, I find the appellant had not met the burden necessary to overturn the Planning Commission's decision. Therefore, for this reason, I support denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission's approval of CCL 775. Thank you.
Nate?
Hello. I just want to state the obvious. As has been said, this is not about being pro or anti-cannabis or whether it's bad or good. This is about following established process and policy that was put in place for a reason. The appeal should be upheld and applicants should not be allowed to move or expand their grow and processing operations in an opt-out area. Having them grow out in the open alongside a public road frequented by tourists and dry/process their product adjacent to an existing family resort will have obvious negative impacts on not only the resort next door, but also on all property values throughout the neighborhood, in addition to increasing the likelihood for crime and environmental destruction in the area. If they want to grow and process, they should only be allowed to do it on the specific site that was already approved for this through the original application. They should not be allowed to expand or move their operations for the obvious reasons that have been previously well documented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rhoda? Hi, this is Rhoda Kane, East Fork Valley, Coffee Creek Trinity Center area. I'm going to start by saying I believe Catherine Sidman's story analogy was spot on. But so the data shows the evidence is there. It's all across the country now. There's plenty of data to look at that cannabis does in fact increase tourism. And we all know that this is in fact the Emerald Triangle. I feel really sad that Michelle is afraid that she's going to lose her business over this. I feel really bad that she feels so sad about that. But the fact is, cannabis does increase tourism. And as far as the environmental impacts, it's pretty obvious at this point that the new owners of Eagle Creek Ranch, their plan is significantly better for the environment than the previous Feeling Groovy, who were bad actors. As well as unclassified was always allowed. That's always been allowed. So in the October 2025 situation, the perceived ambiguity that seems to have been created by the way staff chose to handle this issue, well, it's the whole situation. Well, it really felt like a deliberate misinterpretation of the law and a choice to disregard facts. It felt like a willful effort not to understand how the water board application process actually functioned. At that time, the grandfathering was created. The fact is, we were instructed by the water board to only use one APN, and it would apply to the entire legal parcel. That's the way it was. That's how the computer portal worked. Doesn't change the definition of legal parcel. This is your opportunity to correct what seems to maybe have been a legal error made in October. I just feel like, the definition of legal parcel is the definition of legal parcel, and it doesn't change because it's in an opt-out zone. What we need to do is move forward with the truth. We need to come to the table with facts, evidentiary findings. We need honesty and transparency. And I guess I'll finish by saying, this staff report clearly details many reasons this appeal should be denied and the application should be approved, and then recommends just the opposite because of direction, I suppose. But the whole situation is pretty appalling. But the definition of legal parcel does not change because
Thank you.
somebody
Your time
doesn't
is
like
up.
it. Thanks.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I have no additional raised hands.
We will now close public comment on this item. Get back to my papers here. We will now return this item to the board for questions.
Do you want to allow for rebuttal?
Oh, yes, please. We'll allow for rebuttal from each side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board.
We'll hold rebuttal to 5 minutes each. Is that enough time?
More than enough, I think.
Okay, thank you.
I don't envy the decision you're about to make. It's not the lady or the tiger. It's the lion or the tiger. There's not going to be a decision that's going to make everybody happy. I think we have to evaluate who you are in this case. And in this case, you're Trinity County. And in this situation, only one party has engaged in conversation with Trinity County and its various departments and been told one thing and done what they were told. I understand another party has very strong feelings and interprets something in a way that is different than the applicants do. But the applicants sought guidance and they got guidance. So if you have to choose which fight you're going to take, I think as Trinity County, you have to choose keeping your word. And that word was to the applicants. There's no official document anywhere that says Eagle Creek can't grow or there can't be any movement on this legal parcel. That is maybe about an interpretation. It doesn't say that anywhere. There's no explicit anywhere about that from anyone. They had explicit direction. Yes, they can move. This is a threshold question. We're here 4 years after this was proposed. If the answer was no, you can't move it, the answer should have been made at the counter the first day, not now. So if you have to choose a fight, choose to fight them. And, I have to evaluate this tactically, and I find it only fair to share that with you. The positions are such that, if you rule in favor of the appellant, we're going to have to challenge, and we're going to challenge on a 2-sentence carve-out of, I don't know, 100,000 acres based on density, because maybe 100 people live up there. 115-acre ag parcel. Then we're gonna argue about language that I literally can reconstruct every single word. I will remember every meeting I was at, and I was at every meeting. I know that we poured over every word, every concept. We intentionally used the words that are in the ordinance. We did not say parcel. We did not say site. We did not say cultivation area when referring to the water board enrollment. We referred to applicants, people, enrollees. That was intentional. So we can fight about that. Or if you rule in favor of denying the appeal and allowing the applicant to have this license, you have to defend what sounds like an EIR challenge to the Appendix C, to your 900-page programmatic EIR, augmented by a 150-page Appendix C for a site that is as benign as a commercial cannabis site can be. As benign environmentally as a commercial cannabis site can be. And if the applicant becomes the licensee, they also become the real party in interest. So that means we fight together against the appellant. Otherwise, the appellant watches us fight each other. Once more into the breach, dear friends, follow your spirit, and either we cry God on Marisa and Trinity and St. George, or cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? Or we'll go ahead and then we'll go to questions.
Just a few comments on the testimony. Mr. Blanco, showed a map. I couldn't really see the details from the back of the room, but I think the point being made was, the breadth of size of the ranch in question. What the board needs to know is that the parcel on which the original license was approved, facing State Route 3, is at the far north end of that ranch and well away from the appellant's cabin resort. So, I mean, it's a change is night and day. The other point is that those of you that are familiar with the water board, they look at discharge. They look at specific water use issues that are very site specific. They're really looking at footprints based on operations that have been submitted. They aren't being asked to, nor approving of operational changes that might be draconian on adjoining parcels, let alone on the same parcel. I mean, it's very specific to the operation. So the whole legal parcel discussion has gone very far afield. Just a couple of comments on other public comments, and I'll come back to the threat and litigation issue. There was a request, and I guess maybe a couple of implied requests to continue this matter for more analysis. I think all the issues have been raised pretty clearly. Some new issues have been raised by the applicants' representatives in advance of this hearing, but from last October through the Planning Commission through today, it's been pretty well exhausted. And the only issue is whether or not this board will reaffirm its prior decision of last October. And based on the staff's presentation of facts concerning what had been approved by the water board as of November 30 of 17, what the result is. I think it's that simple. The hearing today doesn't have to specifically address in the way of findings every single finding the planning commission made. I think county council would agree with me that this is really what we call a de novo hearing. You know, it's, you now have all this stuff in your lap to consider. And if you disagree with what the planning commission did, you uphold the appeal. And really the findings are as simple as that ordinance interpretation, reaffirmation is what the appellant believes is proper. And whether, you know, the facts of when the original license was approved, when it happened, you know. So I don't believe that my client doubts at all that the applicants are good, well-intended people. But just keep in mind that the appellant in this case, they have invested a lot of money and time too, and in good faith. So this isn't about, you know, the people and their intentions. I think everyone here, the immediate party certainly have good intentions. On the litigation issue, you know, whatever, the parties need to do what they need to do. But your job isn't to be cowed by the possibility of litigation. It's to try to do the right thing. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board for either representative or for our staff or our legal counsel?
Take a quick break.
Oh, before we move into that, we're gonna have 5 minutes. We'll take 5-minute break. Sorry. We'll return at 4:02.
Good.
This is totally something to this. You guys ready? I missed the primary, got it. Make it work.
How is it going?
I have a lot more to have a process.
Okay.
All right, kids, here we go.
We will now reconvene the meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors on this day, June 16th, 2027, and we will take up item E6. We have now heard from all parties, and we are moving into questions from the board, and those questions can be asked to all those who presented. Do we have any questions from the board? Supervisor Cox.
My question of the moment is for staff, and curious about the original application. Could find the page where the box was checked, is this proposed project in an opt-out? And the box was checked no. Can you provide some clarity to that?
Other than that's the application that we have on record, no. Perhaps the applicant can express their understanding as to why they made that choice. I could provide you with my conclusion, but I don't think that that's all that helpful. But I'm happy to give you my conclusion.
Sure.
My assumption would be that they were under the impression that they were grandfathered in, and that made them not in the opt-out.
And the applicant come forward and answer on your, or
Just did
your,
with his nodded
Yeah.
head.
okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll confirm. Thank you.
So
Okay.
for the people on Zoom that probably couldn't hear him, he agreed with staff.
Do you have further questions at this time? Any other board member have questions?
I have a question.
Rogan?
I do have a question. Being that they were under the assumption that they were in an opt-out, I think they're also in the assumption that they were also approved by the State Water Quality Control Board. Would that be a true statement?
I can't speak on behalf of the applicant.
May the applicant please come to the podium so that, or your representation, whichever you choose.
Based on a 6-second conversation, they understood that they had a valid application. The mistake was about whether grandfathering counted as a carve-out. I believe that was adjusted by the consultant later. I don't know about that. That was the initial application that's in the packet there that shows, is this in a carve-out area? And it's checked no, and that was a mistake. Otherwise, they thought everything was consistent, water board enrollment, dwelling, all the other requirements they thought were consistent with previous licensing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? This time? No, answer. Okay. I have a couple questions. I don't know. I think one of the hardest things about what we're doing right now is trying to separate the humanity component of this with these folks who are clearly have great intentions for their property, and the humanity piece of the folks who are asking for this to not move forward, and to look directly at what is written in our documentation and what the rules are and how those are interpreted. So it's very hard to peel those two away from each other as we consider what is before us. So I did a little bit of research, and I might need some clarification on this, but based on the research that I was able to do through some emails with the water board, it appears to me, based off everything that I can see, both written and then what I received through communication, that the water board's permit, I guess, was it called a permit, or was it called
Enrollment.
an enrollment? The water board's enrollment was directly associated with an APN. And if you had a contiguous property like you have, that you were able to apply for all 3 or 4 or whatever your properties, those APNs, you could apply for this one, and this one. Even if you were operating as what has been called a single parcel in this conversation, or as a farm, as recognized by other organizations, but that was set specifically at that APN. That's what I have been able to discover in doing some research. So to me, that means that the utilization of that for the particular license is associated with that single APN based off of what I can discover and have found. I recognize that the farm is utilizing multiple APNs and functions as one, but there was a question asking if this farm or this contiguous set of parcels could be separated without having to have a subdivision. And I'm curious to know how that would play a role, or what. It seems to me they each APN has its own physical address associated with it. Is that correct?
At least based on the information we presented, 3 APNs have 3 separate physical addresses.
And then-
Not sure if all 5 have separate physical addresses.
And then each one of those get their own tax bill? Is that correct? They get their own tax bill? So they have different addresses, they get their own tax bill, they have different APN numbers, but they're operating as one operation, and it looks to me like we're being asked to just use the one operation, the one parcel mentality, to say that single APN that was approved by the water board just be kind of laid across the entire parcel, because the farm is managed as a whole rather than 3 separate parcels. That's that's what I'm hearing. So I guess in my mind, the looming question in the room is, what did the water board intend? And I guess that's where the ambiguity comes from. That's the question that has kind of been the teeter-totter point on all of this. Is that correct?
Generally, I think I would agree. I mean, I think that the ambiguity in some ways comes from the lack of consistent terminology. So we have legal parcel that we define in 1743. The water board associates enrollments with APNs. So and the applicant's attorney, I think, gave a pretty good description of the his historical understanding anyways, of kind of why those specific terms were selected. Ultimately, from my perspective, what makes this so convoluted and complicated is the fact that, for whatever reason, we did not choose to use consistent terminology between the enrollment, and that being a requirement for an APN to be listed, versus our legal parcel definition, and some of the concepts that at least, again, the applicant's attorney conveyed as to the historical basis for why that terminology was chosen.
And so because of that, in my observation, it seems like one of the other kind of calls to question was the applicant led down a path that was insinuating that they were going towards a specific destination based off of several different interpretations of that language, that has now landed them at this place where that interpretation and the utilization of different terminology got them to here. And now we have to say, but that language wasn't what that language was. It was an interpretation that was maybe wrong or right, depending. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, did the water board told them that they could only enroll one APN, correct? At the time of their,
I'll do my best to clarify based on my understanding. So that basically during the period of time when the 2015 order was in effect, there was only the ability based on the portal and the forms to apply a single APN to a specific enrollment. I am not certain that, and I think Supervisor Carpenter Harris just referenced this based on some additional communication she may have had with water board staff, that they may have been able to apply for separate enrollments with different APNs. But yes, there was only the ability to enter a single APN in conjunction with an enrollment.
and can you read me the section of the legal description for a legal parcel, or is it very long, lengthy?
I could pull it up, but
Okay, does it say
I-
legal parcel?
I'll do my best to give it to you off the top of my head. I believe it said, for the purposes of this chapter, a legal parcel means contiguous parcels, something to that effect. But I can pull it up if you give me 2 minutes. Susie's looking it up right now.
And then one more question. Did they follow what the county told them to do at every turn and every step in good faith? Okay.
Drew, I have a question. So if I understand you correctly, a legal parcel could be contiguous parcels also?
So let me read it. Thank you, Susie, for pulling it up. Yep. Legal parcel means a parcel with distinct and separate assessor's parcel number. Where contiguous legal parcels are under identical ownership by an individual or an entity, such legal parcels shall be counted as a single parcel for the purposes of this chapter.
And that's reading, in other words, that definition you're reading is tied to what document?
That's the definition section from 1743, the cultivation ordinance.
And no, I know the answer to my question. I have,
Go ahead.
did you have a thing? Okay.
I was just going to say the sentence that so in communication with the water board, it was shared with me that this is quoting, our process is flexible to accommodate either one combined enrollment or contiguous parcels or multiple separate enrollments for contiguous parcels. It looks to me, based off of that you could enroll, like, for example, if I had this property that had multiple APNs, I could have said, I'll enroll this APN, and because I operate my 3 parcels as one farm, I'm going to enroll the other 3 just to make sure that and it looks like that's what they did later.
So my understanding is that under the 2015 order, you could only add a single APN to a single enrollment.
Oh, okay.
Under the 2017 order, it gave the ability to apply multiple APNs to a single enrollment. So
okay.
From my understanding, they could have potentially enrolled multiple APNs under the 2015 order, but based on, again, the information provided by the applicant's attorney, it sounds like to me that they could only enroll historical, currently established cultivation sites. So I do not know whether or not which areas of the parcel were developed prior to the establishment of the 2017 order.
Okay.
Supervisor Cox.
Yep. I have a thought process to sort of take all of us down for feedback and like your perspective on how you think this thought process rolls out with regard, and you just said currently established sites, currently established licenses, projects.
So that would have predated all of the licensing going on. So it would have been a historical, Prop 215 era cultivation operation site, whatever term you want to use.
Okay. So I wasn't in the room when any of this language was created. Heard a lot of discussion about why the what. And so that's where my thought press could be completely in error, but I think it's worth visiting. So when we go back in time to why did the urgency ordinance, why was it established? It was established because we were trying to figure out how these licenses that just initially got issued, then there became neighbor disputes, then there became, what are we going to do? Then there became an opt-out. Then, well, which sites are going to be grandfathered in that opt-out? And the question to be answered was, where will this stop? Point B, that we just freeze the landscape right where it's at. If there's a grow happening, then it's going to happen where it is. It can continue in perpetuity. It can be sold. That property owner will not fear that I can't grow my business and then sell it and have return on investment. That can be provided as an assurance and an insurance. But the neighbor who didn't want that sort of process to continue also was asking for some insurances and some assurances. Is this going to grow? Is it going to become more impactful? Will it become closer to me? What will it look like? So from that came an urgency ordinance. That's the one that we read that, of course, includes the water board enrollment order. And the way that I interpret that water board enrollment was, okay, we're going to create this freeze mark, but what are we going to pin it to? What will define what stays and what can grow, expand, move, so forth? And so when it was enrollment in the water board, that's our thing. Okay, so for how long? Well, by this date. And that's where everything stops in time and doesn't move forward. So to me, that defined what was existing at the time of the what will or won't be grandfathered in or out. It contained cultivation to these existing sites, a limitation upon which the subsequent EIR analysis was based. It eliminated any uncertainty going forward so that everyone knew what to expect. So that impacts created are not just by an amount of cultivation, but also by a geographic source of that cultivation. So an argument that claims, well, I'm not affecting total impact because I'm picking up the exact same 10,000 square foot cultivation that's allowed in one defined spot. I'm just picking it up and I'm just setting it down in a new spot of my choosing. It doesn't change the size, but it does change impact to a neighbor because it changes distance from a neighbor. And so then the last thing would be that this room for potential expansion would be heightened if the board chooses to approve this license, because what would there be in place to prevent a subsequent request? Let's say I'm looking at this map and I see parcel 21 and I pick up what's there and I move it over to parcel 20 because I say this is all one contiguous parcel. What prevents in the future going, I kind of did like 21 and it's enrolled in the water board, so it fits the criteria and I could put another 10,000 square foot grow there. So is there something?
No comments from the audience. We'll we'll give a chance.
I'm
for
just
that.
asking a question. Is there something in place that prevents that scenario?
Well, I think I have a parallel question, and tell me if this helps to answer your question, which is based on my reading of the limitation section, it says an applicant who has applied for enrollment in the, and so in those areas, could they relocate from somewhere else in the county with a 2015 order enrollment? Again, it's unclear. So I think my interpretation is that the intent was to have that solidified as the ordinance was adopted. I think the timelines line up to where there was the allowance of an additional 5 or 6 weeks after the cultivation ordinance was adopted to enroll parcels under the 2015 order. Am I not answering your question? If not, please restate it for me and I'll do a
I will tell you that halfway through what you said, my mind started thinking a new thought. And we all do that from time to time. That happened to me. So if you could back up, or Trent, you feel like you have the words to clarify what he was saying.
Well, I heard your question, and part of it was, could you move and, expand and have another like license or 10,000 square foot grow? And that would be no, not on that same parcel as a contiguous legal parcel. So it's not like could have multiple licenses on that one parcel.
Okay, so in this, okay, that does help.
So this applicant and Jill's theory there, they moved from here to here and they got closer to the neighbors, they would still have to follow all the setbacks, noise that we have in place already, correct?
Part of my dilemma in answering the question is that we're talking about pre-EIR ordinance language and criteria. So at least the bulk of the requirements in our current paradigm come from the codification of the programmatic EIR and the performance standards and those associated parts and pieces that were established as a result of the EIR. So yes,
and they
currently, a license, if they were to relocate, would have to comply with the same set of standards. Where that doesn't apply to this scenario is related to the historical nature of the water board enrollments, the contiguous parcel or the legal parcel description. So sorry if I'm not answering your question.
No, I just wanted to make sure that where this grow could be does conform to all the legal setbacks and all the legal rules that we have to live by today.
Yes, with the exception of the question that we're grappling with.
Understood.
But the water board's view, so I get a little confused on the water board because that is a self-reporting system, correct?
As far as annual reporting, yes. But they come out and they do site inspections. And
What does it look like at time of enrollment?
I believe it's just a form of sorts.
And so at that time, you say where I want to put my site. And you identify to them where you want to put it by handing them an APN.
Yes, you identify the specific location via an APN or multiple APNs, depending on which order we're talking about.
And is the associated impacts that get analyzed are because of a location? Or like how broad could that location be? How large could is there a limit? How large my parcel could be to where I said I was going to be here, but really I'm going to have the freedom to be anywhere?
So if we're talking about the current approval under the Appendix C paradigm, then they cannot relocate from one area to another regardless of whether it's multiple APNs, a single APN. Yeah, that is addressed through a different process. So essentially what they're proposing, generally the review process aligns with a minor or major modification process that's detailed more closely in the use permit code section of zoning code. And so essentially a minor modification is a modification to a project that doesn't substantively change the nature of the project. So to give a simplified example, if you have a structure and you oriented it, let's say it's 20 by 40, and you proposed it was going to be oriented east to west, and you then realized that you wanted to orient it north to south, I would say that likely does not substantively change the nature of the project.
But
Because you're still in the same footprint.
Right. But as it relates to relocation of mature canopy areas or expansion of what was previously proposed, again, depending on the extent of what was being proposed, we would evaluate that on a site-specific basis.
okay. And so I guess I just want to ask the question for feedback. That whole thought process that my mind goes through when I think, okay, why did this get put in place? There was an urgency ordinance. That whole thought process, I would like some feedback as to, yep, that was accurate. We were in the room. That's what it was. Or no, you were off base. And I don't know who to
Maybe
give.
perhaps Mr. Blanco.
I would say I'm asking the attorneys.
Representation. Mr. Blanco, will you please help us answer this question?
I will, and I think and I intend to let Mr. Underwood speak to my answer, because he was in many of the rooms too. We're getting lost in the water board enrollment. It wasn't what the water board had nothing to do with it. It had everything to do with a cultivator in Trinity County saying, I will be regulated. That's why we said who has submitted an enrollment. Doesn't matter what the water board did. It doesn't matter if they even cashed the check. All it was is prove to us that you sent an enrollment, that you said at the bare minimum, I'm going to do the only thing I can do in 2016 to be compliant with regulations. The only regulation is the water board. So I'll enroll. And that's why we acknowledged that applicant and said, we're going to figure the rest of this stuff out in 10 or 12 years. We'll have it. But what we were saying, what we were trying to get our hands around were those people willing to take that step. And that's the only thing we could think of was a water board enrollment, because it was the only positive step one could do. But the water board, it was very limited in what they could do. They didn't do CEQA. We thought for a minute we could piggyback our CEQA on water board enrollment. And, we burned some time doing under that belief. And everybody knows the story of our CEQA odyssey. We're in a better place now.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question
I
of
want to
you.
hear the answer to this.
Oh,
one if you-
Mr. Underwood, I'm sorry.
Just briefly on that same issue. Yeah, there were a lot of compromise. There was a lot of discussion back in the day. I was involved in some, but I think, kind of the issue is there's this legal parcel reference, but there's also an exception to the exception, right? So it becomes statutory construction, and where there are conflicting issues, conflicting phrases and terms, you'll look at the more specific as it relates to the exception in question. And that's really what we're dealing with here. That was presented to your board last October. But I mean, it is confusing. Ultimately, the question is, what was enrolled? And the only evidence you have is that a parcel on which a then existing operation was being conducted was enrolled. Not sure if that helps, but that's.
It
where I'm
was,
at.
so I do want to understand this. Was that emergency ordinance and water board enrollment, was the water board enrollment intended as a pin at a point geographically to say, here is where cultivation will happen?
I believe that just as a matter of interpretation, as the courts do, where there are conflicting terms, you look at the narrowest of the conflicting terms. And in this case, as applied here, the result would be, yeah, you draw the line. It isn't more expansive. You have to look at it in a more narrow way. I think that's how the courts have and will look at these kinds of issues
Okay.
as needed.
Got you. Thank you.
It looked like you were going to do something.
I'm thinking.
Well, I'm just trying to follow what I'm hearing from folks, and the, I guess picking up on where Supervisor Cox was leaving off, if the program is just being considered, we're trying to get things going, emergency orders, opt-out come into play, and exceptions are being created within these carved out areas. Am I accurate so far? And the exception was tied to this water board enrollment. And the water board enrollment was tied to an existing historical operation. Is there anything I've just said that's wrong? Okay. And then there's back and forth about, at one point, you could only enroll one site per APN. Or is it that you could, if I owned 10 parcels together or 10 parcels in different parts of the county, I could have enrolled all 10 if I wanted to, but only one per? This is where it gets murky.
So my understanding, and I welcome clarification, but my understanding is that you could enroll a pre-existing cultivation area, site, garden into an enrollment, and you had to supply an APN number. Some of the additional context that's been provided was that Trinity, probably amongst other, Emerald Triangle counties, it was realized, and that was an adjustment that was made with the 2017 order, was acknowledging that historical cultivation sites could have spanned APNs. And so that they then enabled there to be multiple APNs under a single enrollment. But to your question, I believe that someone could have applied for multiple enrollments for each singular APN that had a historical current garden in that 2015 through 2017 era under the 2015 Water Board order.
Okay.
Even if they weren't contiguous.
If they weren't contiguous, then that would be separate enrollments. I don't believe the contiguous nature of the parcels had any bearing on enrollment into the Water Board program.
Okay, so if they were led by every expert here to do what they were asked to do, how do you expect them to read into gray areas? So they did what they were supposed to do. They read all of the documents. They followed every rule. They followed the ordinance that that told them that they could do that. To me, how do we expect them? If you want to change the ordinance, fine, that's a board thing down the road. But this, right now, right here, is what they made their decisions on. It's what's written in code and ordinance. And so, to me, this is, yeah, I don't, have they not? And who else would have done anything different in this, in a garden or a, anything? They relied on the very words of our government here. And we're telling them that, oh, you didn't really interpret that right. So to me, I wonder where that line was for them, where it would be for anybody else in their position at
Chair,
the time.
oh, sorry, thought you're done. Chair, can I ask something of one of the three legal professionals in the room? So I just want to really be clear about this clarification about what was grandfathered and what were the criteria for being grandfathered. And so I don't know, Sean, if you've studied enough back to history to know the answer, or you want to defer to these two attorneys and then weigh in after the fact. But I would like to be clear because I'm getting conflicting signals about what we know that carve-outs were created and we know that there were some exceptions. I want to know what allowed something to continue to cultivate or become a licensed cultivation site within an opt-out in Coffee Creek, period.
Well, I mean, I think that's actually a Drew question, frankly. But it was based on on that water board, right? That piece of it was critical to being able to operate in the opt-out. I think the question for the board is to sort of resolve that gray area. Was assigning just one APN on that application, was the intent that it was broader than that, or was the intent that it was narrow and that it was just that one APN? I think that's the.
Okay, but I think the other thing I'm just trying to make sure of is I'm also hearing that water board piece was limited to an existing operation. They weren't legal at the time because we weren't there yet, but an existing operation. And we heard the example of, well, let me go dig in the dirt a little while and I'll have an existing operation. But ultimately that was part of the water board criteria for application or enrollment. And the enrollment was the criteria for being grandfathered. Is that anybody disputing that?
No, and I think that's a hiccup in this is that, yeah, you had to have an operating, the cannabis needed to be going on at the time. And so that was essentially impossible based on if it was just, if you only had it on one APN, it wouldn't apply to the others, right? Because you weren't at that time cultivating.
Mhm.
We can't have comments from the audience. You, please, we've closed public comment on this. Thank you. We've closed public comment on this item. Thank you.
We are here to uphold or deny the planning commission's approval, right? That's what's here in front of us. We have to decide whether the planning commission was correct. And I'm not sure about you, but I hired, a commissioner that's very, very competent. And I think that the commission did their job. They had findings, they had fact. Not much of anything's been refuted in that. Has it?
That's what we're working through right
Yeah,
now.
we are, but
Well,
don't
I
see
think
any.
Supervisor Brownfield, just so you know, the trigger point to me is the one thing that the Planning Commission did that raises the biggest primary question in my mind is they ignored the board's ruling on the ambiguity from October.
But they didn't.
They did ignore it because we specifically said that it was only authorized when it was the parcel, the individual APN registered with Water Board. You can agree or disagree with that ruling, but that was our ruling. And that was ignored by the Planning Commission. So to say that they didn't do anything different or didn't have any unusual findings, I can't agree with. So you can have a personal opinion, you can have an emotional opinion about it, but legally, we made a decision that until we change it is legally binding. So we can sit here and decide if we're changing that opinion, if we feel it was wrong, but otherwise it was the decision we made, it's legally binding, and the Planning Commission ignored it. Help me understand, if that's an incorrect statement, tell me.
That's correct.
If it's helpful, I can read the verbatim language of the ambiguity determination.
Please.
So, grant the appeal and resolve issues related to exceptions allowed for cannabis licensure in areas listed in Trinity County Code Section 1743050A7 as follows. The enrollment of additional parcels under Water Board orders that supersede North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board Order 2015-0023 shall not qualify for the exception in Trinity County Code Section 1743050A7, and sites that are required to have enrolled in Order 2015-0023 prior to the specified dates to qualify for licensure under Trinity County Code Section 1743050A7. And this is more about canopy square footage. So the first section there is related to parcels and enrollment.
Okay. And Chair, if I might.
Go ahead.
So, I think at some point there is a black and whiteness that we have to rule on, but there's also a lot of gray. And we've heard a lot of comments about the gray. And we've heard about cannabis tourism, and we've heard about bigotry, and we've heard about personal views and all kinds of things. And, I'm sitting here as someone who has, in this chair, very recently pushed for acceptance of a proposal from a Canada tourism group for use of county funds, because I thought it would be a great use of the funds, because I believe in Canada tourism. I have personally supported trying to reduce the fees that we charge to the cannabis in the general plan thing to finally get that off the record and not have a heavier load than should be. Voted to support the tax reduction to help support the industry stay alive. And so I get this feeling that everything comes down to, well, if you don't support everything that wants to be done on this side of the fence, then you're just against it and you're biased and you don't like the industry and all those things. And it is perhaps true for some people. I can tell you it's not true for me. I'm trying to find the right piece here. I've said in the October meeting that I went out and visited property owners. As everyone has said, they're absolutely lovely people. They showed me the entire property, including where it was, what they cleaned up, why they wanted to do it, where they wanted to do it. And if I was owning that property, that's exactly where I would want to do it too. I've read the comments that said, oh, it's terrible, we're going to have hoop houses in the field. Well, they're not. If you don't have hoop houses, you're growing in the sun. There's just a lot of misinformation, mischaracterization of things. Clearly, at least from everything we've seen, they followed all the rules that they were given by the county. And we still come down to, in my opinion, we have to decide if we're going to overrule our own previous decision that weighed all these factors separate from this particular instance. We were weighing the facts of that ambiguity situation across the county, and we came to a decision. And now we're looking at how does that apply to a unique situation, and the only things that are unique to it to me are about that the people followed the guidance of the staff. It's the only difference. Yeah, they couldn't be nicer, they couldn't be better at what they want to do. It wouldn't make any more sense to do it the way they want to do it on their property for them. But if you're going to go down that path, then you also say, but they're moving from the furthest part of the park property to the closest part. They're going from enclosed where you can filter more to open where you can't. They're doing buildings that are closer to the resort. And then you can argue whether that's a good or a bad thing. Is that going to increase tourism or is that going to hurt tourism? You can have all those discussions, but that's not what we're here to discuss. in my view. So that's why I kept coming back to what created the exception. I hear the exception was the water board. I hear the water board was about a site-specific existing operation, and that we ruled that that was tied to an individual APN, and that's how it would be applied in any case that came before the county. And in my view, the commissioners ignored that. And the way they did it, to be fair, is they took what I'm hearing about the legal parcel definition and said, well, but they had it for an APN, and that's part of this contiguous parcels, which makes it a legal parcel, which is what's referenced in our thing, so it's okay. But we had that debate in October, and we came out where we did. So again, I'm listening. I'm waiting to hear if there's some reason we have to overturn, but until I hear that, there isn't a decision to make other than to support what we said in October. And I'm listening for the reason to change that.
We've closed public comment on this item. We've closed public comment on this item. No comment from the audience.
Need to.
Do we need to take a break so we can remember the rules?
No,
Okay, then we need to proceed. So that means no public comment. I'm sorry. Drew, were you about to say something? I didn't.
Not in that moment, no. Thank you.
the planning, the planning commission's decision is supported by substantial evidence contained within the administrative record. There, if we overturn this, it's because the law says we should. The law says we should. Everything that's written down, everything that's been told to them is the law. So how do you, it's a big ego thing to maybe say, hey, we were wrong about that. But I'm perfectly, because I didn't vote for it in the first place, but that's okay to do. When you're wrong, you're wrong. And in this particular case, moving forward, we can do what we need to, but in this particular case, the law is clear.
Supervisor Brownfield, help me out, because we have been very specifically identifying those pieces that led the majority of this board to the decision that was made in October. You weren't in agreement with it then. I get that. You're not in agreement with it now. But what I would like to hear from you in order to understand better is, can you give me the specifics of what the law states from your perspective?
Okay, so go to the ordinance, number one. Go to every single thing that the staff told the applicant, everything, okay?
So I'm not talking about what the staff told the applicant, because
You should
staff
be.
can be, no.
That was the law at the time. That was the law at the time.
What
That was-
staff told an applicant isn't necessarily the law, because staff are humans who can make it.
No, it's what the law said in the ordinance. I'm not talking about staff right now. I'm talking about the ordinance was very clear. So, and everything that's based off of that was what was told to the applicant here. So that's what they relied on. That's what they did. And the main thing is the ordinance. When you're talking about the water board had a rule. You could have only one APN, which is what they did. So when they're doing that, they're thinking, okay, well, I can put that, I only have one choice.
Well,
to put the
they
APN.
actually weren't the original applicant, so.
Well, it's a grandfather. Then you go back to the grandfather. You go back to the application is the parcel. So, I'm.
You, maybe.
Don't talk to me like a fucking child.
Don't cuss in a boardroom.
I understand both sides.
Microphone, please.
I understand both sides of this, but in this, for me, it's very clear. The ordinance was very clear. What they relied on was very clear to them at the time. And I don't see why we go down this road of insisting that what we put forward in October, after we've heard all of this information from attorneys, from everybody, that we overturn our planning commission, who did look at that. They did. the commission properly interpreted and applied the applicable provisions of the Trinity County Cannabis Ordinance and related county regulations. They did that. The appellant has not demonstrated that the planning commission committed a prejudicial error, abused its discretion, acted arbitrarily or capriciously, or made findings unsupported by substantial evidence.
Just point of clarity, this is being heard de novo essentially. So you don't need sort of that substantial evidence in order to make your own decision as a body. I'll rephrase it. You need substantial evidence, but it doesn't need to overcome anything that the planning commission established in that way. You should use what they gave you to educate your position, but it does not necessarily dictate it.
It's pretty damning evidence. Pretty substantial.
Do we have any further questions or comments from the board?
I guess the only other sort of discomfort in the room that I would like to be addressed is that the majority of the individuals that are here for public comment are here on very much one side of a perspective. And there are other individuals, at least equal in number, if not greater in number, to another side of a perspective. And if we're going to make our decision based on the comments in a room, the comments that are based on wishes and disappointment and dollars spent and hopes deferred, then you're going to lean at how we are feeling right now, because it doesn't feel very good in this room. But you can't make legal decisions based on feeling. We're going to do our best to make legal decisions based on fact. And if at the end of that, we end up saying, that, wow, some county staff maybe provided some misguidance or not clear guidance, that's hard to swallow. I don't like sitting here and being in this spot. But the only thing, as I see it, that we can do is do what we are looking at in front of us as the guidance that was provided at that point in time that said, what are we going to call exceptions to an opt-out? How are they going to be defined? They're going to be defined by an existing operation where that existing operation enrolled with the water board by this date. And the project, as I see it, that's being proposed, does not meet those criteria. And then it becomes kind of, if there's a way to subtract how horrible this feels, then it's very simple. Or if you were to take you individuals who are here in the room feeling and conveying what you're feeling and replace you individuals with other individuals that feel the opposite of how you feel, then it would feel different in this room. And the challenge is to remove feeling and just lean on fact, which is enormously challenging and really not very fun. As I see it, the decision that we made in October, I don't see facts to overturn that.
So Joe, you mentioned misguidance, which happens. Those things happen. I am not here to swallow misguidance, though. If these people were led down the wrong road, that's our fault. It's not their fault. We're not going to make the right decision every time we're up here. I've made wrong decisions here in the past. I think maybe we made some in the past and we should own up to it. Here we are, what, 5, 6 years later, with these folks still fighting the same fight. It really seems absurd to me that here we sit. And over misguidance and all the guidance that they took from every agency that came to their place gave them guidance that you were doing a good job. You were going down the right path. And then maybe some misguidance, but they were still trying. And here we sit, judging their livelihood. And, I will not cater to misguidance. I think that they did everything properly. I think we have made some mistakes, and we do. And that's life. We got to live with it. And, I voted on things up here in the past that were right or wrong. And I think right now that these people should be given their license. I'll stop there.
And so I'm, okay.
Oh, please.
So I'm clear, Supervisor Gogan, are you moving in that direction because you feel the staff guidance overrules the ruling of fact and law that we made in October, or that you think that we made the wrong decision on facts and law in October?
I think we made the wrong decision.
And why is that?
I just think we did. When I looked at that, I think we made the wrong decision. It was a 3-2. I think it was unfair, and I think it was a wrong decision. And I don't think I need to sit here and explain to you. So that's the way I think. You can tell them how you think. I don't need
I'm
to
just
explain
trying
to
to
you.
understand your position. If you don't want to share it,
My
you don't have to.
understanding of my position is I think we were wrong, and I think we should right that wrong, and I don't think we are right now. That is my position. You can say yours if you like.
I have a question. On other grandfathered in parcels that are tied to the water board APN, what is the potential likelihood, or, well, that's kind of loose. If we overturn our decision from October and grant this, that will lay precedence for other parcels that were grandfathered in because of water board enrollment that are in other opt-out zones. That would allow contiguous properties to possibly jump from one parcel to another parcel, would it not?
Yes, in concept.
Yes, in concept. Okay, so as Supervisor Cox mentioned, and as I mentioned at the very beginning of this, that as it is incredibly difficult to separate the humanity and the human aspect from this decision-making process. It's very hard to do that because I think all of us have had experiences where we went in to an application process and have been, push 3, push 4, push 5, and you just start screaming, I want to talk to a person. And even when it's in a human experience, you get moved from one person to the next. And we've all experienced that. It's incredibly frustrating, and I understand that. But we have been brought this particular situation that's connected to particular individuals from which we have to extrapolate what would happen across the entire county based off of this decision. Is that correct?
So I can provide some information there, but I guess I'm curious what council might think about whether or not, the contemplation of setting precedent, how that relates to this specific approval, and whether that's, a reasonable or valid rationale. I don't know the answer to that question, so.
Would to some extent, yeah, it would set a precedent, and this is a quasi judicial proceeding, and in that sense, you would want to be consistent in the future. Yes.
Based
Right.
the discussion that we had during the ambiguity determination item, I hadn't at that point been able to have staff analyze via GIS the specific number of parcels. So I did my best to quickly estimate based on APN prefixes, sort of what the potential scope of this dynamic might be. Since then, if it's helpful, I can provide more specific refined data on how many parcels are within the opt-out areas codified in 1743050A7. That being said, what I can't do, and it parallels exactly what we're grappling with, which is one of the parcels identified when we went through and plotted all of the APNs in Trinity County that were enrolled under the 2015 order from an Excel database or spreadsheet into GIS. Parcel 21 from Eagle Creek Ranch is one of them. So what I can't in any way begin to extrapolate from that is what is the maximum potential effect, or the question of, well, if other APNs adjacent parcels are purchased, what does that mean and how will we implement that and how will we grapple with that? But what I can say is currently, based on utilizing APNs as a unique identifier for sites that were enrolled under the Water Board 2015 order, there are approximately 24 within that geographic area defined in 1743050A7.
Okay, so that leads my thoughts to this, that in this particular case where the banner of unfairness has been waved because of difficulties in the process, and people have voiced that they feel like there was an unfairness or a lack of proper procedure, to write that we must wrong all of those other people who are abiding by the water board enrollment on a particular parcel in an opt-out zone. Because if we give liberty in this case, then we are saying to everyone else that you were not given liberty, or we will have to give them liberty based off of this single decision, if precedence holds that once we make this, it could be extrapolated across the county in every opt-out.
No, only in the specific areas identified in 050A7.
Oh, okay.
So the newer opt-outs have a different set of criteria and standards and no expansion and things like that. So it's basically Lewiston CSD, Weaverville CSD, Coffee Creek VFD, Trinity Center CSD, VFD. If I just mix those up, I think you're following.
Okay, so, but it would be in all of those. Everybody else in there has had to abide by and operate on the existing APN that was registered within the water board in order to have their license inside that opt-out.
Yes, and there's only one to my knowledge in that what I would generally refer to as the North Lake. I did not specifically evaluate how many exist in Lewiston CSD in terms of active licenses, but I believe it's a handful or less.
Okay. So, as I said earlier, to change our decision from October, we would then be saying to all of those other people, you can either potentially change, or what we have made you to do has been declared unjust to some degree. Or maybe that's not the right words, but.
Has there been any interest in doing that from any other parcel? Anybody in any of those parcels?
I'm sure there would be.
Well, I mean, has there been? I'm asking, has there been any interest?
Has there been interest in relocating onto adjacent APNs?
Other people voice an interest in pushing this.
I couldn't hear a question.
We don't have an answer to that right now. Okay. Okay.
I think there's a point as regard to the planning commission's decision that speaks to the very thing.
You can come forward. Yeah, you each can have 2 minutes.
As regards the planning commission, and I think it's a very important distinction that they did not ignore the 10-7 ambiguity determination for whatever legal value that has. I have argued and will continue to argue it has none. But what the planning commission did is they took the language you said, which was The enrollment of additional parcels under water board orders. Let's just take that phrase. The enrollment of additional parcels under water board orders. They looked at that phrase. They didn't ignore that phrase. We argued it. And they came up with, the commission finds that this approval is consistent with the Board of Supervisors' direction, as it does not extend eligibility to new or unrelated parcels. Because of the definition of legal parcel in this very identical ordinance that creates the carve-outs, there are no parcels. There is a single parcel. That was carved out, a single parcel. 5 APNs under contiguous ownership. Let us not forget, an APN is a creation of an assessor. It is an assessor's parcel numbers for taxation. It is not a legal description. It is not a legal parcel anywhere else. This is a parcel. The commission found that this was a single parcel when it was enrolled, and it is consistent with what this board ruled on the ambiguity. I don't know of any other property in any carve-out, and I know them all because I helped pick the dates of when they applied, that has multiple APNs. That's my name. Thank you.
Mr. Underwood?
So, Madam Chair and board members, I'm just looking again at the language of your board's decision last October. And it does refer to enrollment of additional parcels. But the second bullet point refers specifically to sites that are required to have enrolled per the 2015 order. Sites. We can debate this for hours more, but I think what you did previously in October was logical. I think it was consistent with, all the arguments that were presented and considered, and applies here. And I agree. There's a lot of emotion in the room. There will be leaving the room. This is a difficult position when everyone, both the appellant and the applicant, have invested in this community. But that's not the issue before you.
So Rick, are you okay with what he said about the commission not ignoring the board's ruling?
No. I'm happy for someone to correct me, but
I think we did.
we did refer to we had the discussion about legal parcel versus the specific unique APN filed via the water board at the time. So we discussed that. So the fact that the planning commission and the applicant's attorney wants to say, well, but when you look at it from the legal parcel standpoint, then it's okay. Well, we said that was not the case. That was the crux of our finding. So the fact that somebody states it differently doesn't make it right. We could have been wrong, but I'm not hearing anything that says we were wrong. And if you even go back to looking at the intent of this, and again, people can love or hate opt-outs. The opt-outs, as I was hearing Supervisor Cox say, were about trying to find this balance. That is, we're trying to start up a program to support this industry. There were areas in which we were going to carve out and limit to what it was already there and not allow, but grandfather in and no more. And everywhere else, follow the rules, you're fine. And so the intent was that it would be no bigger impact on those communities and no different impact on those communities. And so to say that something that was, and again, this is going beyond what we decided in that ambiguity ruling, to say that moving it from the furthest point to the central point in an open meadow, in an open growing session, which is the better way to grow as far as I'm concerned, and the buildings that are going to be constructed that are closer to the others than the cultivation site is not a bigger impact. That in no way to me meets the intent. So it's both the rule that we decided on and the intent that, to me, keep grounding this. And again, I struggle with this as much as I hear everybody else. I walked that property. I have a lot of respect for these folks. I wish them all the best. I think I said if I had the property, I'd want to do the exact same thing. And I can also come back to these things that say, this is not what the opt-outs were about. It's not what the rules were written to reflect, and it's not what we decided.
But the law says different in the ordinance. I'm sorry, but you say you want to stick to the law, but the law actually says, I mean, we've heard it from Tom Blanco. We've also heard it from many other people. The law says, and what was in front of them was the law that we put together for them to follow. So when you say law, I'm reading the law. The law said that they did everything that they were supposed to do and it was legal. Period. If
Supervisor Brownfield, help me out.
I don't agree. I will never agree. And don't try to talk me into a different, this law is very clear. I mean, I know what I'm.
The law that you are referring to?
I have said the ordinance is the law here. That is the law here. That the whole thing is around a parcel, a legal parcel. That's what this law, that's what they were under the impression when they started this whole enrollment was one contiguous parcel. We've said it a million times. That's the law. That's the law. There's no going out of the box. There's no gray area here. That was the law, and we interpreted it wrong, in my opinion. We interpreted it wrong. The laws, I mean, it's very clear what it says. I mean, English is English, and that legal description is legal description. There wasn't like 12 words in there. And to me, we have to go by the law, whether we were wrong when we did it in October or whatever. In my opinion, we are not serving the law if we overturn the commission's approval here. They went by the law.
I think we have exhausted this situation and this communication. Is there anything else that we have? I'll Supervisor Llewellyn.
I just asked if you would one more time read from your message that you received from the water board about how they look at these.
Read the ordinance.
Is that okay? Can I do that?
Sure. Yeah, it's appropriate. And just as a prequel, we should have real clear findings when we make a motion for this.
It says we require that all contiguous parcels actually used to support a cannabis farm be enrolled. So if a farmer uses roads or water infrastructure or other infrastructure on adjacent parcels to access the cultivation area or to transfer water or other uses. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. It says we require that all contiguous parcels actually used to support a cannabis farm be enrolled. So if a farmer uses roads or water infrastructure or other infrastructure on adjacent parcels to access the cultivation area or to transfer water or other uses, then those parcels must be enrolled. Still, that doesn't mean that all enrollees actually enroll all of their parcels. Our process is flexible to accommodate either one combined enrollment of a contiguous parcel or multiple separate enrollments to contiguous parcels. The decision to enroll separately can be a business decision. As for your situation, I think it depends on whether the farmer you're referring to actually enrolled those parcels in the past. So they're talking about, because my question was at that specific moment in time. So it says that I don't think it makes sense to claim a combined farm now if they took the position in the past that they were separate. So that's the response. The rest of it's just, so if you want to check records, let me know. I will help you out on the specific parcel.
And that's referencing today's view. It's not.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not a
representing
historical
today's view,
perspective
not
of
the
back then, but
historical.
I just wanted to get that. So go ahead. You started to head down a different path.
But our ordinance,
Says many people included multiple parcel numbers on their applications, or alternatively had multiple permits for each different parcel.
but our ordinance says, and water board did tell them they could only have one. I mean, am I wrong on that?
I think it was
Council?
one license per APN. Not, you couldn't have a single APN, so maybe it was like maybe it's like 160 acre APN. And you wanted to have a particular farm on that particular parcel. So when you wanted to get, a water board, you go through the process with the water board, you would say, I want to enroll this APN because maybe it's 160 acres. So then when they came, you had a plan and you showed them where you were going to operate, and they walked that site, they looked at it, they determined, groundwater runoff, sediment potential, all the stuff the Water Quality Control Board does. They look at that site and they say, yes, this is for this mapped out zone on this particular parcel. And then that's what you received from them. So in my mind, the way I kind of look at it is, if I have a 160 acre parcel and I have a map, a farm map, a plan map for the way I'm going to do my business. It's set out, it meets everything in criteria. I put it on the ground in a specific spot. And then I say to the water board, this is where I'm going to operate on this specific spot. And they say, okay, that looks great. I can't then lift up that idea and move it on that single 160 acres, because where I was has different impacts because of water and soil and slope and all of those types of things. So I think that's where what was going on.
Good point. But nobody told them they couldn't move that spot. And when they did move it, they were allowed to move it according to government. Right? I mean, they picked that spot.
I could be wrong.
Right? They
I
picked
know
that
that.
spot, but they were never told they couldn't move it. And when they did,
It would be like,
it doesn't matter, the law.
But for example, if you are going to build a house and you go through the process of getting your.
Still, the parcel's yours, the whole parcel.
I know, but if you get a building permit on a specific site, you can't just decide to go build your house in a different spot on the property.
It's a garden.
because
This is different. It's not a house. It's not.
There is a difference, but that's the kind of the just is that you can't just say, I'm
Right.
going to put a septic tank
totally
here, and
agree
then when
with
they come back, you put it clear over in a different location.
But when they did move it, right, when they said, I want to move this, the law helped them do it. The whole apparatus walked them through the process of actually doing that. So they did that. Like, they weren't told, okay, you cannot move this. So if you pick that APN, you better not move that property. No one ever told them that, right, at the time. So if you want that rule, you could put that in the future. But now, right this minute, what's in front of us is a decision they made and the commission made, that they did the right things. They went through all of the process to move it, and they were okayed to move it.
I don't think they were okay to
Well,
move it. I think that's why we're here.
Well, all of the agencies that they relied on to make that decision told them so. No, you can tell me it's not us, it's not, but it's an agency that nonetheless that they relied on to make that decision, right? Because they wasted tons of money, which they wouldn't have wasted. Time, everything on a beautiful piece of property that they should, I mean, yeah.
I don't think Heidi and Julie, I don't think you were comparing apples to apples there in that situation. I know you don't want to give Tom Blanca 3 more minutes to say what he had to say there. And whatever happens here today happens here today. But I don't think any of us should walk away from here thinking that we've made the right decision every single time we've been here. There are times where we make mistakes, and there's times to own up to them. And this may be one of those times. I know there's been mistakes made, and with the, I'll say, ambiguity of this whole thing here, it's very hard to not say that the planning commission was somewhat right. What Mr. Blanco said was correct at the time, and what these people path that were led down. I'll live with that.
Drew, did I see you wanting to make a comment?
Yeah, if that's okay. I just wanted to clarify that the water, because I've reached out and had conversations with water board staff about this as well. The water board is not evaluating their enrollments based on Trinity County code. So I just want to make that clarification. So what we're grappling with in term, and this is the crux and this is the conflict essentially, right? Is that we have water board enrollments and we have the legal parcel definition and the opt-out that sort of tries to address both of those things. The water board's evaluation of enrollments into their program is completely and totally unrelated to the concept of the opt-outs. And that's the disconnect from my perspective, and that's why we find ourselves in this position.
I'd like to make a motion.
One moment, Supervisor Cox, did you have a question?
Well, I'm just going back to, and again, it's one attorney versus another attorney in the room. And so I'd like to take this comment and just ask counsel, the other attorney in the room. The law applies the, I don't know how to state this well. The courts will look at the narrowest interpretation. Can you help me with that?
They'll look for the one that's more applicable to the thing you're discussing. So if there's a broad definition and a specific one, they'll use the specific one. That said, you should read these things in context as you read all things. But yes, if there's a more specific definition, you use the more specific.
I think I feel like I've said this, but I'm going to say it differently. At the same time that each of these, that this applicant was receiving direction, taking action steps, doing work, hoping for a particular outcome, and yes, unfortunately being sort of believing that everything, I mean, of course you would believe that it was going down the right path, or why would you keep spending money and doing it? Hoping for a particular outcome. There's a neighbor that is believing that that isn't going to be the outcome. There are beliefs and hopes at every single stage on both sides of it. This is a neighbor issue. And the neighbor issue isn't just turn them loose and let the neighbors sort of duke it out. That's not how that works. It works by what is an acceptable land use and what is not the acceptable land use. And so if the language that I've taken down comes from law counsel that says it had to be an existing operation, that was the criteria for enrollment, and that enrollment was with the water board and by a certain date, then what else am I missing? That's where I'm at. And I believe that we have been through that line of reasoning, and I don't know where else to go.
You can look at the intent of the ordinance in the sense of how was it using the water board piece. So not to, I mean, to further complicate it, but yeah, the water board piece is obviously the crux of this. And yeah, they could have done the other parcels as well, to my understanding, right? They could have submitted 3 water board applications, right? Or documents.
Oh, you could have submitted 3 different documents. Just on one document, you can only put 1 APN. It's not for the project. You could have said, this is my parcel. My parcel contains 5 APNs. I'm going to submit 5 documents. each with their own APN, and cover my future hopes and intents maybe in the future.
Well, except that it needed to have it needed to be cultivating at the time. That is part of the,
Okay.
make it even more convoluted.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay. Are we ready to, I will entertain motions at this time.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I motion that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal for CCL 775 and affirm the Planning Commission's approval of the project. I further move that the board find that, so the findings need to be very specific. Is that council?
No.
Okay.
Do they?
The Planning Commission's decision is.
She's relying on the planning commission's findings and those are in the record, then
Okay.
that is sufficient. Yes.
Okay.
If we're going to change the decision, then we should be specific about what the findings that underlie that decision are.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
So the planning decision is supported by substantial evidence contained within the administrative record. The Planning Commission properly interpreted and applied the applicable provisions of the Trinity County Cannabis Ordinance and related county regulations. 3, the Environmental Review Agency consultants' permit requirements and project analysis contained in the record provide substantial evidence supporting approval of this project. The appellant has not demonstrated the Planning Commission committed a prejudicial error, abused its discretion, acted arbitrarily or capriciously, or made findings unsupported by substantial evidence. 5, the record demonstrates that the county staff consistently administered and interpreted the application ordinance provisions during the process of the application, and that the applicant reasonably relied upon those interpretations throughout the permit review process. 6, the board has independently reviewed the entire administrative record and finds that the Planning Commission's approval is supported by the weight of the evidence before it. Therefore, the board hereby denies the appeal in its entirety and upholds the Planning Commission's approval of commercial cannabis license application CCL 775, together with all findings, conditions of approval, and associated determinations contained therein. Now, I'll take out the 6 because the board has not individually reviewed the entire.
Susie.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. Do we have discussion or an additional motion? Does anyone have a discussion or an additional motion?
Yeah, I was just trying to think through the right wording for findings. Motion to uphold the appeal overturning the Planning Commission's decision, and may need help with wording, but the major finding is what I stated earlier. The board previously determined that qualification for specific APNs, that qualification is tied to specific APNs filed with the water board prior to the established date.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Do we have discussion on either motion? I believe we've exhausted discussion. Okay, will you please call for the vote on Supervisor Brownfield's?
They do Supervisor Leutwiler's first.
Oh, I'm sorry, on Supervisor Leutwiler's. I apologize.
That's fine.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
No.
Supervisor Brownfield?
No.
Chairman Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Thank you.
Still in the board meeting. We are. We are. I will now read, we do not have any closed session, but I will do a report out on closed session from last meeting. On item number F1, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1, Lewandowski versus County of Trinity et al., case number 224 CV 01697-JAM-JDP. Direction was given to staff. On item F2, Government Code Section 54954.5E, Public Employee Evaluation of county council, and direction was given to staff. We'll now close the Board of Supervisors meeting for June 16th, 2026.